Hello everyone, today we're going to be doing the easybank landing page challenge from Frontend Mentor. So we are going to be building a landing page for a fictional bank called easybank, and it's a very interesting challenge, and so we're going to be building it out in HTML and Tailwind CSS. So you can go ahead and look for this challenge on Frontend Mentor. You can click on the card, and then I'm just going to say restart because I already completed it. So restart, which is going to give me access to download the starter files. And I'm just going to say download the starter files. So once the files are downloaded below, I'm just going to navigate into my downloads folder, and I'm going to find my easybank landing page master zip file here, which I'm just going to right click and say extract here, which is going to extract into a folder called easybank landing page master. And I'm just going to right click and say open with code, which is going to open up an instance of Visual Studio Code into this folder. And then I'm going to navigate into Tailwind CSS because that is the first thing that I want to do once this opens up. And you know what, as it opens up, let me also open the design files for this. So let me get the design and let me get the desktop design. You know what, we're going to be building it mobile first, so let me get the mobile design. As we begin, then please subscribe to the channel if you're not already, and ring the notification bell so that you're always going to be notified of when I upload a new video. So I have my mobile design open here, and Visual Studio Code is also open. So I want to maximize this first of all, and then using Ctrl and J, I'm going to open up my integrated terminal. So using Ctrl and J, it opens up my integrated terminal in Visual Studio Code into this folder. And inside here, I want to install Tailwind CSS. So let's go ahead and navigate into the Tailwind CSS website, the installation website right here. And we're just going to be using the Tailwind CLI. And I'm going to first of all go ahead and say npm install this one. So oops, that's the wrong thing. So copy this, and then inside our terminal we're just going to paste this in and let this run, which is going to create a node modules folder and install Tailwind CSS as a dev dependency. And I've just remembered that let's also go ahead and inside our workspace, let's create an index.css file. So index.css, and then let's also create an index.js file, and our index.js file is going to be for our menu toggle, which we are also going to create. For now it's just going to be empty. And then let's go ahead into our index.html as this still installs, and then let's go ahead and let's grab this attribution, cut it out, and then let's paste it inside our CSS. Oops, I did something wrong. Cut it out and then paste it here. Okay, and then let's remove this, and then let's see what we need to do. We need to go ahead and link our style sheet on the bottom. So right before the closing body tag, I'm going to link my style sheet. So let's go ahead and say link the script source, set this equal to, oops, what is happening, /index.js, and then close it out. And then let's change this into our website. So https, oh, what's the formula for it? Okay. I forgot how to write a link. Okay, and then change this to my name. Okay, fantastic. And then I don't want to save this yet because if I save it, then it's going to format and it's really hard to read this. So I'm just going to Ctrl and Z, which is not going to format it. And then we're going to build out this structure first of all in HTML, and then we're going to style it out in our CSS, and not even in our CSS really, but like using Tailwind CSS. The reason why I have this index.css file is because Tailwind is going to look for this file as it compiles into the output file. So now that this has finished installing, let's go ahead and copy this next line. So copy and paste. And then once that runs, you can see that it creates a Tailwind config file. So I'm going to open this file, and then let's go ahead and copy this line right here. Copy this line, and then inside the content, let's paste it in. But we are going to remove this part right here. So our entry file is going to be the /, and then all the files that have an extension of HTML and JS, meaning all the HTML files that we're going to have inside here, which is for this project, it's only going to be one, but if you're going to have multiple, then this is going to work for them as well. Just make sure that this path links to the correct folder. And the reason why I've removed the source folder, the reason I've removed this part is because we don't have a source folder in our workspace. So let's go ahead and save this. And then the next line that we need to do is we need to copy this into our index.css file. Now notice here it says input.css. This is very important. We have called ours index.css, so always make sure that you are referencing the files correctly. And then you can save this and add a space here. And then now we can run this part here, which is going to create our output CSS file. And let me just copy this, and notice how this is accessing the source and input.css. Remember, we don't have this file. However, we do have the ./index.css, so we're going to change this part. So we can just copy this, and then as we paste it in, it's going to run, but it's going to give us an error, and then we're going to correct it. So let me just check if there's anything else we need to do. We also need to link our output file once it creates the output file. Okay, so you can see it says that the source input does not exist. So I'm going to hit the up arrow key on my keyboard, which is going to bring the last command, that is run. And then I'm going to change this into index.css. So index.css, and then remove this source folder, meaning it's only going to remain ./index.css. And then this output CSS file is going to be created when this is run. So let's run it. And then let's see. And you can see that it creates a dist folder here with an output.css file, and the output CSS file is the Tailwind CSS file. You can go through this if you're interested in it. And then now what we need to do is we also need to link this output CSS file inside our index.html. So I'm going to say link this into ./dist/output.css. And then let me just check something. I'm not sure whether we need to link our index.css file. So let's just, you know what, I can save this just to test something out. And then I'm going to be using an extension called Live Server, which launches a local development server for me. And you can go ahead and check into your extensions. You can search for an extension called Live Server, if you don't have it installed, that is. And I mean, you don't have to use this specific one, but like, I just like using Live Server. Okay, so once that is done, then let's go ahead and let's say right click and say open with Live Server, which should open a local dev server for me right there. And you can see that this is all the text that we have in our application. So I'm going to place this to the right, and then I'm going to place my code editor to the left. And then just to test whether all of this is working, I'm going to go inside the body and give the body a class of padding all around of 8 to see whether it works. And there we go. So it is working correctly. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to undo everything. I'm going to undo, okay, not everything, but like most of it, so that this goes back to the format that it was in, because I want to structure all of this out before we build it, before like we begin to style it. So what I'm going to do is this. I'm going to grab everything inside here all the way up to right below the footer, before the footer, right before the footer, cut it out and place it inside a main tag, like so. And then we're going to go back to the top, and then we're going to grab this part. Let me just check how this design looks. Next generation banking is the H1, so this must be the header. So I'm going to cut this out, and I'm going to place it inside a header tag, like so. And then inside this header we need to have a div, which is going to be our logo, and inside here we're going to be getting the logo from ./images/logo. There we go. And then below this we're going to have a navbar with a few list items of 1, 2, 3, and 4, and 5. So we're going to have another list with 5 list items. And then because these links are not linking to any particular page, you can have them in as buttons, or you can have them in as anchor tags, but with a hashtag href, which means it's just going to be linking to the current page that it's in. But I'm going to prefer to use buttons here. So this one says home, and then about, and then this one says contact, then this one says blog, and then this one says careers, and then we can remove this, and then this is going to be our call to action. Let me just check how the navbar looks when it's open. So careers, where is the, let me check. Oh, it only appears on large screens, so it only appears on large screens. and then it's 1, 2, and 3. So that means that this needs to be in a separate div. I mean, I can have it separately so that this becomes the first item, then the second item, and then the third item might be a button that says request invite. And then let's go ahead and let's grab this section. So let me see, we have next generation. So here up to here is going to be a section. And then this part, the text here is going to be inside an article. And then on top of it, we're going to have another article, which is going to be our hero image. And in this case, our hero image is going to be this first one, this one right here. I don't know whether these are two images, but let me just check. Let's check. Inside our images folder, we need the BG intro desktop and BG intro mobile. And let me see, is this the mockups? I think the mockups are the font here. I think that's what it is. So let's go ahead and let's do this. Because we have the BG intro mobile and desktop, we have the mobile and desktop. I don't know how to toggle using CSS, so I'm just going to have a picture tag here, and then add in my source, and the source takes in a media here, and I'm going to say that for a min width of about I'm forgetting the syntax for this. Let me see, source, this one. Okay, I was correct. So for a min width of 768 pixels, then I want this to come from /images, and it's just called bg intro desktop.svg. And then for devices that are less than 768 pixels, then I want my default image of /images /bg intro mobile to show up. And then let's see, so if we have the picture tag, and then we also have the mockups, so I'm going to add another image here, and this is going to be /images /mockups, this one. So image mockups.png. And then let's see, we have the h1. So let's go ahead and structure this. This is going to be our h1. This is going to be a paragraph, and then this is going to be a button. So button, there we go. And then this next section says why choose easybank. And then let's see, so it has the top, and then 1, 2, 3, and 4, so cards technically. So let's do this. I'm going to grab all of this, cut it out, place it inside a section, and then this is going to be an h2. And you know what, let me do this. Let me see, why choose easybank, and then the text. So grab this all up to here, and then this is going to be an article, and then paste this in, and then this is going to be an h2, and then this is going to be a paragraph, and then remove this space. And then what we're going to do is we're going to grab the rest of this up to here, and then above this we're going to create a div, and then this div is going to be the parent for our cards. So inside each of these cards is going to be an article. So it's going to be structured in the following way. We're going to have an article, and then on top of this we have an image first. So img /img /images / should be banking. What is the icon? Come on, banking. Are you serious? So the image here should be the icon online image. And then what we're going to do is below this image we're going to have an h3 which says this text, and then this is going to be a paragraph. Oops, right up to here. Cut it out, place it inside a paragraph, and then we're going to have the same structure for this second one as well. So place it inside an article. This is going to be an h3 that says this. This is going to be a paragraph that says this, and then we're going to have an image on top of this. The image is /images, and it's called icon budgeting. There we go. And then this third one, so place it inside an article. We're going to have an image on top of this that's coming from /images /icon onboarding. There we go. And then cut this out, place it inside an h3. Cut this out, place it inside a paragraph. And then finally for this one, grab an article, And then on top of this, we're going to have an image that's coming from /images/icon-api. There we go. And then this one, cut this out, place it inside an h3, and then grab this and place it inside a paragraph. And then let's go ahead and let's build up this other section. So the latest articles 1, 2, 3, and 4, cut this out and place it inside another section. And then this is going to be an h2. And then let's see, so it's a div, let's see, so latest articles, and then it represents this. Okay, so let's see this structure. So it's an image, and then the text is pushed inwards, and then it is white in color. So that would mean the following. I'm going to have let me see. Let me grab all of this up to the bottom, place it inside a div, which is going to be the parent, because I'm going to be using CSS grid on the parent. And then we are going to have, I just want to structure this first one, and then we're going to build up the rest. So let's have an article. On top of this article, we're going to have an image that's coming from /images / should be, which one is it? Let me see which one is this. Currency. Yeah, should be currency.png. Let me see. The currency, where is the currency? This one, image currency.jpg. And then because this text is pushed inwards, I don't want to do it for every single one, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab this and place it inside another article. I can use a div, but let me use an article. And then this is going to be an h3, and then this is going to be a paragraph. Let me see. Yeah, that's looking correct. And then basically we're going to do the same thing for these other ones. So grab this, place it inside an article, grab this, place it inside an h3 not h1, and then grab this and place it inside a paragraph. And you know, that's even wrong. This should be inside another article. So article. And then on top of this, let me see. Yeah, on top of this, we're going to have an image that's coming from /images / what is the second one? I don't know that let's see. Treat yourself. Let me see which image is this. Restaurant. That should be the correct one. And then do the same for this one. So cut it out, place it inside an article. On top of this, let's add an image that's coming from /images / take easybank. This should be plain. So the plain image, plain. Grab this, place it inside an h3, grab this, place it inside a paragraph. And then finally for this one, cut it out, place it inside an article. On top of this, let's have an image that's coming from /images / should be confetti. Below this, let's paste this in. I do not, it should be inside an article. Paste this in, and then grab this, place it inside an h3, and then grab this, place it inside a paragraph. And that should be our main section. And then next we're going to have our footer. So for the footer, I'm going to grab this text here up to here, cut it out and place it inside a footer element. And then let's see, so we have the logo on top, and then we have this part. So how I'm going to structure it is I'm going to have articles. So the article for the logo, and then the article for the social media icons, and then the article for this, and then this one, and then the final one on the bottom, just to keep it like a bit uniform. So inside here, we're going to have an image. This is coming from /images, should be the logo. Wait a minute. Wait. Okay, so we're going to have to change something. See how this logo is like navy blue? We're using the same logo on the footer, which is white. So we're going to have to change that a bit. So let's deal with the second one. This second one is going to be an article. It's going to be a list item and another list with how many list items? 5 of them. So cut this out and paste it to the second one. Cut this out. Paste it here. Cut this out. Paste it here. Cut this out. Paste it here. And one is missing, so remove this. And then add another list item and paste it in. And then we have a button. So below this we have an article with a button that says request invite. Remove this. And then we have our copyright on the bottom. So cut this out, place it inside an article, and then inside a paragraph that says copyright, and we are going to have that. Oh wait, I don't have my social media icons. So below this, we're going to have an article with a UL with how many are they? They are 5, so 5 of them, and then they're all going to have images. Oops, they're all going to have images. This first one is coming from /images/Facebook. So icon dash Facebook, and then let me just copy this and paste it here, and then change this to YouTube. Oops, change this to Twitter, change this one to Pinterest at Instagram, and then this one says Instagram. There we go. And then now we can go ahead and save this, and then let's see what we have on the screen in our application. And there we go. Would you look at that? Looking horrible. So now let's go ahead and do this. I want to change the font because I've just realized that it's using the default font. So let's go ahead and grab the font from our style guide, which should be here. And our style guide says we're going to be using the Public Sans with 300, 400, and 700 font weights. So 300, 400, and 700 font weights. Where are you? 300, 400, 700. Use the import, copy this, and then let's paste it inside our index.css. And then you know what, we also need to define it on the body. So let's define the body to have a font family of Public Sans with a fallback of sans serif. Let's define a default font size of 16 pixels. This is negligible, by the way, because Tailwind already uses this as the default font size. And then let's see, what else do we need to do? The body has a background color. The body is not white, it is gray. So let's check this color. Let's check the color. Dark blue, lime green, grayish blue, light grayish blue, very light green. Let's copy this, and then let's paste it inside the body. Let's say the body should have a background color of this. That should be the one. And then let's save this, and nothing is going to happen on the screen, just to confirm. Oh, it does. Oh, wait a minute. Let me just confirm something and paste this here. Let me confirm something. Background color changes to red. Okay, so I don't need to link the index.css file in my index.html, because the index.css is already being compiled when we run the npx. Remember the command that we run? We run this one, the npx Tailwind CSS, this one. So like the code inside the index.css is already being compiled. So that's looking okay. And then now what we need to do is let me remove this, and then let's go back into our index.html and let's begin styling it from the top. And so we are going to have this inside the header. I'm going to give this class name, and you know what, let me do this. So inside the header, I'm going to give this a class name of, okay, not class name, class. Okay, that is going to be a problem. A class of padding on the, no, let me say padding all round of 5. Push everything inwards. Let's give this a class of flexbox and items dash center and justify dash between, which is going to push all the content in between one another. But nothing happens. Nothing happens. Why does nothing happen? What? Okay, so that is a problem. Okay, so that means that every time that I change the style, then I'm going to have to manually reload it. That is a problem. That is a problem. For the navbar, we're going to do this for now. Okay, for now I'm just going to say display this as hidden, so display none on it, and then we're going to toggle it on larger screens. And then let's go ahead. The button can remain. Wait a minute, how does it look? Oh, I didn't add the menu button because I just realized that this button does not appear on mobile screens. So we can go inside this button, give this a class of hidden as well, and then you can say that for large screens, then it's going to display as a block element, meaning show it on large screens but do not show it on small screens. So it's going to disappear. And then we need to add our menu button here. So inside here I'm going to have a div, and the div is going to be a button, and then the button is going to be an image that comes from /images /icon hamburger should be the one. There we go, which means that now our hamburger icon should show, and we're going to be creating the toggle for it. So next, let's go ahead into this other section, and you know what, let me add it as a global style inside my index.css, and I'm going to say that let all the images have a max width of 100% so that they don't cause an overflow outside of the container. And then I'm going to go inside this image, so give this a class of width-full, which will make this image go all the way to the end, like so. And then what I want to do is I want to display this article. Let me see, how should I do this? I want this picture tag to display as absolute, and you know what, not really, that's not correct. I want this second one to display on top of this, so I should go inside this picture tag here, give this a class of absolute, which should bring it on top. I mean, not really on top, but like it, you can see that now it breaks the flow of the content. So bring it to the top by 0, we should bring it here, and then give it should we, if I give it a negative z index, it's going to go behind the thingy, but it doesn't reload. There we go. So this is what I did not want to happen. So let's go ahead and do this. I'm going to say it's going to be on the top, but look at how it looks in the design. See how it looks in the design? So what I'm going to do is this. I'm going to go into the header, and I'm going to give this header a class of relative with a z index of 50 to push it on top of the image. Or not. Let's see. So that means that I can go inside here and I can give it a minus z index. So minus z index of 10. Why doesn't the header come on top? 50. Why doesn't the header come on top of it? I didn't realize we're going to be having problems in the first step. Okay, so, oh, you know what? I have this as absolute. I don't have the parent as relative. So the parent of this image should be this article. Let me see, give this a class of relative. Let me see what happens. Should be here. Okay. And then bring it to the minus top of 10. What happens? And then give it a minus z index of 10. No, that doesn't still work. Okay, so you know what? Let's do this. Let's go ahead and let's just go. Oops, removed something. This should say top of 0. Oops, top of 0. There we go. So let's continue studying these other sections, and then we're going to fix this in the end. So let's go inside this h1, and you can see that it's already messing up with the h1 here. Can you see it? So what we're going to do is inside this article, we're going to give this a class, not class name, class of padding y of 20, and then let's go inside the h1, give this a class of text slate 800. Let's say, let me see, it is light in font and it is bigger, so text dash 3xl, margin bottom of 6 to push away from the paragraph. So we're going to have this, and then let's go inside this article, let's give this a class of text dash center, bring everything to the center, and then let's go inside the paragraph, give this a class of text slate 900 with an opacity of 75 to make it lighter, with text dash small, and then let's say leading dash relaxed to increase its line height, and then let's say margin bottom of 8 to push away from the button here. So we're going to have this, and then what we need to do is, let's say that for large screens the text should reset to the base font of 16 pixels, and then we're going to style this button at the end, don't worry about it. And so now what we need to do is we need to go back inside this article, and let me see, so the let's go inside the parent section. So the parent section for this is this one right here, and what I want to do is I want to add a padding on the x-axis of 5 to push everything inwards. There we go, and that does nothing. Reload. Yeah, I was expecting something like this to happen. So let's move the padding x here, And then let's add it on this second article, which has the text. Add a space here to separate it out. So let's add it here. There we go. So that this text push inwards, but it doesn't affect the images. And then let's go ahead and deal with this other section. So for the second section here, let's give this a class of, let's say, bg gray-100, because it's a bit grayed out. Okay, I hate this. I don't like having to reload every single time. So this section is a bit grayed out right here. And so what we're going to do is we're going to say, give this a padding y of 20 and a padding x of 5 to push everything inwards and downwards just a bit. And then let's go inside this h2, give this a class of, let's say, oops, come on, text slate dash 800. Let's say text dash 3xl. What font did I have on the h1? I have it as 3xl. So let's say 2xl for the h2. And then let's go inside the paragraph. And you know what? The paragraphs are all going to be styled like this. So let me just copy this here. And then let me do this. Let me go inside my index.css. And you know what? I can remove it from here. Therefore, I can just copy this part. And then I can remove this. And then I want to define a global style for all the paragraphs. So right below the body, I'm going to say, for all the paragraphs, I'm going to use a Tailwind directive called @apply. And then I'm going to paste in these classes, because all the paragraphs are going to be styled like this. You can see that is much easier than having to style every single one every single time. So let's go back into, let's see, into the h2s. So the h2s, and you know what, we can do the same even for the h2s. So for the h2s, they're all going to have the following styles that I've just applied. Where is it? Here. So let me say, copy this. And then let's paste it here. Let's remove this part. Let's say @apply, remove the quotes. And then what we need to do is we need to add a margin bottom of 6 to push it away from everything. And you know what, for the paragraphs, I think for the paragraphs, we can say margin bottom as well. Let me just confirm. No, we don't need to have a margin bottom on the paragraphs. We don't need that. So that is going to be the h2s. And then the h3s are going to be the same, except just one size smaller. So copy this part, paste it here, and you know what, just copy this entire line, paste it here. And then this is going to be text XL. And then here we're going to say that for large screens, then the text is going to be 3XL. So make it just a bit bigger. And then here we're going to say that for large screens, then the text is going to be 2XL. There we go. And the reason why I'm not styling an H1 is because we only have one H1 in the entire document. So there's not really a need to do that. And then now let's do this. Okay, so this part has not reloaded, because I'm expecting a padding y of 20 here, but I'm not seeing it, and a padding x of 5, and I'm not seeing it. Why am I not seeing it? Is it because this is not reloading? Okay, so I hate this. It's not reloading for some reason. Let me see. Let's see. Let's go here and let's give this a class of text center, and then for large screens, let's say text left. Okay, there we go. So now it has reloaded. And then let's go inside this first article. Oh, sorry, not this one, should be this second one. So inside this first article, let's say, and you know what, it's actually only on the images. So inside this image, give this a class of block and mx auto, which is going to move it to the center. Reload. There we go. And then let's give it a margin bottom of 6 to push it away from the text. And then just copy this class, paste it on this image, paste it here, and on this one, paste it here, and then on this one, paste it here. And that is going to apply for all the images. Would you look at that? Looking nice. And then let's go ahead and style our latest articles. So latest articles is here. We're going to give this a class of padding x of 5, padding y of 20 to push everything inwards. You can see that our h2 is already styled. Let me just confirm that it is not pushed to the center. It is pushed to the center. So let's go here. Let's say, let me check something. So this text is not pushed to the center. So let's go here, give this a class of text center. And then I don't know whether on large screens it's pushed to the center. Let me confirm. Okay, so on large screens, it is reset back to the left. We're going to fix that. For now, we can just have this. So latest articles. We're just going to style one of them, and then we're going to do copy pasting for the rest of them. So we're going to do this inside this article. We're going to give this article a class of rounded large, rounded dash large, and then let's go inside this second article, give this a class of padding all round of 8. Okay, I think 8 is a bit too big, but we're going to see in a moment. And then we're going to say BG white with a very slight box shadow so that we can see where it is. And there we go. So that's why I don't like using Tailwind CSS in the CLI. It breaks it, or it usually breaks, for me at least. It usually breaks. Okay, so we're going to have that. You can see that it's looking quite nice, right? It does look nice. However, let me just confirm how it looks on very small screens. So let's go into the responsive tab. Let's say is it this one? Yeah, this does look nice. Not really nice, but it does look fine. That's what I mean to say. Okay, we can work with padding of 8 all round. And then let's do this. Let's go inside this image. Let's give this image a class of rounded dash top dash large to give it a rounded border on the top. And I do know that I can remove this from here and go into the article and give this article a class of overflow hidden to hide the overflow, which is going to just still add the correct border on the image. But it's all a matter of preference. I don't like doing it like this. I like adding the border radius on the image. So just say rounded dash top dash large, and we're going to have this. Now let's see. I can't see the bottom border radius here, and that is probably because now we need to separate these divs. So remember how we placed in a div and then articles inside it. So inside the parent div, I'm going to give this a class of grid and grid dash columns dash 1, and then give this a gap of about 8 to separate the items out. And you can see we have a rounded border on top but not on the bottom. Why do we have that? And that is because okay, I've just realized why we have that. I have just realized, so I don't want this here. Yeah, I don't want it here. Instead, I want it on this article. So I'm going to say rounded dash bottom dash large, so that it gives this white article a rounded border on the bottom. And then because we have a rounded border on the image, then it carves out, you know. And then this is going to be our, wait a minute. Wait. So I missed the heading. Okay, so receive money in any currency with no fees. So right up to here, this is going to be, how do I want to structure this? Do I want to give this an H2? Let me see. I think we're going to work with this, and then inside this H3 we're going to say this, give this a class of text dash small with text slate dash 800 with an opacity of 75. Make it lighter so that we're going to have this. Okay, so I don't know how I missed I didn't even realize. Let me see. And this is going to be an issue. This is going to be a very, very big issue when we are scaling it up, and you're going to see why. I mean, not really a big issue, but like, it's too big. That's what I mean. It's too big. So let's do the same for this. So treat yourself, So we need to grab, where is it? Grab this, place it inside an H2. H2, come on. And then we need to grab this. Wait, where's the title? Wherever you go up to here, cut this out, paste it inside an H2, and then we need to do a now live. So up to here, paste it inside an H2, so that we're going to have our titles right there. Fantastic. And then let me grab the classes of the H3 that we have just styled. So here, copy this and then paste it on this H3, and then paste it on this H3, and then paste it on this H3. And then let's go ahead and grab which one next. We need to grab this article. So let me grab this article, and then we don't need any other class. So inside the second article should be this one. Paste it here, and then inside here, is that correct? Paste it here. That is not correct. Wait a minute, that is not correct. Did I style something wrong? So this part should be inside an article. This part should be inside an article. And then we need to grab the classes here, paste it inside this article, and then paste them inside this article. Save this. Let's see what we have on the screen. So the styles reset. There we go. There we go. Looking nice, looking nice. And we have that. Fantastic. And then now what we need to do is we need to deal with our footer. So our footer is going to be styled in the following way. Let's go to our footer here. Give this a class of bg. Let's say bg slate about. That's not, it's actually not slate. Let me just get the color for the footer. The color for the footer, is it dark blue? I'm not sure. So dark blue. Copy this. Let's go inside our index.css. On the bottom of this, let's access our footer. And our footer is going to have a background color of paste this in. Is that correct? Let's see. Let's see. Yeah, that is the correct color. And then now you see how our logo disappears. What we're going to do is this. I'm going to go and copy this logo and paste it so that we're going to have a logo copy. And then I'm going to rename this into footer logo. So footer dash logo. And then now what we need to do into the footer logo.svg is we need to change the color, which is the fill color here. We need to change this fill color into white. So FFF, which is going to change it into white. And then inside our index.html, we now need to access the footer dash logo. And you can see that now it's going to change the logo into white without affecting our logo on the top. That's looking quite nice. And then inside the footer, we're going to have a padding all around of 8. And then let's do this. And you know what? Let's say padding y of 20 and padding x of 5 to keep it uniform. And then let's go inside this article, give this a class of text center. Let me see whether this is going to center the image. It doesn't. Okay, so it doesn't. So that means that then I'm going to have to do the same thing that I did on the top, which is go inside here, give this a class of block with mx auto, which is going to center the image. And then we're going to go inside this UL, give this UL a class of flex, flex and flex wrap, so that they automatically go into the next line in case they reach the end. And items center, and then justify center, which is going to push everything to the center, all the social media icons. And then let's go ahead and say give it a gap of about 2 to separate them out just a bit. And then let's go inside the parent article, give this a class of margin y of 6. So margin on the top and bottom of 6 to separate these items out. And then let's go inside this second UL, give this a class of, let's say, text center, text dash center. Let me see. And then let's say text dash white. Okay, so that doesn't work. I thought it would work since I'm placing it on the parent. So here I'm going to say give this a class of text dash white. We should change the text. And then you know what, let's go ahead and do this. Let's give this a class of flex and item center and justify center, and then give it a gap of about 4 to push them one away from the other. And you know what, it should be flex col so that they are aligned in column form. And a gap of 4 is a bit too big, so let's say gap of 2. And then let's do this. Let's go inside here. Let me just copy this. And then using the Alt key, I'm going to click here and hold down the Alt key and click here and here and here and here. And then just paste it in so that we don't have to keep doing it over and over again. And then what we need to do now is we need to go inside the parent article, give this a class name, a class of margin y of 6 to increase the margin on this one as well as this one. And does that even reset? It's not resetting for some reason, but we're going to fix it anyway. And then we need to have our button, our request invite button is here. And then finally have our paragraph here, which we need to give this a class of text. Let me say slate about 600 and text dash center, and then margin y of 6. There we go. So 600 is a bit too dark. So let's say 300. Let's say 400. Reload this. 400 is a bit better. And then now we just need to deal with our button. And so our button, for our button, I'm going to say this. I'm going to give a custom class. I'm going to create a custom class called btn. So for the .btn class, because our button is a linear gradient, so let me just check in our style guide, and it doesn't even show. Okay, so we're going to have to do a bit of trial and error. So this is green to about blue. So let's say lime green, bright cyan should be this too. Copy this, and then we're going to say this. The background color is going to be a linear gradient. Linear gradient. I know this should be background image. It's going to be linear gradient, and it's going to be going 90 degrees with these two colors. So the first one is HSL da up to here, and then remove this text, place in a comma. Wait a minute, should add a bracket, and we're going to have that. And then we're going to let me see, save this first of all, and then let's add the class of btn on this button on the footer. So give this a class of btn to see whether it is the correct one. Yeah, it is the correct one. And then now let's go ahead and do this. Let's say at apply, text white, font bold. Is it actually bold font? Yeah, it's bold font. And then let's say padding y 3, padding x 6, rounded -4. Let's save this, and we're going to have that as our button, looking quite nice. Fantastic. And then now what we need to do is, I want this button to move to the center on the footer. So let me go inside this class, inside the article first of all, and let me try whether this will work. So text center. Okay, it does work. Okay, so since that works, then let me see. The spacing does look a bit bigger, and it doesn't have as much padding on the top. So let's go back inside the paragraph here, inside the footer, sorry. Let's reduce the padding y to 10. Reload, come on. I hate when it does that. And then, let's say this. Let's say margin y here should be 8. Let's say margin y here should be 8. And then let's say that should be fine. So 8 here and 8 here. And then the bottom here should be margin y of 8 as well. And you can see that it doesn't reload. I hate this. Okay, now it has reloaded. There we go. So that's looking much better. And then now what we need to do is we need to scale this up to look better on larger screens. So let's begin doing that with this section here that says why choose easybank. So with the second section, and the second section is right here. So why choose easybank. And so what we're going to do is we're going to go inside this div, and then we're going to display these items as a grid, because what we need to happen is we need them to align 1, 2, 3, and 4 on larger screens. And so what we're going to do is the following. Oh, and we also need to limit all of this. Okay. So let's go inside this div, give this div a class of grid with the grid columns -1 with a gap of, oh, wait a minute. Did I have some bit of spacing here on the mobile? Let me see how a gap of 8 looks like. Yeah, space them out just a bit. And then we're going to say this. We're going to say that for medium screens, then the grid columns should be 2. And then for large screens, okay, let me say that for XL screens, then the grid columns should be 4. Let's increase the breakpoint just a bit. Okay, so it hasn't reloaded. There we go. And then we need to limit all of this so that it doesn't go all the way to the end. And we're going to do this. And notice how the images are still centered. It's because of the MX auto here. So what we're going to do is, I just want to do this for the first one, where I'm going to say that for medium screens, then the margin left should be auto. That should push it to the, wait, does that push it to the right or to the left? Come on, it doesn't do anything. Margin right auto. Doesn't do anything. Okay, so let's just remove this from here, and then let's say that it should be displaying as an inline element. Reload. There we go. So it pushes. Oh, wait a minute. Was I looking at the wrong image the entire time? Wait, I just have to confirm that. Okay, does it look like I was looking at the wrong image? So inline, and then it brings it back to the left. And then what we're going to do is just copy this class, paste it here, and then paste it here, and then paste it here for the 4 images, which is going to bring everything back to the left on medium screens. But on small screens, you can see that it is centered. And so now what we need to do is limit everything so that it doesn't go all the way to the end. So inside the parent div here where we have our grid, I'm going to have a max width of about 6XL, which is going to limit it so it doesn't go all the way to the end. And then to push it to the center, I'm going to say that let the margin on the X be auto, which places equal margins on the left and right, pushing everything to the center. And then let's say, wait, can this go to 7XL? Oh, it doesn't have 7XL. I don't think Tailwind has. Oh, it does have 7XL. So let's use 7XL because I think it's just a bit bigger. And then notice how we have a gap of 8, which separates all of this out. And then we also need to add a max width on this article so that it doesn't go all the way to the end. So let's go ahead and grab this. And then let's go inside this article, give this a class of this, paste it in. We should bring it here. Looking nice, nice, nice. Let's go into the desktop design now to make sure that we're doing everything correctly. And we are not doing everything correctly because this text goes to the bottom. So we can do that by doing this. And I've just realized that I should probably add a margin on the bottom of this article to increase the spacing here. Let me see how it looks on mobile. Even on mobile should have a bit of space. So let's do this. Let me say that add a margin bottom of 10. Does that do anything? I hate that it doesn't reset. I really hate that it doesn't reset. I don't know whether it's just my computer or what. Yeah, let's have that even on mobile. And then what we're going to do is inside this paragraph, we're going to give this a class and say that for large screens, then the width should be a half. So take up half of the width of the device. Let's see, there we go, so that it goes into the next line. And so we're going to have that looking quite nice. And don't worry about this section, we're going to do this section last. And let's go ahead into our latest articles. And so for our latest articles, we displayed it as a grid somewhere. Let me see here. We displayed it as a grid here. And what we're going to do is for medium screens, we're going to say grid columns -2. And then for extra large screens, we're going to say grid columns -4, which is going to place them in grid. There we go. And then notice how the images are also not the same height. Oh, wait a minute. I didn't add the top radius of the images. We're going to do that. But for now, let's just have a max width of 7XL and then an MX of auto to push everything to the center. And then let me copy this class on this image. And then let's go inside this second image and paste it here. And now separate this out because it's a bit crowded. And then paste it here as well. Add a space and then paste it here. And there we go. Should add the border radius on top of each one of them. And we're going to have this. And then now for the images, I want these images to have a fixed height on large screens. And not even on large screens because we are beginning to display as 2 grids on medium screens. So I'm going to say that for medium screens because I want these images to like have a fixed height for each one of them. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back into the top image here. And I'm going to say that for medium screens, the height should be 64. Let me see how large that is. Make sure it has reloaded. 64 is a bit big. So let's say 56. 56 looks much better. And so what we're going to do is I'm also going to give this a class and say that for medium screens, then I want of object cover. So if I remove it, then look at how the image stretches out. Let me just make sure. It stretches out just a bit. That is not a good example. But when I add it back in, then notice how the image now zooms in so that it properly fits the container. So here, let's return this to 56. And then let's copy this class. And then let's paste it on this second image and on this third image and on this fourth image. Save it. And now you can see that all the images have a fixed height. And then now what you need to do is we need to make this H2 smaller. And so what we're going to do is we're going to go back to the top where we have our first article. Should be this one. And what we're going to do is we're going to give this a class of text-XL. How small is that? That is looking much better. And what we're going to do is just copy this and paste it here. You can see it's a lot of copying and pasting. Paste it here. And then on the final article, paste it here, which is going to resize them. There we go. That's looking much, much better. And you can see that like the website is already coming together, right? Looking quite nice, quite nice. And then now let's deal with our footer. Let's see how the footer looks. So the footer looks like this. Okay. So for the footer, we're going to have the following. So I'm going to have this as one article or as one div, and then this is another div, and then another div, and then these two are another div. I probably should have looked at this design before I built out the footer. But anyway, mistakes happen. So let's go ahead and do this. Let's go inside our footer, make this full screen, and inside the footer, let me say that for let's say for medium screens, then I want the grid columns to be 2. So let's display it as a grid first of all, and then for medium screens, let's say grid dash columns dash 2. For medium screen, let's say gap dash 8, and we're going to have 1, 2, 3, and 4, and 5. Oh, wait a minute. It's 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and then, oh my goodness. So that means that we're going to have to do a bit of restructuring here, where we are going to grab these 3, cut them out, and then place them inside a UL of their own and paste them in, and then copy this and then paste it here. We're probably going to have to do that. That shouldn't change much. It shouldn't change much. But hey, who are we? Let's say that for large screens, then the grid columns should be 4. Let's see. Reload this, make sure it reloads. So 1, 2, 3, 4. And so now what we need to do is we want this to come here. So we're going to have to grab these 2 articles, cut them out, place them inside a div, so that this is going to act like one div that has 2 items. Save this. Let's see what we have. That this comes here. And then we need this one and this one to behave like one div. So we need the button, so this article as well as this article, cut them out, paste them inside a div of their own, and it should do that. Okay. And so what we need to do is this article is no longer going to be here, is no longer going to have these 2 ULs. Instead, I'm going to cut this out and create another article here with a class of margin y of 8 with this UL inside, which is going to do that. And then now we just need to reset the stylings just a bit. And remember how we have margin on the y, or on the y of everything? We're also going to remove that, because you can see that this pushes downwards a bit. And let's just make sure that nothing breaks that much on mobile screens before we can continue to style them out. And here we just need to remove the margin on the y. So we need to have margin on the top. No, we need to have margin on the bottom. So remove margin on the top. We can just have margin on the bottom, so that this should remove this space here. Reload. Oh, it doesn't, because now this one should have margin on the top. There we go. And you know what? This should be margin top of 8 and margin bottom of 2, because it has a gap of 2 here as well. I think that should fix it. There we go. Fantastic. And so we are going to have this. Let's now reset the styles here, and we're going to say, where is it? These are the social media icons. So what we need to do is we need to reset the styles, and we're going to say that for medium screens, then the margin should be 0. Let me see. Reload. There we go. And then we're going to copy this class, paste it here, and then we are going to go into this last div here. And how the last div is structured is, let me see. You can see that this is pushed to the end. It's as though the text align is set to the right. So let's try and do that here in our application by going inside this div, giving this a class of, let's say that for medium screens, then the text should be right. Let me see whether that is going to text align to the right. It doesn't, because here, let me say that for medium screen, that the text should be, is there a text align auto? No, text left. It's going to push it to the left, but why? Okay, so that means that this should now say text align right. Okay, so that happens, but we don't want this to happen. So therefore, we need to limit our footer as well, just like we did here. Let me see. Yeah, we need to limit our footer as well with a max width of, was it 7XL? So let's grab the entirety of this. Ooh, that is going to be a problem. It is going to be a problem because notice how we have displayed grid on the footer. So if I add a max width of 7XL here, then the footer background is not going to go all the way to the end. Look at that. So that means that we need to grab everything inside the footer, cut it out, and place it inside a div with a class of max width dash 7XL with a class of MX auto. And then what we need to do now is we need to grab the classes here, these classes here, minus the max width. So remove the max width, and then just paste them inside here. Paste them inside so that now our background color, which is set on the footer, is going to remain intact. And then now these other elements are going to have the same styles. Okay, looking quite nice. Just reload to make sure everything is correct. And then we need to remove the padding X of 5 here. So let me say that for XL screens here, come on. For XL screens, then the padding X should be 0. To remove the padding X of 5. And let me see, why is this not aligned to the right? Let's go to the bottom here. Oh, it's text center. So let's say that for medium screen, then the text should be right. We should push it to the right. There we go. Oh, and of course we need to now bring this text to the left. So inside here where we have text center, we're just going to say that for medium screen, then the text should say, it should go back to the left. Copy this class and paste it here. We should bring this text back to the left. Reload to make sure. Reload. Come on, really? Oh, you know what? It's because of the justify stuff. So we need to do the following as well. So click here and hold down the Alt key and click here. And we're going to say that for medium screens, then I want the justify. So just justify to go back to the start. Let's see. Of course, it doesn't work because therefore then I'm going to say that for medium screens, then the items should go back to the start as well. Reload, come on, that should work. Okay, there we go. There we go. Fantastic. So that is our footer. And then now let's go ahead and deal with our showcase, which I do not like. So let's see how the showcase looks like. So it's one article and then the other article. And so let's go ahead and do this. We are going to do this. Let's go into our first section, which is right below the header here. Let's give this section a class of grid. Oops. Grid with grid columns -1 with a gap of 8 to begin with. And then let's say that for large screens, then the grid columns should be 2. Should display the font here. Reload. There we go. So, okay, so I made a mistake. Yes, I did. I made a mistake. I want this article to appear first. So that would mean that I just grab this article here, cut it out, and paste it below this article. But that is going to break something on mobile screens, because now on mobile screens, we want the image to appear first. So what we're going to do here is we're going to go back into this grid and we are going to say this. We're going to remove this and we're going to say that by default on mobile screens, we want it to be as a flex box with a flex column of reverse, which means the image is going to appear first. Flex column reverse. Okay, there we go. It hadn't reloaded. And then you know what? That actually fixes it. And then we can see that for large screens, then display as a grid. And then for large screens, then grid columns should be 2. And then for large screens, and you know what? I can just add a gap of 8 even on small screens. That's looking okay. So just to make sure, it's going to look like this. And then we are going to make it better looking. Reload. This hasn't reloaded. Okay, there we go. And then I want that on large screens, this text should move downwards. So let's go ahead and say that for large screens, then place items center, which is going to bring this downwards and that upwards just a bit. Oh, okay. Now we need to do something here. We need to go back to the header. And actually, first of all, we need to limit this. We need to limit this article, and this article is the text here. we're going to say max width dash 7xl. Is that enough? Actually, that's not correct. Is that correct? Let me say that for large screens, then I want the text to go back to the left as well. So left. And then here, let's reduce this to about 3xl. Tailwind, come on, stop doing that. Okay, let's say max width dash large. I just want to see whether this is going to apply. Okay, so that applies. And the reason why I'm not adding a max width on these images is because notice how the design looks. So the image goes all the way to the end. So I don't want to limit the image. And so now let's do this. Let's increase the size of this H1. It's very small. So let's say that for large screens, then the text should be, let's say 5XL. How big is that? Reload. Oh my goodness, this is really annoying. Let's increase this to XL. Make it a bit bigger. Do I want that? Do I really want that? Let me see what MX Auto does. Okay, there we go. That's actually much better. Let's see, digital banking, take your financial data. Oh, and this needs to have a class of BTN. Remember, we added a global class of BTN. So I'll give this a class of BTN, which should apply the styles here correctly. And then let's see, I want this image to move upwards and I want these to move inwards. So what I'm going to do is inside the header, I'm going to give the header a max width of 7XL and an MX of auto as well to push this inwards. So that we're going to have this. Let me see. Why is this pushed inwards so much? It's because of what? Padding Y of 5. So let's say that for extra large screen, then the padding X should be 0, should bring it a bit to the left. And now it is completely on the line. There we go. Okay. So that we're going to have that. And then now what we need to do is this. Let me give this header a BG of white because I've just realized that the header has a background color of white. It has a background color of white. Oh, and you know what? That might actually fix the error that we were having in the beginning. And notice how like the max width only applies up to where the header ends. That is the same logic that we did on the footer. So we're just going to grab everything inside here up to the closing header tag. Let's put inside the div with a class of bg-white. Actually, no, that's not correct. This div, okay, you know what, let me just display the div first of all. It's actually even confusing me. And then what you need to do is the max width and this should apply on this div. So give this a class and paste this in, which should now change the styles a bit, which means that now we need to grab the styles here up to here, cut this out, paste them inside here, remove this bg of white from here. Actually, that's not correct. Remove this class of padding x0 from here and paste it here. Wait, is that correct? Is that correct? So if I remove this from here and add it here, should apply still. Okay, there we go. So that is our header. Now let's go where we have our absolutely positioned image. Let's give this a minus top of 10. Should now go behind minus top 10. Why are you here? There we go. Okay, so added the background image, fixed it. So that now let's say margin top of 20. And then let's see, you know what, let's style it for mobile screens first of all, because I need to see how this looks. So actually, no, this looks fine even on mobile. What we need to do now is just display it correctly for larger screens. And for large screens, let me see. So it's upwards and outwards. So let's say this. Let's say minus top 32, and then let's say minus right of 20 to push it outwards. Reload. There we go, there we go. But notice how it introduces a horizontal scroll bar. We're going to fix that in a minute. For now, let's do this. I want that this style should apply only on large screens, because I don't want it to move it to the right on small screens. So on small screens, this is always going to be positioned like so. And then on large screens, then it's going to be positioned to the minus right of 20. That's looking much, much better. And then now what we need to do is, let me just remember what we needed to do. Let me just remember. Yes, we need to cancel the overflow. We need to remove this overflow. So let's go into our CSS, and then inside the body here, we're going to say @apply, and we're going to say that for large screens, then we want the overflow to be hidden. So basically, don't show the wait a minute. We don't want the overflow on the x-axis, because we want to be able to scroll downward still. So we're going to say overflow -x-axis to be hidden, which means that now we can scroll up and down, but we can't scroll left and right. And then now finally, let's deal with our header, our navbar. And our navbar looks how when it is open. Let me just remember. So it looks like this when it is open. So let's go back into the mobile design, and we're going to have this. Let's place this here, and let's go ahead and start styling our navbar, and our navbar should be this one here. And now it's not going to be hidden, except that I was just placing it to be hidden so that we can style out the rest of the the thing is that we had. So let's say this, and you know, for this I'm just going to style it out manually. Not really manually, but inside our index.css. And right above the body, I'm going to access the navbar, and I'm going to say @apply, and I'm going to say I want it to be absolutely positioned, absolute, and I want it to the top by 20 with a width of 11 out of 12, so about 90%. Let me see how this looks. You know what, let me place this here, and we're going to have that. And then we're going to say this, give this a class of bg white. There we go. Let's give it a z index of 50 so that it is placed above the content. And then let's say give it a padding all round of 8 with a rounded of large with a shadow of 2xl. What is the drop shadow? Shadow 2xl. Let me say shadow 4xl. Is there shadow 4xl? No, there isn't. Shadow 3xl should be there. No, there isn't. So shadow 2xl is the largest. And then let's say this. Let's go inside the navbar, and inside the ULs, let's give this a class of flex. So let's say @apply flex. I can type flex. Okay. And then let's say flex-call. And then let's say items-center and justify-center. Center, which should bring everything to the center. There we go. Let's give it a gap of 4 to separate them out. Reload to make sure it's separated out. Gap, not gap. Gap of 4. There we go. There we go. And you know what? This box shadow is a bit too small for me, so let me add it manually. So let's say give this a box shadow of, let's say 10 pixels, 10 pixels, 10 pixels, and let's say RGBA 0000.4. How large is that? Too small. Let's say 50 pixels each. Okay, still too small. 100 pixels. Okay. 100 pixels. Let's say 500 pixels. Doesn't work. It doesn't work. I think it's because I'm giving it some weird values. Anyways, okay, so you know what? This is the horizontal. So I want it to 0 on the horizontal. And then on the vertical, I want 100 pixels and 100 pixels on the blur. So let's see. So let's change this to 500 pixels. Let's see. So it's now here. So let's bring it to 300. Bring it about here. 200. Right there. That is much better, because that is how, like, that is almost how it looks in the design, but I think the blur radius is a bit bigger. So let's bring it the blur radius to about 300. Let's make this to about 0.8 to make it just a bit darker. Okay, and you know what, probably this tells us should be applied when the navbar is open only, and so we are going to have this looking quite nice. Now this is when the navbar is open. So what you need to do is, I want this styles to only apply when the navbar has a class of open, so navbar.open, so that when I save this, then this is going to disappear. And you can see that it doesn't really disappear because now it appears here. And what we need to do is we need to make this offset so that it goes away from the screen. So I'm going to say access the navbar once again, and I'm going to say add apply, and I want it to be absolutely positioned, and then let's say minus left or full to bring it away from the left, to bring it like not away from the left, but like completely out of the screen. And then we are going to say that when the navbar is open here, bring it to the left by 0. And then that is going to be how the navbar behaves. And then now we can go inside our index.html. We can give this a just class of open, and we should see our navbar. There we go. And you know what, not even left of 0 should be left of auto, should be correct. There we go, so that it is now, it adds the proper margin on the left and right. So now let's go ahead and do this. We need to access our button here, so that when you click on it, then the navbar shows. Okay, so remember how we're going to remove this from here, and remember how we linked our script file on the bottom right here. We can go into our index.js, and then you can say, let's grab the navbar. So const navbar is equal to document.query selector. Query selector. We want to select the nav element, and then we need our menu button. So const menu button is equal to document.get element by ID, and I'm going to give it an ID of menu button. So let me give it this ID before JavaScript throws us an error. So right, where is it? Come on, should be this one. Give this a class, not a class, sorry, but an ID of menu dash button, and save this. And so we're going to be adding an event listener on the menu button, so that when you click on it, then we toggle the class of open on the navbar. So we're going to say menu button dot add event listener, and we're listening for a click event on the menu button, and then we're going to pass in our function here, and we're going to say that when you click on the menu button, then you want to toggle the navbar. So navbar dot class list dot toggle and we want to toggle the class of open on the navbar. So we can save this, and then let's try it out. You can see that now this is working. So because it's toggle, you can click on it and it appears and disappears appropriately. So now what you need to do is, let's just add a very slight transition here, and I'm going to say transition dash all with a duration of 500. That is much better. And so now what we need to do is just make sure that it scales up properly on larger screens. So on large screens, this is how it's going to look. See that? It looks quite nice on larger screens, except that I want this to disappear on large screens, and then I want this to move to the right. And so let's go ahead and do that. So on large screens, let's go inside our index.html, and inside this div, we're going to say that on large screens, so class equals to, and say that for large screens, then this should display as hidden, so that now it disappears, and you can see that this goes to the right. And then this needs to have a class of btn. So right here, let's say btn. We should restyle that. There we go. And then we need to display our navbar. So right here. And so how we're going to do that is, we're going to add a media query here, and we're going to say that for large screens, then the left should be 0. It's meaning it should bring it back to the left on large screens. There we go. And then we're going to say that for large screens, then position this as relative, no longer as absolute. We should bring it here. And then now what we need to do is this. We need to go inside the UL, and we're going to say that for large screens, then the flex should be raw. We should now place this in raw form. And let me see, let me check something. Let me check. It's a bit lighter font on large screens. So let's do this. Let's access the nav ULLI, And is it the LIs only? The LI on the button. So the navio LI button, and then let's say at apply text slate -900 with an opacity of -75. And you know what, I only want the styles to apply on large screens, so let's say that for large screens here and then for large screens here, so that now this is just a bit lighter. And you know what, let's even make it smaller. So let's say for large screens, then text small, make it just a bit smaller. And then let's increase the gap here and say that for large screens, then the gap should be 8. How large is that? Yeah, that is much better. And then now what we need to do is this. Let me add a very slight box shadow on the header because this is barely visible. So inside the header here, let's add a very slight box shadow. So shadow. There we go. Like just to accentuate it a bit. And let me try something. Let me say shadow slate -200. Make the box shadow even lighter. Let's say 50 or 100. Make it even lighter. And you know what, slate is very slightly blue. Let me change it to neutral. Let me see. Make it very light, 200. It's a bit of like trial and error, as you can see, to get it how you want it to look like. Let's bring it back to 100. Yeah, let's just leave it at 100. It's bothering me. 200. Oh my god, it's bothering me. It's bothering me. Okay, let's leave it at 200. And then now what we need to do is this. Notice how, like, if you are to scale this up, if the navbar is not open, then nothing really happens, right? But if you scale this up with the navbar open, then it breaks. So let's fix that as well. And we're going to do this. Let's go back into our index.css. And then we're going to be accessing this class of open, where we're going to say this. So right here, we're going to say that for large screens, then the background should be transparent, bg transparent. And then for large screens, then take this back to relative to have a position of relative. For large screens, then the left should be 0. For large screens, then bring it back to the top of 0. For large screens, the width should be auto. And then for, let's say for large screens, then the padding should be 0. And then let's say for large screens, then the rounded should be none. And what we're basically doing is just resetting all the styles that we had here. And then save this. And before you save it, let me see whether I can remove the box shadow. So let's say for large screens, then the shadow should be none. I don't know whether I can remove it from here or whether I have to add my own custom media query. So let's save this. And okay, our box shadow still appears. Our box shadow still appears. So let's go ahead and do this. Let's say at media, and let's add a min width of 10.4 pixels, which is large screens. Let's access the nav and the dot open, and let's say the box shadow should be none, which is going to remove our box shadow. And there we go, looking quite nice. And now you can try it out. You can see that if the navbar is open and you scale it up, then it resets properly. And then if the navbar is not open, then it resets properly as well. And would you look at that? That is going to be our project. That is going to be our project, looking quite nice. Oh, this should align to the left. That should align to the left. So latest articles. So latest articles here. Let's say that for medium screens, then text dash left. And you know what I've just realized that this text is a bit too small. The text is a bit too small here and here. Oh, wait a minute. This is an H2. This is an H2, but it looks smaller than this one. What? This is an H2. How? Okay, remove this from here. It's because I added a custom style. Yes, make it bigger. And then let's fix this from going all the way to the end. So right around here, let's grab this, place it inside an article with a max width of 7XL with an MX of auto. And then paste this in. We should now limit it right there, and that's looking quite nice. It does look nice. So yeah, that is going to be the project. You can deploy this if you want. Okay, and you know what, let's just go ahead and deploy it. So let's go ahead, let me create a GitHub repository, close this and close this, and then we can close this now. Just make sure that we don't have any errors. Okay, close all of these, close them down and close this. And then now what I'm going to do is I'm also going to log into Netlify, where I'm going to deploy this. So I'm going to create a new repository, and I'm going to call this repository easybank. So easybank-yt, and then it's going to be a public repository. So let's go ahead and create repository, and then let's log into Netlify, and then inside here let's copy this, and then let's just say git init, which is going to initialize an empty git repository here inside our work folder. And then I'm going to say okay, before you continue you don't want to commit 1,000 items here, because these 1,000 items consist of node modules as well. You can see node modules. So before you continue, go into your git ignore and then add the node modules folder. The node modules. Okay, so it was a good idea to show the committing this to GitHub. So what that does is that it ignores the node modules folder. You can see that now we only have 37 items. Okay, and then let's continue and do the, let's say git add all, and let's say git, okay, add, okay, git commit -m, let's say initial commit and project complete, and then let's say git remote add origin, and then paste in the link to our remote repository, and then git push -u origin main, which is going to push it to this repository. And then once it pushes, then we can deploy it. So just give it a moment. And so there we go. And then once we reload this, then you can see that we have our commit here with our landing page readme. And then now let's go ahead and just say add new site and import existing project from GitHub. And then the repository is called easybank-yt. Let's search for it, and searching, and there we go. And then let's just go ahead and say deploy site, which should deploy our website correctly. So just give it a moment, and then let's change the site name here into TSB. Let's say easybank. There we go. Short and sweet. And then it should have deployed. So let's test this out. Okay, it's not deployed yet. So let's check our deploy. So starting up, still starting up. Okay, so I'm going to cut to when this has deployed, because I don't want to wait here for a moment, because the last time that I tried to deploy it, it had an issue where like it deployed the next day, literally after 24 hours. So I don't want to like keep on recording. So I'm just going to stop the recording, and then once it deploys, then I'm going to show you that it has deployed. Okay, so this is our website right here. So let's open this up, and we're going to see that we have our easybank looking quite nice. There we go. So this is going to be our website. Let's copy this link. Let's go into Frontend Mentor. Let's say submit solution. Let's say paste in the live site URL. Copy this, paste in the repository URL, and let's give it the title of mobile first easybank landing page in let's say vanilla HTML and Tailwind CSS, always one character remaining. Let's deploy this. Oh, sorry, submit it, and then we can close this down. We can close this, and we can close this, and there we go. You can see, you can go ahead and view solution. It's probably going to be like not what you expect. Where's our solution? Okay, here it is. So we almost got it. Probably just made everything a bit bigger. Oh, you know what would have fixed it? If we made if we reduced the max width, then it probably would have made it like almost to the T. So that's looking quite nice. Can make the H1 bigger. We can make this section bigger. Yeah. And then we can go ahead and also make the footer just a bit smaller. But yeah, that does look nice. Hello everyone, today we're going to be building the room homepage landing page from Frontend Mentor. So you can head over into frontendmentor.io/challenges. You can search for this challenge and then we can begin. And so I'm going to begin by saying visit Challenge Hub. And then I can download the starter files, but I already have them downloaded. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up my downloads folder. And inside my downloads folder, I have a zip file called room homepage master. I can just right click and then I can say extract here, which is going to extract into this folder right here. And I'm going to right click on this and just say open with code. And then now what I'm going to do is, because we're going to be building this out in Tailwind CSS and reactjs, I also have my command line open where I want to create a new React application. So I'm going to cd into my desktop and into a folder on my desktop called fm challenges. And then inside here, I'm going to run npx create react app, and I'm going to call this app room homepage yt. And then I'm going to let this finish running and then we can begin. And before actually I begin, I should mention that if you try to run this and it doesn't work, you should check whether you have Node.js installed by saying node -- version, which will give you the current version of Node.js that you're running. And you can as well run npx -- version, which will give you the version of npx that you're running, and npm -- version as well. If none of these three commands don't work, then you can head over to https://nodejs.org and download and install Node.js on your system. So let me go ahead and say npx create react app, and I'm going to call this room homepage -yt. And then once it finishes running, then we're going to continue. As we begin, then please subscribe to the channel if you're not already, and ring the notification bell so that you're always going to be notified of when I upload a new video. Okay, so now that this has finished running, what I'm going to do is I want to open another instance of Visual Studio Code into this folder. So I'm going to say code into room homepage -yt. And then now I can close this up, and then I'm going to place this to the left, and I'm going to place my code editor to the right. And this part is the zip file that we extracted, and this is our React application. So what I'm going to do is I want to copy the style guide, this readme template. If my computer is going to wake up. Okay, there we go. So this one, and then we also need to copy the index HTML, the images and the design. And then I'm just going to drag and drop them inside here. Drag and drop, and then just say copy folders. So replace and replace. And then inside this git ignore, I'm going to select everything. So copy. And then inside my React application git ignore, I'm going to go to the bottom of this and paste this in. And then now I can close this, and then I can place this to be full screen. And then let me change this line to line 35, and then this one to line 36, and then change this into line 29. So you can go ahead and save this, and then now we can go ahead into our source folder. We are going to delete the app.css, the app.js, the logo, report.vitals, and the setup tests. And then inside the index.js, we're going to remove this because we have deleted this file. And then we're going to remove this one as well. And then inside the index.css, we're going to remove this. And then we're going to be resetting the font family here. We can remove the margin from here. We're going to reset the font family once we get the font. And then inside app.js, we're going to remove these two because we have deleted them. And then we're going to return just a fragment inside here with an h1 that says room homepage. from homepage. Save this, and then now let's go ahead into our style guide, and we're going to be getting a font called Spartan. We are getting the 500, 600, and 700 font weights. So just control and click, which is going to open up this link, and it says this page does not exist. Let's search for Spartan. Let me see this font. So this is the font that we want to use, but I think it has been removed from Google Fonts, or it has been renamed to this one. So I just want to confirm that the font matches. Yeah, it does match. You can see that it does match. So this is the font that we're going to use. So let's get League Spartan, and then let's go ahead and grab the 500, the 600, and the 700. And then let's just go ahead and use the import. So import this, copy this, and then let's paste it inside here. Open up index.css. On top of this, let's paste it on top, and then we can remove the font family here. Let's specify League Spartan with a fallback of sans serif. And then before we go ahead and spin up our dev server, I want to install Tailwind CSS. So open up your integrated terminal, and then you can navigate into Tailwind CSS docs, Tailwind. And then inside the framework guides, you can go into create React app, and then you can just copy these two links. So you can copy both of these, copy, and then paste them inside here. And then let this run, and then once they run, then we are going to go ahead and copy this part here, which we're going to paste into our Tailwind config file. There we go. So let the second one also run to create our Tailwind config file right here. Taking a while. Okay, there we go. So Tailwind config file, and then inside here, inside the content, we're going to paste this in, and then let's go ahead and also paste this into our index.css. So inside the index.css, let me just go below this, paste this in, and then now we can go ahead and say npm run start, which is going to start our server. So npm run start, and then as that spins up, look at the functionality for this. So we are building a header, and then we are building this section, which is a slider. So we should be able to click on these two arrow keys, which is going to let me see where it is. So this is the first slide, and then the second slide when we click on this one, and then the third slide when we click on this one, and then we can click on the previous one to go to the previous slides. And then on the bottom, these don't change, so this is going to be static, but our slider is going to be on the top. So we're going to have three components. The first one is going to be our header, which is going to be this one, which holds the logo and the navbar. The second one is going to be our slider, and then the third one is going to be this section on the bottom. So what I'm going to do is let's go ahead and create our header.js. So inside here, inside our source folder, let's create a new folder called components. And then inside components, let's create header.js, header.js. And then I know that we are going to need our logo. So inside the images, I just want to go ahead and grab this logo. And what I'm going to do is, let's see, I'm going to say inside the source folder, let me create a new folder called images. And then inside here, I just want to drag and drop this logo into the images folder. And actually, you know what? I'm doing something wrong. You know what I should have done is this. Let me take this back on top. Let me delete this images folder. And then what I need to do is let me just remove the favicon from here. So that is our server starting up. So let me remove the favicon. Let me drag and drop the favicon into the public folder, and then just drag and drop it. And then I'm going to delete this second favicon because we don't need it. And then now what I'm going to do is this. I'm going to copy this images folder. I'm going to copy it, and you're going to see why in a moment. And then inside the source folder, I'm going to paste it in. So paste in our images. And then now what we need to do is this, the mobile hero. So these hero images and these three hero images, we're going to delete them from here. So delete them. And then now what we're going to do is this. We're going to go back into the public folder. Into our images folder here. And then we're going to delete the rest of these images here, but only leave the hero images. So delete this. so that we only remain in the hero images. And then now this images folder that is remaining here, we're going to drag and drop it into the public folder. Okay, so the reason why I'm doing that is we are going to be serving our images from the public folder because we want to create an array of objects for it, and you're going to see why. So once you have that, then let's go inside the index.html, and then let's change the title here into Frontend Mentor. Let's call this room homepage, and then we can also change the theme color here into F1, 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 or white. You can have it as white or this very slight gray, it's okay. And then let's close this out. Let's close this as well. And then inside the header, let's go ahead and grab our logo. So inside the header.js, I'm just going to say RFC, and inside here we're going to return a fragment, and then we're going to get the header element, and then the header element is going to be structured as follows. We're going to have a div, and then inside this div we're going to have an image. The image is going to be the logo, which we're going to import, and then we're also going to have a navbar, but for now it's just going to be empty. And then we're going to have another div, and this div is going to be a button, and this button is going to be an image, and this image is going to be our hamburger icon for mobile images, for mobile screens, sorry. So let me call this menu, and then let's go ahead and import these two icons. So I'm going to say import logo from /images / logo.svg, and then let's also import our menu. So import menu from /images / icon -hamburger.svg should be the one, this one. And then let's go ahead and save this, and then let's import our header into our app.js. So right here now, instead of rendering room homepage, which we should see on the screen by the way here, then I want to render our header. So render the header component like so, and we should see our logo. And let's reload this. Let me see. Okay, so we should see our logo, but we don't see them because they are white in color. So we are going to see them once we add our background image. And because we're going to be building this mobile first, let me place this to the right, and then let me place this to the left. And you know what, let me close this, and then we can close this. And then now let's go ahead and build our showcase. So the first showcase is going to be this. Let me just call this showcase by the way, showcase.js. And then now what we want to do is I'm going to say RFC to generate the function component, and then we're going to return a fragment, and then this fragment is going to be as follows. I can just render an h1 for now that says showcase, and then inside app.js I can render the showcase here, and we should see showcase right there. So inside the showcase, because we have 3 slides, we know this is the third slide, and then this is the second one, and then this is the first one. What we want to do is we want to make an array of objects which is going to hold this data, and then we're just going to be mapping over it and then displaying it on the screen using use state. So what I'm going to do is right on top, we're going to import use state from React. This is a comma, so use state from React, and then I'm just going to initialize my state value, and I'm going to call it items. So const items is equal to use state, and we're going to be using some data which we're going to create. So right below this, let me create data. So I'm going to say const data is equal to an array of objects, and this is going to be structured as follows. So it's going to have an ID. I'm just going to give it an ID of 1 for the first slide, and then we're going to say this for the title of the first slide. So title, we can go inside our index.html file which we copied here, and then we are just going to do a bit of copying and pasting. Let me place this full screen so it's easier. So this is the title for the first one. Copy this and paste it here, and then the description for the first one, you can call this something else if you want. I'm just going to call it description, so desk like so, and I'm just going to copy this, and then paste it inside here. Now you'll notice that for all 3 slides, they all have a button that says shop now. So instead of adding the button inside here, inside our array of objects, then I'm just going to add it in when we build out like our UI. So let's remove this space from here, and then remove this space as well, so that we don't have any errors. And then let's just copy this down 2 more times. So go Shift Alt and down, so 1 and 2, and then change this into 2, and then change this to 3, and then we can go ahead and change these titles. So change this title, the second one says this, copy, paste it here, and then the description says this. Copy and paste it inside here. Remove this space to remove the error, this one as well. And then the third one says this. Copy this, paste it here, and then the text as well. Copy and paste, and then remove this space, remove this space, so that we're going to have this. Now we also need to have the mobile images and the desktop images, because look at this. Inside the public folder we have the desktop hero, and then we also have the mobile hero images. So we are going to do this. For the first one, I'm going to have the mobile image like so. So mobile is going to be coming from /images, and /images because we are accessing the images from the public folder. That's why we can do this. So they are being served statically. So /images, and this first image is called mobile image hero -1.jpg, and then just copy this down and then change this into desktop like so. And then let's copy this and then paste it here, change this into mobile 2, change this into desktop 2, and then copy this down, change this into mobile 3 and desktop 3, so that we are targeting the correct images. And now let's go ahead and let's map over our data that we have inside here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a section. So inside here I'm going to say items.map, and then for every item that I get back, so the object that we are going to get back when you map over it, I'm calling it an item. And then we can also access the index of every single item. And then what we're going to do is we're going to return an article with the key of item.id. You can have the key to be the index as well, but because I gave it an ID, I'm just going to say item.id. And then inside here we're going to have a div, and then this div is going to be our image. And because we have the mobile image and the desktop images, we are not going to be using this. We're going to be using the picture tag, which is going to help us to toggle between mobile or desktop images depending on the device width. So inside here we're going to have a source, and then we're going to have a media for this. What is it? Media is equal to, let's say, min width, let's say, of 768 pixels. Close this, and then we want to see that the source set for this is going to be coming from the item.desktop, and then close this out. And then we're going to have a default image. The source for this image is going to say item.mobile, and then the alt attribute, in case the image fails to load, we're just going to say item.title. Why does art keep on adding? Okay. And so what this will do is that it's going to check for this particular width, and when the device exceeds this width, then it's going to show the desktop image. Otherwise it's just going to show the mobile image. And then once we have this div here, we're going to create another div, and then this div is going to have an h1, which is going to say item.title, and then below this we're going to have a paragraph, which is going to say item.description.desk. And then below this paragraph we're going to have a button, and then this button is going to say shop now. But remember that this button has an arrow, so it has this arrow that we need to add. So I'm going to add an image here. The source for this is going to be the arrow, which we're going to import. And then because the image is decorative, then we don't need to have the alt attribute. You can have it if you want. And then let's go ahead and import the arrow image. So import arrow from dot slash images /icon-arrow.svg. And then let's go ahead and save this, and let's see what we have on the screen. We should have our images. So we have our first image, our second image, and our third image. Now let's go ahead and style this out. So I can place this to the left, and then let's go inside this image here. Let's give this a class name of width-full, which will make it go to the end. And then let's go inside this h1, give this h1 a class name of text-3xl. Let me see how big that is. Okay, and then let's say that for large screens the text should be 5xl, make it bigger. And then let's go inside this div, give this div a class name of padding all round of 8 to push all the content inwards. And then let's say that for large screens then the padding should be 12. We're going to see how that looks we might have to readjust this. And then let's go inside the paragraph. So inside this paragraph, give this paragraph a class name of text slate-900 with an opacity of 75 to make it lighter. And then let's give it a margin on the top of 8 and margin bottom of 12 to push away from the button. That's too large, too large. Let's just say let me say margin on the Y of 6. Let me see how that looks. I think that's manageable. And then let's go back inside the H1. Let's also give the H1 a text of slate-900 so that it's not completely black. It's barely visible, but it's not completely black now. And then now what we're going to do is inside this button, we're going to give this button a class name of flex so that this image goes here. And then I'm going to say items-center. And then I'm going to say give this a gap of around 4 to push the image away. And then let's go inside. Actually, you know what? Still inside here, we need this image to be uppercase. So let's say uppercase to make the text uppercase. There we go. And then we also need to increase the letter spacing. So I can say tracking dash widest here. Let me see how large that is. And this isn't all that. Let me see. See, the letter spacing is a bit more on these ones, right? So let's do this. Instead of adding this inside here, let me add a style object. So style is equal to this, and then let's say letter spacing. Let's specify a letter spacing of about 0.5 rem. I think that is much better, or 0.7. I think that is much better. So this is going to be our button. And then for the button, when we hover over it, we want the opacity to reduce to about 75 so that this happens, because that is the hover state for the button. If you check the hover state, let me see, look at this. So when you hover over it, then the button reduces its opacity. So let's go ahead and do this now. We can have, so this is how all these slides look, and then on bigger screens they look like this. So on bigger screens we're going to have to readjust this just a bit. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's go back inside our section, and so inside our section we're going to do this. We're going to say that give this a class name of grid and grid columns -1. And then what we need to do is that we're going to say that for large screens that the grid columns should be 2. Let me see if that works. Nope, that is not the correct thing to do. The correct thing is to remove this from here and then paste it inside this article here. That should do it. There we go. So on large screens, this is how it looks. And then, by the way, the header is here. That's why we have this space on top. Okay, so let's go ahead now and let's add our buttons. So our buttons, our previous and next buttons. So let's go ahead into, let me see. Let me go outside of this div. And actually, you know what? Let me go inside this div. And inside this div, we're going to have a UL with 2 list items. And these list items are going to be buttons. And these buttons are going to have images. So the source for this first image is going to be, what is it? Let me just confirm. Here, it's called icon angle left. So let me just call this left. And then let me call this right. And then let's import these 2 images. So on top, let me copy this downwards. So I'm going to say import left. And this is import right. This one is called icon angle left, and then the second one is called icon angle right. So let's go ahead. When I save this, we should see something on the screen, but it is okay. There we go. So they're both here. You can see them here. So we want to position this UL absolute within this image. So I'm going to say give this a class name of absolute, and then bring it to the bottom by 0. Bring it to the right by 0, and this is going to mess up a bit. And let me just give it let me go where? Let me go inside these list items maybe. Or you know what, let me go inside the buttons. So here and here, give this a class name of BG black, and we should see where they are. You can see that now they are here. Now the reason why they are here is because they are positioned absolute but within the body, but we want them to be positioned absolute within this div. So inside this div, we're going to give this div a class name of relative, which is now going to position each of these buttons relative to like the apparent div, which is the image, as you can see. So that we're going to have this. Now let's go ahead inside these images. So here and here, give this a class name of padding all around of around 8. How big is that? That's quite big. Let's say 6. And then what we're going to do is inside the UL, we're going to give this UL a class of flex to display them side by side. And then bottom, so it's not completely to the bottom. So let me say give it a negative bottom of around 2. Let me see how that is. Almost, let's say bottom 3. And that is much better. And then now what we need to do is we need to have the hover state on the button. So right here, so click here and then hold down the Alt key and then click here. So we're going to say hover and we're going to say, let's say BG gray dash, how much is it? 700 maybe. Let me see. Almost, that is not really the correct color. Let me say BG neutral. How is this? Yeah, that is much better. That is much better. So BG neutral 700, and then let's also have a transition. So transition all the elements with a duration of 200, so that like it doesn't just pop in. You can see that now like it kind of like has a fade in and fade out. And then now let's do this. Let's increase the padding on the top and bottom of these two. And you know what? I don't even need to increase the padding because this is displayed as a grid. So what I can do is that for large screens, I can say place items center. I think that is the correct class. Is it? Let's see. There we go. So that now it is completely centered. I mean, perfectly centered, so to speak. And so now we have this. So the next thing that we need to do is let's position our header absolute so that we can actually see it. So inside the header, let's go inside here, give this a class name of absolute, which is now going to bring it here. And then let's give it a z index of about 10 to put it on top of the cards. So right there, now we can see our images. So let's give it a padding all round of 8. And then let's say width dash full, so that is going to happen. And then inside here, let's also give it a class of flex and items dash start and justify dash start. Actually, is that correct? This is not how the mobile design is, but we're going to figure that out in a moment. For now, let's go ahead and let's just get the bottom part of this. And our bottom part is these 3 articles. So for these 3 articles, I'm just going to give, I'm going to create another component. And I'm going to call this component section 2. So section2.js. And then inside here, we know that we need this dark background and this light background. And the images are called about dark and about light. So, oops, let me just say RFC. And then on top of this, let's say import, let's say about dark from /images / image -about -dark.jpg. Copy this downwards, change this into light, and then change this into light. And then inside here, let's return a fragment, and then we're going to return a section. And then this section is going to be articles. So the first article is going to be the image, which is the about dark. So about dark. And then the second article is going to be an H2 that says about our furniture. So about our furniture. And then it's going to have a paragraph. This paragraph says this. Let me go inside the index.html here. Let's copy this. So this one. And then let's paste it inside here. And then below this article, we're going to have another article, which is going to be an image. The source for this image is the about light. So about light. And so let's save this, and then let's see what we have on the screen. And of course, we have nothing because I need to import it in app.js. So section 2, and remember to import it on the top. So save this, and then now we should see our images. So we have about dark, we have this text, and then we have this one. So let's go ahead and style it out. On mobile screens, they're stacked one on top of the other. But what I want to do is here, I want to give this image a class name of width-full, and then just copy this and then paste it here as well. And then what we're going to do is inside this section, we're going to give this section a class name of grid and grid-columns-1. It's not going to have a gap. And then we're going to say that for large screens, then we're going to say grid-columns-3. And then let's see, let me save this. Let's see what we have. So we have 1, 2, 3 on large screens, and then on less than large screens, they're going to stack one on top of the other. So the dark image, then the text, then the light image. So what you need to do is inside this h2, give this a class name of font dash semi-bold, let's say text dash 2xl, and then for large screens, let's say text dash 3xl. Let's change this into uppercase, and then let's go inside this paragraph, give this a class name of text slate dash 900 with an opacity of dash 75, and then let's say margin on the top of 6. I think I had a margin of 6 on this paragraph. Let me check. It is a 6, yes. So let's save this, and then let's see what we have. So we have this looking nice. And then now what we need to do is we're going to go inside this article, give this article a class name of padding all round of 8 to push everything inwards, like so. And then you know what, let me see how 12 looks like. And 12 does look nice, but I've just remembered that I had a padding all round of 12 on large screens. So let me specify this to be on large screens, and then on small screens I had a padding of 8, just like we did on top. And you can see that this is now how our design looks. And of course now we just need to handle our top part. And so let's go ahead and now do this. Let's go ahead and create our slider. And so our slider is going to be the following. So let's go back into the showcase, and we are going to do this. So on top of this, I'm going to create a new state value, which is called slide index. And then we're going to say set slide index. This is going to equal to use state, and by default it's going to be 1. And then below this, we're going to create our function to go to the next slide. So I'm going to call this function next slide. And then we're also going to create another function called previous slide. So function previous slide. You can use arrow functions as you saw, like I was about to write an arrow function, or you can just use the generic functions if you want to. And then once we have this, then once we add the logic, then inside the buttons, so inside this button, which is the left arrow, we want that when you click on it, then it triggers the previous slide function, which we're going to create. And then inside this other button, we want that when you click on this, then it triggers the next slide function. So let's go ahead and now let's create these functions. So inside the next slide, we're going to check that if the slide index is not equal to the, into the data dot length. You can have this into items dot length. I think it's going to work the same way. And items dot length is basically this, because it's an array, then we can use the length method on it to get how many items are in the array. So we are saying that if the slide index is not equal to the items dot length, and the slide index, we have initialized it to 1 inside here, then we want to go ahead and say this. We're going to say set the slide index into slide index plus 1, basically increment it by 1. And then I'm going to say else if the slide index is equal to the items dot length. So if they match, then I'm going to say set slide index into the first one. And that's basically our next slide function. Okay, and then let's go ahead and now let's create our previous slide function. And the previous slide is going to be the opposite of this. And so inside here, we're going to say that if the slide index is not equal to 1, then we're going to say set slide index into the index of the image minus 1, or the index of the slide minus 1. And then we're going to say else if, so else if the slide index is equal to 1, then we're going to say set slide index into the items dot length. And items dot length means basically take it back to the last item in the array that you have. So this is going to be our next slide. And then now what we need to do is this. We need to perform a check inside here for whether the index matches. So the index that we have inside here, remember we got it. So we're going to check whether the index matches the slide index. And if they do match, then we're going to be doing something. So I'm going to have to cut this out. And then we are going to place in our curly brackets. And we're going to say if slide index is equal to the index, So if this evaluates to true, then what we want to do is we want our grid to show up. So we want to basically these classes to show up. And then if it evaluates to false, then we are going to say this. We're just going to say hide them with display hidden or with display none, sorry. So let's go ahead and let's try it out. Let's save this and then let's open our application. And it says index is not defined. So which index is not defined? 4421. 4421. Oh, so sorry about that. This should say slide index. So slide index. There we go. Let's test it out now. And you can see that now we are only getting one slide. We don't get the others, right? And if I click on the next one here, okay. So that's a problem. Let me see F12. Let's see what we have. What did we do wrong? The console is not showing anything. Let me see. Let's see. So if slide index is equal to index plus 1, index plus 1. Let's see. Test it out. Okay. So next and next and next and next. Okay. Let's try the previous. So previous. And there we go. So our slider is working as we expected. Fantastic. Now all you need to do is, because this is working on mobile screens as well, as you can see, what I need to do is I just need to change this up because negative bottom of 3 is bringing this downwards just a bit. So let me go and let me try something inside here. Where is it? Let me bring this to minus bottom 2 to bring it upwards just a bit. And then on large screens, this is also how it's going to look. So that's looking much better, right? And then now what we need to do is just handle our navbar. So for our navbar, let's go ahead into the header. And then inside here, we're going to have a UL with how many list items? 4 of them. And each of these are going to be buttons. And buttons, because they are not links, they're not linking to anywhere. This first one says home. This one says about. What does it say? Home, shop, about, contact. Home, shop, about, and contact. And then what we need to do is we're going to have a state value to check whether the navbar is open or closed. So inside here, I'm going to say const is open and set is open. This is going to be equal to useState and import it from React. So import it. And by default, it's going to be false because obviously we don't want our navbar to be open by default. And then once we have that, then I'm going to do this. Let's check the mobile design here. Here it is. So the mobile design, the logo is in the middle. So the logo is in the middle and then this is to the left. So that means that inside here, I'm going to change this into item center and justify center. Save this. Let's see how it looks on mobile. So that we're going to have this on mobile, right? And then let me place this to the left. And so what we need to do is inside this div, we need to position this div absolute. So class name absolute. And then bring it to the left by 8, to the top by 8, because remember on the header we had a padding all around of 8. So just to keep it uniform, so that now it appears here. And then the reason why this moves downwards is because of these links, but we're going to handle it in a moment. So let's go ahead and do this. Let me go inside this button. So click on this button, hold down the Alt key, click on this one and this one and this one. That's how you add multiple cursors. Give this a class name of actually, how does this look when it's open? It's like this. So this is how it looks when it's open. So it has a white background and then the text is black. And then we have our icon here. Okay. And you know, look at this. So when this is open, then the opacity here, like it has like a background, right? Like it's darkened just a bit. You can see, right? So let's also do that. Let's do that also. So let me place this back here. And then we're going to do this. Let me go inside the navbar. The navbar is going to have a class name of bgwhite. Right? Let's say I'm going to position this absolute to the top by 0 and to the left by 0. And then we're going to say width dash full, which is going to take it to the end. And then inside this UL, we're going to give this a class name of flex and item center and justify center. which is going to align this in row form. And then I'm also going to say flex wrap, so that just in case they reach the end, then they're automatically going to go into the next line. And then let's give it a gap of about 4 to separate all of these out. There we go. And then let's go back inside this navbar. Let's give this navbar a padding on the Y of about 6. How does that look? Padding on the Y of 6 does look okay. It does look okay, right? And then now this is when the navbar is open. So let me also add a slight box shadow here. Should I? I think I should. So a very slight box shadow, I mean, it's barely visible. So let's say shadow large to make it just a bit more visible. And then we want our icon to appear here. You see our icon is right here. You can see when I hover over it, it shows up, right? So what I'm going to do is inside here, I'm going to increase the Z index of this to about 20. So that is always going to be on the top. But the reason why we don't see it is because it's also white. But remember that we have a close icon. So we have a close icon right here. So what we're going to do is we're going to import the close icon. So copy this down, change this into close, and then change this into close. And then we're going to perform a check on this button, and we're going to do this. We're going to cut this out, and I'm going to say when is open is true. So when our state value is true, it is false by default, then we want our close icon to appear. So we're going to have a button, and we're going to have an image, and then this image is going to be the close icon. And then when it is false, then we want our menu icon to appear. So when I save this, you can see that it's going to format it very well. But if I change this now to true, then we should see a grayed out icon right there. Okay, so padding on the Y of 6 is a bit small, because you can see that this is to the bottom just a bit, because it is to the bottom by 8. Remember, it is to the bottom by 8 because we have set it to have, like, what is top 8? Top 8 is about 32 pixels, so 32 pixels from the top. So let's increase the navbar here. So let's say padding Y of 8 to push it downwards as well, so that these now are going to be on the same line. And now let's go ahead into this button. So here and here and here and here, and then I'm going to add a border on the bottom. So border bottom of 2, and then I'm going to say border neutral. Sorry, you know what? It should be border transparent first, and then when I hover over it, I want the border to be a neutral color. So neutral -900, and then let's say transition -all with a duration of about 500. Let's save this, and then now look at this. So that we're going to have that. Okay, 500 is a bit too much, so let's say 200. That is much better. And the reason I'm adding this is because on larger screens, so on larger screens, this is how the hover state looks like. It has a slight border on the bottom. So let's go ahead and now let's continue dealing with our navbar. So this is when our navbar is open. So now we want to trigger the close animation. So let's go ahead and let's do this. We want that when we click on this button, so on click, we're going to say passing our inline function, and we're going to say set is open to false because it is true here. So when is open is true, then you want this to be false, and then I can just copy this, paste it here, and then change this to true. And then by default, let's go ahead and change this back to false. So that is going to happen. But nothing changes, and I just noticed why. So nothing changes because what we need to do is we need this to disappear and then to appear when we click on it. So let me go into my index.css, let me access the navbar, and let me just style this out. So I'm going to say, what style did I have inside here? So I have positioned it absolute to the top, So I'm going to say position this absolute, and then I'm going to say position to the left by -10,000. So that it's completely out of the screen. And when I save this, then it should work, but it doesn't work because I need to remove this one, and I need to remove this one as well, and save this so that now it disappears. Why don't you disappear? Why don't you disappear? It doesn't disappear. Let me give this a B. Let me remove the background from here, and then let me also remove the box shadow. And I know how I'm going to apply them. So we're going to do this. I'm going to say at apply a shadow large, and this is still wrong, by the way. I don't know why I'm even doing it. So shadow large, and then what other class did I remove? What other class did I remove? BG white. Okay, so remove this as well. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a custom class of open on the navbar, so that when it has a class of open, then I want the box shadow to be applied. And then I'm also going to say that when it has a class of open, then the BG of white should be applied. So let me see if that is going to work. So nothing should change here. But why doesn't this go to the left? Why doesn't it go to the left? Is it because of top 0? Something's wrong. Okay, so let me say 10,000 viewport widths. Let me see if that is changed. Okay, so 10,000 viewport widths. And then what you need to do here is that when the navbar has a class of open, then bring it back to the left by 0. And so we can test this out. And let me just add a slight transition here. So transition all the elements by 0.5 seconds with an ease in out cubic Bezier curve. And then inside the header, let's add a class of open here. Let's see what happens. And you can see that happens. I can remove it and it slides out, and when I add it, it slides back in. So that is working as expected. Now what we need to do is this. We want to add this class dynamically, right? So we're going to place in our curly brackets and then our backticks, and then we are going to place our $sign and curly brackets again, and we're going to say that when isOpen is true, so when this is true, then we want the class of open to be applied. And then when it is false, then we want these other classes to be applied, so with full and And you know what? This shouldn't even be here. It should probably be here as well. So let me save this and then let's see something. Now we added the click event on this, so let's try it out. So click, and you can see that our navbar slides in, and then when we click on it, it slides out. So that's looking quite nice. Now let's do this. I removed the top of 0 somewhere. Let me see. I should probably set it to the top by 0 here. Let me see something. Okay, top 0. And then now what we need to do is we need to reset these styles on larger screens. So we're going to add a media query here, and I can just add it here, and I can say that for large screens the shadow should be none, so remove the box shadow. And then for large screens, then I want the BG to be transparent, and I can say BG none as well. Yeah, BG none. You know what, BG transparent. And then now what we're going to do is the following. We're going to add a media query, and I'm going to say that for a min width of 1024 pixels, 1024b, which is large screens when you're using Tailwind CSS, then we're going to access the navbar, and we're going to position the navbar as relative. So basically we're resetting these styles. We're going to bring it to the top by 0, and then bring it to the left by 0, and then we're going to say the transition can remain. And then we're also going to access the navbar and the .open class, and then just to be safe, let me see, BG transparent. So this is already added here, so we don't need to add it here. Okay, so we can save this, and then you know what, we need to say this. Let's try to increase this first of all. Let's see how it looks. Increase this. So you see when you increase this, then like the navbar appears here. So we also need to like reset a few things, right? So let's go back into our header, and then inside our header, let's go back to the bottom div, and we're going to say that for large screens, then display this as none because I don't want it to appear. So that makes it disappear. And then we're going to say this as well. We're going to go back into the header, and then we're going to say that for large screens, then we want the items to go back to the start. And then for large screens, we're going to say justify start as well, which is going to bring this to the left. But it doesn't bring it to the left. Why doesn't it bring it to the left? Let me check. It has a padding Y of 8 here. So I'm going to say that for large screens, the padding Y should be 0. And then for large screens, the width should be auto, which is going to reset it and bring it here. There we go. And then now I've just realized that probably here it's going to be an issue. Let me see. There's an issue somewhere because this is not centered correctly. It's not centered. Oh, I mean, I had item start here. So let me say item center. Let me see if that fixes it. There we go. Okay, there we go. And then now what we need to do is, let's just try this out to be better looking. So we're going to go back into our navbar, so into our buttons. So just select this text and say Control D, 1, 2, 3, and 4, which is going to select and place multiple cursors. And then we're going to say that for large screens, then we want the text to be white. And then for large screens, then we want the border on the bottom to be white as well. And then let's save this. Let's see what happens. So this happens. You can see that happens. And that is not actually the correct way to do it. We want that for large screens, when we hover over it, then the border should be white. So let's see. And there we go. Would you look at that? And then now what we need to do is just go back into the navbar here. And then we are going to say the following. Let me see. Now what, I can even go on the image here. And I can say that give this a class name. And say that for large screens, I want the margin on the right to be 8 to push it away from this. There we go. So that is looking quite nice, but I've just realized something. And what I've realized is we did not add the transparent background here. So let me see if I can add it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab this entire navbar. So this entire navbar, I'm going to cut it out and I'm going to place it inside a div like so. And then inside this div, we're going to give this div a class name. And this class name is going to be dynamic once again. So placing a backticks and then $sign and the curly brackets. And I'm going to say that when isOpen is true, then we want the BG to be black. And then we're going to say BG-opacity-75. And then let's see, when it is false, then we want the BG to be transparent. Let me see if that will work. Let me see if it will work. I mean, of course, nothing happens because then we need to position this absolute. So right around here, let's position this absolute, and bring it to the top by 0, and then to the left by 0, and then to the right by 0, and then to the bottom by 0, so that it takes up the entire screen. Let's see, nothing happens. Okay, did you see that? So it's right there. So let's reload this and then let's figure out why it's not covering up the entire screen. Probably because I should have each screen here. And there we go. Would you look at that? So that now our black background appears. But remember, it only covers 100% of the screen, 100 viewport height, so that when you scroll down, you're not going to see the navbar. And we're going to have that. Would you look at that? That is looking quite nice. I don't like the delay here. I do not like the delay. The delay is because this is so much outside. So let's say 1000 viewport widths. Let's say 100 viewport widths. The reason why it kind of goes to the top left is because like it has a top of 0 here, and you can try to mess with this to get it looking like however you want really, but that is how it's going to look. So let's scale this up to make sure that nothing breaks. So this does break here, and what we need to do is we need to go back into our header, and then we're going to say that for let's say this, we're going to specify specifically that for large screens this should be transparent. And you know what, I should specify it inside here. So let me cut this out from this and specify it inside here that for large screens then this should be transparent. And then let's say, what else do we need to reset? I think that should be it actually. Is it or not? It doesn't fix it. Let me see. So right around here. So probably I should also specify it here. Nothing changes. So it needs me to reload it before it changes. Why? Because I should say that for large screens, then okay, you know what, let me specify it inside here. For large screens, the height should be auto. And then let's say for large screens, let's position this as relative. Let me see. Okay, so that we're going to have this. So we are going to have this. So this is when it is open. When it is closed, then it scales up properly. And then when it is open, because we need to reset a few styles inside here, then we also need to go ahead and say for last, this should be BG transparent, not transparent. But that disappears. It doesn't disappear. Oh, this should be BG transparent. How did I miss that? And there we go. So that's looking much better. Fantastic. And you can see that now our slider is working as well. You can try to add, the reason why like there's no transition on this is because we have this to display none. Where is it? On the showcase, we have this to display none because of the class of hidden. So probably what you can do is something like, you can do something like position it absolute and then add a transition on it, and that will make it like slide in or something. But I don't want to do that because I hate absolute positioning, as you have seen in my short videos. So let's go ahead and submit this. Let me go ahead and create a GitHub repository. Let me go into Netlify to log in, and then we can submit this. Make sure that there are no errors in the console. Okay, close this. And then we can close all of this down. And then inside GitHub, let's create a new repository called room homepage. So room homepage YT. And then let's go ahead and create repository. And then copy this. And so what we're going to do is say git add all, adding, and say git commit -m, let's say initial commit, and then let's say dash project complete, and then let's say git remote add origin, paste in this link, and then let's say git push -u origin main, which is going to push it to the main branch. And then let's try and reload this. It should have committed, not yet. There we go. So we can reload this, and this is our repository. So let's go ahead and deploy this repository. So log in here, let's add a new site, import existing project from GitHub, and it is called room homepage YT. So room homepage YT, and then let's go ahead and deploy this. So loading, let's say deploy site. And then let's change the site name. Change site name, let's say TsbSankara, let's say room-homepage. Save that. And then wait for this to finish deploying. And then we can check it out, but we can go ahead and just submit our solution. So inside Frontend method, let's say submit solution. Let's say this is the repository URL. And then the live site URL is going to be this one. Where did I put it? Okay, I have to wait for it to finish. Okay. So once it finishes deploying, we can check this out. So this is the link, and we should have our application right there with our slider working correctly. So copy this link, and then let's paste it in our live site URL. And then let's say mobile first. Let's call this room homepage in reactjs and Tailwind CSS. Okay, and then we can just say submit solution, and then let's wait for a moment. And you know what I've just realized, because I've just noticed it from here, the favicon is not working. The favicon is not working because I deleted it. So favicon, this should say favicon -32 times 32.png. And then we're also going to change it here. So copy this, change it here as well, and save it. And then we can just say git add all, git commit, and we can just say update favicon, and say git push. And what that will do is that it is going to trigger a redeploy on Netlify, and then it's going to just update the favicon, or rather update your website with the changes that you've made. In this case, it's just to update the favicon. So let's check our solution. Our solution is this one, and then we have the design here. So this is the solution. So this is our solution, and then this is the design. So we could have made it a bit bigger and added more space. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, on what? Let me check. Oh, I've just realized on small screens the arrows are here on the image, but on large screens then they are on this card. Okay, I did not catch that. I've just realized it. I've just noticed it here. So anyway, you know, there are small changes that you can make if you want to, but this is looking quite nice if I do say so myself. We just need to make the images a bit bigger. So that is going to be the end of the video, and if you enjoyed it, then please Hello everyone, today we're going to be building the profile card component from Frontend Mentor. So you can head over to frontendmentor.io/challenges and you can get this challenge, and then we can begin. So I'm going to begin by clicking on restart because I already completed it, but you're most likely going to have a different button here. So click on restart. And then once I click on restart, then I can say download the starter, which are going to download the starter files for me. And then I'm going to say that download the starter files into this folder, which is called compressed. So save this, and then when I open it up, so when I open this up, you're going to see that I have the profile card component main extracted here. I mean the zip file. So I'm going to right click on it, and then I'm going to say extract here, which is going to extract into a new folder called profile card component main. And then I'm going to right click and say open with code, which is going to open up an instance of Visual Studio Code into this folder, as you can see opening up. And then I'm going to say click on this and then open the design files, and then I'm going to open the desktop design so that we can have the design image as well as our workspace. So let this open up, and then I think I can close this, just minimize it for now because we're going to need it. So as this opens up, then we're going to have this in our workspace, and inside, if we take a look inside our index.html file, then we're going to have the default boilerplate for the head, and then we're going to have, this is going to be our entire card, and then we have our attribution. So the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to change this attribution into my website.com, and then I'm going to set the target equal to underscore blank with a rel of no referrer, so no referrer, and then change this to my name. And then once I have that, then I'm going to cut this out. So cut it out and place it inside the div with a class of container. So I'm using Emmet, which is an extension that comes pre-installed with Visual Studio Code, such that when I say .container, it's going to create a div with a class of container. And then I can just paste this in. And then once I have this, then I'm going to go inside my style guide. I'm not saving it yet because if I save it, then it's going to format, and I don't want it to format, as you can see. So I'm going to go inside my style guide. And inside my style guide, you can see we have a few primary colors here that we're going to need. And then we have the font size, which is by default 18 pixels. And then we have a font family of concerns, and we need the 400 and 700 font weights. So I'm going to click on this, so control and click, which is going to open up this link. And then I'm going to create an index.css file so that it can have some default values inside. So inside my workspace, I'm just going to double click and say index.css, which is going to create the index.css file. And then inside my index.html, I'm going to cut this out. So cut it out and then remove this. And then I'm just going to paste it inside here like so. Separate it out. And then I'm going to reset a few things. So I'm going to target my asterisk, so my alt selector. And I'm going to say reset the margin to 0, reset the padding to 0, and reset the box sizing to border box, which just tells the browser to use the CSS box model. And the CSS box model is just telling the browser that always place margin on the outside and place padding on the inside of elements. And then I'm going to specify my body here, and my body I'm going to specify a font family of what is the spelling, KUMBH. Let me confirm this here with a fallback of sans serif. And then I'm going to specify a font size of 18 pixels, because as you can see, it says here, where is it? It says here that the font size, the name and the statistics are in 18 pixels by default. And then I guess for the other ones, we can change it out a bit. And then we have the primary colors here, the very dark desaturated blue, and so on and so forth. But I'm not grabbing them yet because I'm going to handle it in a moment once we set up, once we start our server. So let me go ahead and grab the 400 and 700 font widths from fonts.google.com. So the regular 400 and the bold 700, and then just use the import here, select this, and then inside your index.css, just paste it on top. So that now this font family is going to be specified on the body. And then let me go ahead and do this. Let me open our design, and we don't have any buttons and we don't have any links. So we don't need to specify a font family here on the button or the links. But I do need to specify because I've just realized that we have images. So we have, this is a background image here, and then we have this image for the profile, and then we have these two images on the background. So I just want to specify that let all the images have a max width of 100%, so that they don't cause an overflow if they move outside of the container, and which means they are just going to be fitted inside the container. Or fit, I don't know whether fit has a past tense or something. And then let me just specify the width here to 100%, which means take up 100% of the container in which they are placed. So I'm going to save this, and then now let's link our index.css on top. So link rel station href is equal to index.css. And then now we can just go ahead, and I'm just going to right click on this, and I'm going to say open with live server. And live server is an extension. If you go into your extensions tab in Visual Studio Code, you can search for live server, and it's going to give you these options. So I'm using this first one. It's called a live server by Retweet Day. And what it does is that it launches a local development server which supports hot reloading, so that every time that I save a change or that I make a change in my code editor, that is going to automatically reflect in the browser without having me to manually reload it. And it's really, really nice. So you can go ahead and install it if you want. I mean, there are other ways that you can open index.html files. So once you save that, then you can see that this reformatted, which I did not want. So I'm just going to say Ctrl and Z, which is going to do this again. But if I check in my browser, then we have this. So I'm just going to place this to the right, and then place my code editor to the left, and then we can begin to style this out. I mean, to build out the structure. So remove these spaces, remove this. So let's see, this is a div with a class of container. How is it structured? So we have an image on top. We have this image, and then this is positioned absolute within this image. So let me make this div. I'm going to create a div for this entire section, and then placing these two images inside that div so that I can play around with positioning for each one of them. And then this is just going to say these are going to be list items, so a UL, and then this is going to be like an H1 or something. So let's go ahead and do this. So we have, wait a minute, Victor Crest 26 like that. Okay, so let me do this. Let's say a div here. You know, let me use articles. Let me use articles because I don't want to think of class names for everything. So inside this article, I'm going to have an image. The first image is /images / bg pattern top should be it. And because it's decorative, then I don't need to have the alt attribute. I can just leave it to be empty. And then below this, we have another image. So let me, inside this other image, let me just place it inside like, let me place it inside a div. So they can have this other image coming from /images / image vector. And then once we have that, then outside of this article, so outside of this, I'm going to create another article with an H1 that says Victor Crest. So push it upwards, and then it says, oh, it doesn't have a comma. So I can just place it inside a span and say 26, because now these two are going to be like, you can place this to be another element, but I've just decided to place it inside a span because as you can see, it's just the color is just a bit different from this, and then the font weight is also different. And then below this, so below this each one, you can have a paragraph that says London. Then we can remove this. Oops, remove this. And then once we have that, then we're going to have this line here, which is going to be a border on top or a border on the bottom, depending on how we're going to style it. And then we have these 3 items. So these 3 items, I'm going to place them inside an unordered list. So I'm going to create another article. And this other article is going to have an unordered list with 3 list items, like so. And this first list item is going to say 80k followers. So it says 80k, and then followers is styled differently. So I'm going to say this. I'm going to say 80k, and then place in a span, because we're going to be styling it differently, and then say followers. And we're going to do the same for this, for these others as well. So 803k, and then place in a span, and then say likes. And then we're going to say 1.4k, and then place in a span and say photos. And we can remove this, and you can see this is going to be the structure of our HTML. So I'm going to save this, and when I save this, you can see that this is what we have on the screen. Now this is not the correct image, I've just realized. So let me say BG pattern. Let me see what image it is. BG pattern card. There we go. So that's the correct image. Now the image that you just saw is the background image, so this one and this one. So we are going to add them in as well. So let's go ahead and let's style this out. So inside the body, what I want to do first of all is I just want to specify a padding all around of 1.5 rem, which is going to push everything inwards. And then I'm going to say display flex and align it at center and justify content to the center, and then set a min height of calculate 100 viewport heights minus 0.1 pixels, which is going to center everything, as you can see. And then I'm just going to say flex direction, set it to column, so that this goes on the bottom here. So this is how you can center a div horizontally and vertically in CSS using flexbox. So the reason why I have this function here to calculate 100 viewport heights minus 0.1 pixels is that on small screens, on mobile devices, sorry, not on small screens, on mobile devices, viewport heights are not well supported, such that they cause a restructure of your content on the website every time that like you scroll up or down. So by having this to 100 viewport heights minus 0.1 pixels, then the evaluated height is returned in pixels, and pixels are much better supported. You can even have this as rem, but rem units are just a bit larger. That's why I use pixels. And you can, if you want to use rem, then you can specify this to like 0.01 to have it like a very small value, such that it's negligible as well. And we're going to have this. Now let's go ahead and let's add our top image and our bottom image. And the body also has a dark background color. So let's do that first. So let's try it out. I think it's dark cyan. So copy this, index.css. Let's specify a background color and paste this in. Is that it? That is it. Correct. And then now let's go ahead and grab our images. So our images, where do we place them? Let me try and place them on top of this. So let me place in a div with a class of bg-top, and inside here I'm going to place my image from ./images/bg pattern top, and then just copy this, and then outside of this div with a class of container. So on the bottom of this, paste this in, change this to bg bottom for the class, and then the pattern is going to be bg bottom.svg. So when I save this, then we're going to have the top background and the bottom background here. So let's begin to style this out. Let's start with the images. So index.css, let's go below this, and I'm going to say that for the bg-top, I'm going to say position this as absolute, which is going to position it absolute relative to the body. As you can see now, it's here, and then I want to bring it to the top by 0 and to the left by 0, which is going to move it to the top and to the left. And then I'm going to add a z index here of -1, which is going to move it out behind our what's this, our div with the class of container. And then I'm going to do the same thing for the bg bottom. I mean, almost the same thing for the bg bottom here. So it's going to be positioned absolute, but now it's going to be positioned to the bottom and then to the right with a z index of -1, so that it also goes behind the image. Now on mobile screens, this isn't really visible, but when you scroll up to larger screens, then we're going to have this. And what have I done? Looks just a bit messed up, but we're going to fix that, don't worry. So let's add some more styles. Let's remove these bullets by default. Let's go ahead and let me increase the attribution as well. So 12 pixels. Why is my screen so dark? Oh, okay, that's much better. So we have 12 pixels, and then let's add a margin on top. So margin top of 1 rem. This is for the attribution right here, and then change the color to, let's change this color to white. So color, change it to white. That's much better. And then probably make this lighter. Oops, that's not a good idea. Maybe that's a good idea. Maybe. Okay, so let's go back to the top. Below this, let's access the ULs, and then let's say list style type. Set this to none to remove the bullets. And then let's go inside our div with the class of containers. So here for the dot container, I'm going to say add a background color of white, hashtag FFF. And then we're going to do this, set the width to 90%, so that it takes up 90%, or you know, not even 90%, 100%, because we have a padding of 1.5 rem on the body, which is set here. So 100% of this container is always going to go to the end, but with a padding of 1.5 rem on each side. And then we're going to say set a max width here of, let's say, 500 pixels, which is just going to limit it so that when we increase the screen size past 500 pixels, then the container is not going to increase in size. And then once you have that, then let's say we have a border radius here, and then we have a bit of styling. Okay, so let's add a border radius here. So border radius of 0.625 rem. And then let's see, so let's go inside this div, this article, which is the first one. Remember how we structured it? So we structured it as the div with the class of container, and then this first article. So I'm going to be using pseudo classes. So I'm going to say for that, for the dot container class, container, I want to access the article, which is the first child, meaning only this first article. And I'm going to say border radius, set this to 0.625 rem on the top left, and then 0.625 rem on the top right, and then 0, 0 on the bottom right and on the bottom left. And then, you know what, I'm actually doing this wrong because I want to access the image inside. So the first child, then the image, let me see. The first child, then the image. This is going to be an issue. Just wait and see. So we're going to have this. Okay. And then we can do this. Let's see. So this is the image. Now let's access this second image. And the second image is inside the div. So just copy that and then say inside the div, and then access the second image, and then add a border radius here of 50% to make it rounded here. And then let's reduce the width to about 2 rem. How small is that? Too small. Let's say 4 rem. Let's say 5 rem. And then let's do this. I'm going to do this. I'm going to say position this as absolute. So position absolute. And then I want it to be positioned absolute, but within this entire div that has both images. So let's go ahead and do this. Let me check where that image is. It's inside this article. So I'm going to go back inside the article, which is the first child. So copy this. And then I'm going to say position this as relative, so that now this image is going to be positioned absolute within this article. So that now I can do something like this. I can say set it to the left by 50%, which is going to move it to the left. And then I can say set it to the bottom by minus 10%. How does that look? That's a bit too much. So let me do this. Let's say minus, how does minus 1 rem look? Let's say 2 rem. Yeah, 2 rem is much better. And then I just want to reset it so that it moves perfectly to the center, because you can see that it is offset to the right just a bit. So I'm going to do that by saying transform and translate on the x-axis by minus 50%, so that when I save this, then it's going to move perfectly to the center. And then we need to add a border on the image, because as you can see in the design, it has a white border around it. So here I'm just going to say this. I'm going to say border 3 pixels solid and white. And you can see that that happens, like the border is added, but 3 pixels is a bit too small. So let's say 6 pixels. Let's say 5. 5 is much better, and we can work with 5. And then now let's go ahead and get this second article. So for the second article, we are going to do this. I'm just going to do the same thing. So just copy this, below this, and then say that for the nth child of 2, then I am going to say text align center, which is going to move all the text to the center. And then I'm going to say margin top of 3 rem, which is going to move it away from the top from this. And then I want to access the H1 because the H1 is this entire thing. And then for the H1, I'm going to change the color. Let me see what the color looks like. Very dark saturated blue. I hope it is. Copy this and paste it here. Is that correct? That is correct. There we go. And then for the span, I think the span has the color of dark grayish blue. So just copy this. And then I'm going to say that for the dot container, I want to target the article, which is the nth child of 2, and then access the paragraph inside. Sorry, not the paragraph, the span, because the span is inside the H1 if you check our structure. So the span is this 26. And then I'm going to say change this color into this, paste it in, and then change the font weight into 400. Move this upwards. And then let's see what we have. And there we go. So we have that. And then let's access this paragraph below it. And the paragraph is going to have the very same like styling for this. So let's do this. And you know what, I can just actually add it here because since it has the same styles. So I'm just going to place a comma and paste this in and then change this into the paragraph. So that now even this is going to be like that. Okay, that's much better. But I'm realizing that there's a bit more space on top of this. So let me grab this. Let me cut it out from here. Let me paste it here. And then let me grab this style. So copy and paste. And I don't even need to have the font weight of 400 because by default paragraphs always have the font weight of 400, like the lightest font weight, I should say. And then I'm going to say margin top, set this to 1 rem. Pushed away from that. Okay. And then now let's access this third article. So the last child, because it's this article. So you can use nth child 3 or you can use last child. So I'm just going to copy this, paste it here, change this into nth child 3. And then I'm going to say this. I'm going to do this. Let's say I want to first add a border on the top. So border top is going to be 2 pixels and solid. And then it's going to be this color, should be, which color is it? The same color as the paragraph. So HSL 227, this one. And then we're going to have that 2 pixels thick, so 1 pixel. Is that even 1 pixel? It looks even lighter than that, doesn't it? There's no other color. So let's do this. Let me add an opacity here of 0.5. Let's say 0.3, 0.2. To make it like very faintly light. And then I'm going to add a padding on the top. So padding top of 2 rem to push it away from this border. And then on this second article, you know what, even on the paragraph, I can just add a padding on the bottom of 2 rem as well to push it away from this. And then we're going to have that. And then now let's access this UL. So copy this, paste it below this, and then we are going to be accessing the UL. And I'm just going to say display flex. And then align item center and justify content to space between, which is going to space them out to take up the entire content. So save this and you can see that's what happens. And now instead of just having padding on top of 2 rem here, because I want to add padding all around, then I'm just going to say padding all around of 2 rem. And we're going to have that, as you can see, looking nice. And then let's access the list items. So just copy this, paste it here, access the list items. And for the list items, I'm going to have a font weight of 700, which is going to do that. And then change the color into this one. I think that's the color on the, no, that's not the color on the H1. What's the color on the H1? 229, 23, 23. So 229, sorry, let's remove this. So HSL 229, 23, 23. So that we're going to have this. And then let's increase the font size to about, let's say 1.5 rem. How big is that? So 80K, let me see how this looks. Yeah, that looks almost correct. And then let's access the span inside the list items, because remember we added spans inside the list items. So span, if you check the structure of the HTML, so you have the UL, the list item, and then the span. And then for the span, what I'm going to say is display block, because I want them to always go on the next line. And then change the font weight into 400, make them lighter. Change the font size into 1 rem, reduce it back to 18 pixels. and then change the color into our paragraph color, which is this light one. And then is it uppercase? No, it's not uppercase, but it has a bit of letter spacing. So access the letter spacing property, change this to about 0.2 rem. How large is that? Let's say 0.1. Let's say 0.15. I can deal with that. And then it has a bit of margin on top, so I'm going to say margin top of 0.3 rem. Pushed away a bit, just a bit from this paragraph, from not from the paragraph, but from like the main list item instead of the span. And then now all I need to do is just align this text to the center, because as you can see, this text is aligned to the center. So let's go ahead and do this. Let's do, where was it? Li inside here. Let's say display flex, and let's go and say flex dash direction, change this to column, and then align item center and just contact to the center. There we go, to the center, not start, center. And actually, you know what, I think I can just remove this, and then I can just say text align center. Yeah, I mean, you know, there's more than one way to, is it skin a rat or kill a rat, or like whatever the saying is. Okay, so once we have this, then I think this is going to be almost the end of the project. We just need to deal with our background images. But if I scale it up, remember we added a max width on the container, so that the max width now, it's never going to increase past 500 pixels. And I'm seeing as though 500 pixels is a bit big, but let's see. And by the way, the reason why you have this scrolling is because of the background images. So let me just try and reduce this container to about 400 pixels. So the container max width here, 400. I think I like this better. How does this look? I don't know. And then this is a bit smaller. It's a bit smaller. Now let me just have it as 500, and then let's go back inside our UL, where we have our UL font size 1.5 rem. Let's say font size 1.25 rem. Reduce it just a bit. How does that look? Too small. Let's say 1.3 rem, 1.4. And then let's go inside our list item, reduce this to about 0.9 rem. I think that's much better. That is much better. Now let's go ahead and deal with our background images. So increase this, and then let's go into the index.html. So bg bottom and bg top. So style it out. Let's go where we have our bg bottom, which is here. So position absolute, and you know what, let me disable this first of all. Having both of them on the screen is confusing me, so disable this. So we're going to have this is bg bottom, so bg top. So put it to the top left by 0. And you know what, the reason why it's behaving like this is because we have this here. So if I remove it, then of course nothing happens, and then this breaks, as you can see. So let me just add it back in. So bg bottom, let's go ahead and do this. So bg top dot bg dash top, and access the image, and then let's reduce the image to about 50%. So we're going to have this, and you know what, the image overflows outside. Okay, you see the image overflows outside, so it's not to the top by 0, which means that this styling is actually correct. Let me remove this. So push it to the top by, let's say about, how does it look? This is about like 50% of it, right? We're just going to try it out. So push the top by minus 50%, and then to the left by minus 50% as well. Let's see, that's a bit too big. So let's say about, come on. So let's change this to about 20%. 20% looks almost nice, almost, but I think it's to the top a bit more. So here, let's say to about 40. Yeah, push it upwards, let's say 50. Push it upwards, and then let's do the opposite on the bg bottom. So the bottom here is going to be by minus 50%, and to the right is going to be by minus 20%. So just do the opposite of these numbers here, and then when I save this and then go back into my index.html and enable this, then we are going to have this on the screen. But then realize how now we have a horizontal scroll bar, and then we also have so we have a vertical scroll bar, and then we also have a horizontal scroll bar. That's because of this image, and it's because of position absolute. So I think I can try to reset that by going inside my body, and right around here I can just set the overflow here to hidden, which means hide both horizontal scroll bars. And then now we don't have vertical scrolling and we don't have horizontal scrolling. And yeah, the profile card is right there. So now that we have this, then I'm going to create a repository for it, and then we can submit it on Frontend Mentor. So let's go into GitHub, then create a new repository, and then we're just going to call this profile card component -yt, and then I'm going to say create repository. And then let me also log into Netlify, because I'm going to deploy to Netlify. So log in, and then copy this link for the repository, and then we can begin to commit it. So let me just close all of these files. So open up my terminal using Ctrl and J, and then I'm going to say git init to initialize a Git repository. And I'm going to say git add design, and then git add images, and git add .git ignore, and then git add both readme, so readme star to add both of them, and then git add style guide.md, and then I'm going to say git commit. This is going to be the initial can I spell initial commit. And then I'm going to say git add index.css and git commit. This is going to be the index.css, and then git add index.html and git commit -m and say index.html. And then I'm going to say git remote add origin, and then paste in my link to my remote repository, and then git push -u origin main, and then it's going to push to my remote repository. And the steps that I've just done here are these ones that are outlined here. And then now once this pushes, if it's going to push, there we go. Now if I reload this, then we're going to have our repository right here, and I'm going to leave this link in the description in case you want to look at the finished code. And then now let's go into Netlify. Let's open a new repository, create a new site, and the site is called the repository is called profile card component. So profile card -component, and then just click on this, and then just say deploy site. Deploying, there we go. And then just change the site name here, change the site name into TSB profile card component. And then we can visit this link, and we're going to have our repository right there. Our component, not repository. The word was getting away from me. And there we go. Would you look at that, looking quite nice. Now I'm seeing that as though this image is just a bit smaller, but come on, like you can always change that stuff. So let's do this. Let me just change that. So border radius width, let me change this to about 6 rem. And then let's say git add all and git commit. Let me say -m, let's say increase profile image size, and say git push, which is going to push that change to GitHub, and then Netlify is going to rerun another build, and then it's going to deploy to the same link here. And as that is deploying, then I can go ahead and just copy this link, and we can submit it on Frontend Mentor. So submit solution, copy the live site URL here, and then the repository URL here, paste it here, change this title into mobile first profile card component in HTML and CSS in vanilla. And then we can just say submit solution. And I think that should have made the change already. Yeah, there we go. You can see it made the change. And now that it has made the change, now look, it has messed up with the styling. Have you realized that? Messed up with the styling such that now the image is pushed upwards just a bit. So you can change that by just changing this to the bottom to like 3 rem. Because we increased it by 1 rem here, then the logic also says that if you reduce it by 1 rem, then it's going to move back to the perfect center. So let's say git add all and git commit -m, and I'm going to say push image to the bottom by 1 rem. Let's say git push. Okay, and you can see that our solution is already submitted, so we can save your solution, and this is our solution right here. So our solution is just a bit bigger, as you can see, just a bit bigger, but I think it looks nice. So yeah, that is Hello everyone, in this video we're going to be doing the pricing component with toggle, and we're going to be building this out using reactjs and Tailwind CSS. So if you head over into frontendmentor.io/challenges, you can search for this challenge, you can click on this card, and then you can click on restart right here, which will take you to another page where you can download the starter files. And once you click on download starter right here, it's going to download a zip file for you. Now if I go ahead and open my downloads folder, you'll find that the zip file that it has downloaded from me is right here, and it is called pricing component with toggle master. So I'm going to right click and I'm going to extract here, and it's going to extract into this folder called pricing component with toggle, which I'm going to right click once again and say open with code, which is going to open up an instance of Visual Studio Code, and you can see that this opens up right here. Now I'm going to mention that I have canvassed a new React application by saying npx create React app, and I have called my application pricing component. So if you want to create a new React application, please navigate into the folder where you want your application to live, such as the desktop, or in this case my folder is called fm-challenges. So you can say cd into your folder, whatever it is called, and then you can say npx create React app, and then write in the name of your application. Now if you run npx and it doesn't run, then first of all you should check whether you have Node.js installed by saying node -- version, which is going to give you the current version of Node.js that you're running. And then you can as well say npx -- version to get the version of npx that you're running, which in this case I think should be version 7.20. There you go. And then you can also say npm -- version, and then once you have all these three installed, then you can go ahead and say npx create React app, and then your application name is going to be here, so your application. And so once you create your new React application, this is the folder structure that you're going to have on the left. Now you're going to have the public folder, which contains your index.html file, your logo, your favicon, and so on and so forth. And then you're going to have your source folder, which contains the app.css and all these other files. And then you're also going to have these files except for this toggle.markdown file. Now when I commit this to GitHub, then you're going to see the toggle markdown file. And once we get into the actual building of this application, you will see why I have this inside here. So for now, I'm going to open this up to the left, and then I'm going to open up the folder that we extracted on the right, because we want to do a bit of copy pasting, and I want to copy the style.md, the readme, these both readmes, the git ignore, sorry, not the git ignore, but the images and the design, and I'm going to say copy, and then I'm just going to click on my workspace here and say paste, and then I'm going to go inside my git ignore, and then I'm just going to select everything and copy it. And then inside my git ignore on the left, I'm going to go to the bottom and say paste. And then once you have that, then I'm just going to copy the index.html as well. So just copy and then paste it inside here, but we're going to delete it. And then I can close this, and then I can paste this to the full screen. And then I'm going to go back inside my git ignore because we need to change something inside here. This should now say line 29, and then this should say line 35, and this should say line 36. And then now I can go ahead and save it. And then if we go into the index.html file that you've just copied, then you'll find that this is going to be the title here. Of course, we're going to enter the challenge name, and then we have the style attribution, and then we have our body, which is going to be our actual, like, the pricing components. And then inside here, between the annually and the monthly, we're going to insert our toggle button. So the first thing that I want to do is I want to go inside my source folder. So open this source folder, and then I'm going to delete the app.css, the app.test.js, the logo, report web vitals, and the setup tests. I'm going to delete them. And then inside my index.js, I'm going to remove this because this is a file that I've just deleted. And then inside the index.css, I'm going to remove this because we are not going to need it. And then inside my app.js, I'm going to remove these 2 lines on top. And then I'm going to remove the header from here. And then I'm going to remove this, and we're only going to return a fragment. And then inside here, I'm just going to say on each one that says pricing component. And then I'm going to save this. And then inside my public folder, what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete this favicon, and I'm going to delete these 2 logos. And you know what, even the manifest.json, because we don't really need this, so just delete them. And then if you open up our images folder here, you'll see that we have another favicon. So I'm going to drag and drop it inside my public folder. And then now I'm going to go inside my index.html. And then now I'm going to change this from favicon.ico to favicon-32 times 32.png. And then I'm going to copy this, and then I'm going to paste it here as well. So up to here, paste it in, so that even the one, if you're using iPhone devices, then you're going to get this favicon as well. And then I'm going to delete every comment from here, including this, because we have deleted our manifest.json file. Up to here, I'm going to delete it. And then I'm going to change this title into front-end mentor, and then place in my slash, and I'm going to call this pricing component with toggle. And then we're just going to remove this comment as well. And there we go. Of course, I hope I remember to change this theme color, but as you can see, everything inside here is working correctly. And then now let's go ahead and close this file. Let's go into the images folder. Let's just grab this images folder and just drop it inside the source folder like so. Then we can close this, and then we can close everything inside here, and then just close everything. Now the first thing that I want to do is I want to install Tailwind CSS. So I'm going to say Ctrl and J to open up my terminal, and then I'm going to say I've forgotten the command for it, so let me just Google it. So Tailwind CSS, and then if you go into framework guides, then create React app, because we're dealing with React. We're just going to copy this command. So copy this, paste it inside here, copy this next one, and let this finish running, and then you can just paste it in. And then once it runs, then you can paste this in, which is going to create our Tailwind config file and post CSS config files, and they should appear here. Where is it? Oh no, I've done something wrong. I've been doing something wrong. Okay, see, what happens is I navigated out of the folder of my application, so I've been installing this on the wrong folder. So I'm just going to say cd into pricing component, and then I'm just going to run this command, and then I'm going to paste in my second command, which is going to create our Tailwind config file and our post CSS config files. And once this runs, then you should see them appear here. Okay, there we go. So Tailwind config.js is right here, and then post css.config is right here. And then the next that I'm going to do is just copy this line from the beginning quote to the end quote, and then inside your Tailwind config file, then you just go inside these brackets and then paste it in and save it. And then let's go ahead and copy these 3 lines, which we're going to paste into our index.css file here. On top of this, just paste it in. And then we can now go ahead and start our server. Now, before we start our server, let me close this. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete this readme that we have. So just delete this. And then we're going to rename the readme copy into readme, just so that it uses this readme from Frontend Mentor. And then the next thing that we're going to do is inside our style guide, we want to get a few colors. And then we also want to get this font called Montserrat. So just right click on this, control and click on this, which is going to open up fonts.google.com for this font. And then inside the body, we need to specify a default frame value of 15 pixels. Let me do that. So inside here, I'm going to say font size, set this to 15 pixels. And then let me go ahead and inside where here, we're going to change this font into Montserrat, which we're going to get from fonts.google.com, and the fallback is going to be sans serif most likely. So just confirm this. We want which weights? We want the 700 font weight. So just scroll down and get the bold 700, grab this, and then as you can see, to specify it, we only need Montserrat with the fallback of sans serif here. So just copy this import and paste it on top of this. There we go. So save this, and then let's see what we can do. Now we can go ahead and start our server by saying npm start. And so as this opens up, then we can take a look at our design. So let me just open the design here. So the desktop design annually and monthly. Okay. And so this is what we're going to be building. So we have our title here, we have our toggle component here, and then we have our 3 pricing cards. So let's go ahead and we can begin building our structure. And you can see that the dev server has started. So if you navigate to localhost 3000, then you should see this. Probably yours is going to load a bit faster than mine, but you can see that it is opening. So inside the app.js, now let me do this. Let me open this to the left, and then the index.html, I'm just going to drag and drop it to the right. And then we can close this panel. And then what you're going to notice is that we have 3 cards. So these are going to be our cards. So the first one, the basic, professional, and the master. And then I forgot to do something last time, so let me do it right now before I forget. So just copy this div. Yeah, I can even just cut it out, and then I'm just going to paste it inside here, and this is going to be our attribution. And then now what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove this h1, and I'm going to cut this out and place it inside a section like so. And then once we have this section, right above the attribution, I'm going to create a div, and this div is going to be our cards, technically our cards, our pricing cards. And this div this div is going to contain 3 articles. So the first article is going to be the basic tab, the basic card really, and then it's going to have an h2 that says basic. I can just type it. So basic, and then below this we're going to have an h3, which is going to be the price. So oops, not brackets, but it says $19.99. So let me just copy this, cut it out, and paste it inside here. Oops, what did I do? Okay, cut it out, paste it inside here. And then we're going to do the same for this. So just cut this out and paste it inside here, inside an h3. Because as you can see, when we are on annually, then we are showing annually prices, and then when we are on monthly, we are showing monthly prices. So we're going to be toggling these items, and then below this we're going to have a UL, which is we're going to have 3 list items for the first one. So the first one says 500 GB story, cut it out and paste it here. Then 2 users allowed, cut it out and paste it here. And then send up to 3 GB, cut it out and paste it here. Did I paste it? Okay, there we go. And then below this UL, we're going to have a button, and this button is going to say learn more, and it is styled like this. So it has a linear gradient as well, I think. So this is our first article, our first card. So we can cut this out, and then now what I'm going to do is just grab this article, copy it, and paste it 2 more times. So 1 and 2. Change this into professional. Change this into $24.99, and this into $249. And then this is going to save 1 terabyte, so 1 terabyte storage. This is 5 users, and send up to 10 GB. And then the button says learn more, and then this is going to say master. The dollar is going to say 39. This is going to say 3.99. Oops, 3.99. This is going to say 2 terabytes, so 2 terabyte storage. This is going to say 10 users and send up to 20 GB. And then we have learn more, and that is basically our structure. So I'm going to copy this attribution here, so cut it out, and then inside my CSS file below this, I'm just going to paste it in, save it, so that we have our attribution. And then now I'm going to close our index.html file. Don't save the changes or save the changes, it doesn't really matter. And then inside our attribution here, I'm going to change this into my website, so https://tsbsankara.com. and then change this into my name. And then once we have that, then I can save this and we can see what we have on this screen. And this is what we have on the screen, and I'm going to place it to the right and then place my code editor to the left, and we can begin styling this out. So the first thing that I'm going to do here is I'm going to give this a class name of padding all round of 5 to push everything inside or inwards really. And then I'm going to go inside this div, and I'm realizing a mistake here. This should be an L, so L here. So inside this div, I'm going to give this div a class name of flex and flex wrap, and then flex column by default because I want them to stack one on top of the other on mobile screens. And then I don't need item center, but I need justify center. Let's see how this looks. So obviously nothing changes, and then let me give a grid gap here of about 8 to push this one away from the other. And there we go. And then inside this first article, and now what I'm going to do is I'm going to style this one article here, and the styles for this article are going to be the same as the styles for the last article, because as you can see they are styled the same way. So I'm just going to do a bit of copying and pasting. So inside this article, I'm going to give this a class name of padding all round of 8 with a rounded border with a BG of white and then a slight box shadow. Let's see how it looks. And we're going to have this, see how it looks. And then let's go inside this H2, give this a class name of text-slate-800. Let's say text-XL, make it bigger. Let's say margin bottom of 5, pushed away from the price. Oh, wait a minute, why are these showing up? These are not showing up. Why? So this probably doesn't exist. So let me just grab all of them by saying Control and D. Just grab all of them and change them to the $, like so. Remove the spaces. And then now what I'm going to do is, actually not inside these $signs, I want to place these $signs inside some spans. So cut them out and then paste them inside a span, create a span and paste them in, because you can see that they're just like a bit smaller than the actual price. So that means that the font size for this is just a bit smaller than the price. So inside here, let me go inside these H3s, give this a class name of text slate 800-800. Let's say text-4XL. Let me see how this looks. Let's say 5XL. Of this, let's say 5XL. Okay, yeah, that's much better. And then inside the span, inside here, let's give this a class name of text-3XL. Make it just a bit smaller. There we go. And then let's go back inside the H3 right before the color. Let's say display this as a flex so that they go like so. And then we can say items-center so that this pushes downwards. There we go. And then inside the span, back inside the span here and here, I can say margin right of 3 to push away from the price. There we go. Now once we have that, then let's go inside this UL and then let's give this UL a class name of flex and items-center and justify-center with a flex column, because I want it to go, I mean, like, because these features are stacked one on top of the other, right? And we're going to have this. And actually, wait a minute, let's look at the mobile design. Where's the mobile design? Can't find it. Mobile, there we go. So all the text inside here is to the center. So let me just text align center everything. Let me see if I do this. Let me see if I do go inside this div and say text center, what happens? And there we go. So let's just say text center. And then now the reason why this doesn't go to the center is because it's a flex item by default. So after we add item center, we need to add justify center as well. So using the alt key, I'm going to click on here and then hold down the alt key and then click here for the next one, which is going to add another cursor. And then we are going to say justify-center, which is going to push it to the center. And there we go. Now let's go ahead and do this. Let's go inside this UL and then let me see, the UL has, so it has 1 2 3 4, it has these borders on the list items. So let's do this. Inside these list items, I'm going to give this a class name of border, border dash top and border dash bottom and border dash slate dash 700. Let me see how this looks. We'll have that. Okay, so when we save that, then we see that is a problem and it's not what we want. So let me go ahead and try and do this. Let me remove all of this, remove it, and then I'm going to do this. So for the first one, I'm going to have a border on top with a border dash slate of 700 for the first one only. And then for the second one as well, we're going to have border top. So here, oops, just copy this. Here as well, we're going to have the same thing, so border top. And then for the third one, we're going to have a border on the top and the bottom. So we're just going to say border Y, and that should work. And there we go. Now, instead of this being 700, because it's a bit too dark, let me change this to about 500. Let's say 300 or even 200. 300 is much better. And then inside each of these list items, let's give this a padding on the Y of about, let's say 3. Okay, and then we need to change this text to be just a bit lighter. So I'm going to say text dash slate dash 600. And then once we have that, then this is what we're going to do. We're going to go back inside the UL and we're going to add a margin on the top and bottom to push it away from the prices and from this button. So margin Y, I'm just going to say margin Y of 8. And we're going to have that. Fantastic. Now, once we have this, then we're just going to do a bit of copying and pasting for the last article as well. So let's go ahead and do this. Let's go and grab this class name. And actually, you know what? It would be easier if I just grab the entirety of this article and paste it right around here. And then change this into this prices of 39,399. So 39 here, 399 here. Change this to 2 terabytes, so 2 terabyte storage. Change this into 20 users. Was it 20 users? 10 users. So 10 users. And then change this into 20 GB. And then just remember to remove this article. And remember to change this title into master. And there we go. So that is the first and the third article because they are styled the same way. And of course, we're going to style the buttons in a moment. And then now we just need to style the second article. So for the second article, it looks just a bit different. So inside here, let's give this a class name of BG. Let's say BG. Oops. Can I really? In fact, it's a linear gradient. What am I doing? It's a linear gradient inside the style guide. The background is a linear gradient here. So copy this. And then inside my index.css, I'm going to create a class below the body called linear-gradient. And inside here, I'm going to give this a background of linear gradient. Just paste this in. Oops. Grab this background of linear gradient. Paste this in, and it is going to the right. So I'm going to say 2-right. Then place it to the brackets. What am I doing? How do you add linear gradients? Okay, comma. Okay, let's do this. Let me grab where is it? Linear gradient. Let me grab this. Let's say 120 degrees. Wait, to the right is 90 degrees, so 90 degrees, and then paste this in. Okay, there we go. Save this, and then let's go inside this second article. Give this a class name of linear-gradient. And we should see a linear gradient there. Fantastic. And then the buttons. So this first button is also going to have a linear gradient. So class name linear-gradient. And then the third button, let me just see. There we go. And then the third button, the last article here, is also going to have a class name of linear-gradient on the button. There we go. Now let's go ahead and style this second article. So drag this to the left. Let's go inside our app.js, inside our second article, which is this one. Let's give it a padding all round of 8, a rounded border, and a slight box shadow, just like we did for these other ones. And then let's go inside this H2. The H2 has a size of text XL and margin bottom of 5. So here we're going to say class name of text-XL margin bottom of 5, and then text dash white to change it to white. There we go. Is it all that white? Okay, yeah. So white, and then we're going to have this for our pricing. And then now for pricing, let me just go ahead and let me do some bit of copying and pasting. So let me grab this one. No, let me just grab this h3, copy this, and then inside this second article below this, I'm going to paste it in, change this into 39. Oh wait, no, it's on 24, not 39. And then we're going to have this. Let me say remove this one, remove this, and then change this into text white. There we go. Work smarter, not harder. And then once you do that, then we're going to do the same thing. So just copy this h3, paste it downwards, and then remove this h3, change this into, should be what was it, 249? Was it? Yeah, it was 249. So 249. And we're going to have this, and then inside this ul, let me grab the classes for this ul. So flex copy this and paste it here, and then change this text. So 1, 2, and 3, change this into class name, text white, and then border dash top, and then border dash white. And then for the third one, I'm going to say border dash y, because we want the border on the top and bottom as well. And we're going to have that. Okay, and then let me figure out the padding that I added here. It was a padding of around 3, so padding on the y of 3, padding y dash 3. And there we go. Now I want this to move to the end. I want these borders to move to the end. So they're not moving to the end because of item center here. So if I remove this, then they're going to move to the end. Yeah. So let's move that from here. On the first article, let's remove this. And then on the bottom article as well, the bottom article where the ul here, let's remove the item center. There we go. Yeah, that's looking much better. And then let's style these buttons. So this button is white, so let me begin by that because I'm already here. Where is it? Here. So give this a class name of bg-white and text-slate-800, padding y of 2. Let me see how this looks. And then I'm just going to say width dash full. And then let's give it a rounded border, so rounded dash large with that slight box shadow. And then let's say we want a border all round of 2 with a border dash white, because if you check the active state of these buttons, let me zoom out, look at the active state. So they have a border here. Okay, so when I hover over it, this is how it's going to look. Oh, and the buttons are uppercase. Okay, so change this into uppercase, so uppercase, and then let's have a cursor of dash pointer. Let me see. So we're going to have this. So on hover, I want the BG to be transparent. So save this, and we're going to have that. And then on hover, let's change the text to white. So on hover, let's say text dash white, and then let's add a slight transition so that it doesn't just pop in. So transition dash all, and then let's say for a duration of dash 200 milliseconds, and there we go. So that is our active state for the button. And then now let me just copy these class names. I know just the class names, so copy these. Let's copy them upwards here, paste them in, and then this is now no longer going to be BG white, okay, because it has this linear gradient by default. The text is going to say text white because it has a dark background. I know, just so that I can see this, let me just save it so I can see what's happening. And we're going to have this. And what's happening here? Why is this one thicker than this one? Oh, the border. The border here shouldn't be white, so let me just say border. Actually, how do I do that? Border blue dash 600, too dark. 300. Nope. Can I add a border? Can I add border as a linear gradient? Let me do this. Let's do this. I'm going to add a class of btn here, and I'm going to add a border of 2 pixels and solid, and then I'm just going to grab this color. So copy this color here, and then I'm going to go inside my app.js, and then let's do this. So text white border -2. Let me add, right after this, I'm going to add the class of btn so that it adds the border. Let me see how this looks. So you can see the border is still just, it is dark on this side because this side is lighter on the linear gradient. I don't know whether I can add border to be linear gradient. So 2 pieces only linear gradient, and then let me just copy this one, copy and paste it here, remove the last bracket, or not, add the in. Is this going to work? I'm not sure. I've never tried this before actually, which is quite curious because I like trying things. And it seems to work. Ah wait, no, it doesn't work. Look at this, it doesn't work. Let me remove this border too here. Move that. Yeah, it doesn't seem to work. Okay, so this is what I'm going to do. Therefore, I'm going to remove this btn class from here, and then I'm going to remove this from here, and then I'm going to say that the padding y here is going to be 3, just to make it almost as thick as this pattern, you can see. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to say on hover we're going to add a border -2, and then on hover, sorry, wait a minute. Yes, on hover we're going to say bg transparent, and then on hover we're going to change the text into slate -800. There we go. So hover text white, oops, remove this, they're conflicting. And then hover bg transparent, I've added this in already because it's right here, hover bg transparent. Oops, where did I go? I should be here. So hover bg transparent, remove this. Why isn't this highlighting? Isn't this the same as this? Transparent. Let me just remove it. So save it, and let's see. Now this is why I did not want to add the border on hover, because you can see that the border on hover makes it like jump a little bit because it is resizing the content. So in order to fix that, then we're going to say border -2 here, and then we're just going to say border -transparent, which is going to make it have a border. And you can see that this happens. Why does this happen then? Why does this happen? Hover bg transparent. Oh, you know what? It doesn't work because this is a linear gradient. Yeah, it doesn't work because this is a linear gradient. So I'm going to do something cheesy, and this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to re-add the class of btn, and I'm going to access the hover state, where I'm going to say that on hover I want this background to be a linear gradient. So linear dash gradient. You know what, let me just copy this, paste it here, and then change this into white. So just grab this color, change it into white, and then grab this color, change it into white, and then make it transparent. I forgot to make it transparent. Come on, what did I do? Drag it to white, and then just drag it to be transparent, and then here as well just drag it to be transparent. And then now this is what we're going to do. Now watch this. Add the class of btn here, and then now look at this. Now it's transparent. And then now let's add the border of let me remove this border transparent here. So border -2, and then we should see, I want this border to be transparent, so border -transparent, so that we can't see it. Oh, so the border transparent is what is adding this. Okay, so let me not add it. Let me not have the border transparent yet. And then now you can see that this is what we're going to have on the screen. And let me see. Yeah, that's looking almost the same color as this, but it's not yet the same color. So let's go back inside the btn hover class. Let's change the text color into this color. So grab this, copy and paste it here, and then let's go and change this color from here. So remove this color, and then we can also say remove the hover bg transparent. We don't need it, so save this, and there we go. That is looking much better. And then let's grab all of this, and in case you're wondering why this transition is not working, because I can even remove it, by the way, remove this as well. the transition is not working because transitions don't work on linear gradients for some reason, or at least I don't know how to make them work on linear gradients. So let me just copy this, and then let's go into the third article here, and then we can just paste in this. So paste it in, and the third article here is going to have the same classes, and there we go. Now we just need to scale it up. So to scale it up, we're going to do something very simple. We're going to go inside the parent div here, and then we're going to add a max width, max-w of about 6xl, and then we're going to say mx auto, which is going to limit everything, and then push it to the center like so. And then what we're going to do is we're going to say that for large screens, I want the gap to be 0, the gap that we added here, the gap, not gap, so that it removes the space, the separation that it had. And then we're going to say here, we're going to say just on large screens, we're going to say flex dash row, which is going to align them back in row form like so. This is a bit too small now, so it's small because of this article is not taking up the full width. So let me say that for large screens, let's say width dash full, and there we go. Is that a good idea? We're going to find out. So copy this, go inside the second article here and paste it in. Okay, so we're going to have that, and then inside the third article, paste it here, and the third article goes full width as well, which means that here for large flex row, then we should do this. We should also say for large screens flex no wrap, because now the flex of wrap here is what is making this to go like one on top of the other. Because flex wrap here, what it does is that if the element takes up the full width, then it automatically aligns the next elements to go to the next line, so that they don't cause an overflow to the right or to the left. So if I add flex no wrap here and save it, then we should see 1, 2, 3, and there we go. And then let's move this downwards a bit for this attribution by just going here and just adding a line break. We should move it downwards, and then let's add our title on top. So on top of this div here, let's add an h1 that says our pricing, and we should align it to the center. So class name text-center, let's say text-slate-800, let's say margin bottom of 8, and you'll see why margin bottom is necessary in a moment. So our pricing, let's increase it, so text-4xl, and we're going to have that. What these colors are looking a bit too dark for me, right? I mean, they're just a tiny bit dark. So instead of having text slate 800 here, let me do this. Let's do this. So text slate 800 is on the h3, so grab this h3. At the h2s as well, let me just say text slate dash 700. Let me see how this looks for here. I think I'm going to use 700. So for this one, as well as on the third article, and the third article is this one, so grab this here and here, change it to 700, and we should see that, yeah, the color changes just a bit. I mean, it's just a bit lighter, and then changes to 700 as well. And so now I want these items to push to the center, and I'm going to use flexbox for that. So inside the section, I'm just going to say that for large screens, I want this to be a flexbox, and then items-center and justify-center, and then h screen for large screens here, because this means 100 report heights. So it's going to automatically center everything to the perfect center. And then of course, let's add flex column here. So for large screens, let's say flex-column, and there we go. And then of course this doesn't take up the full width properly, so let's go inside this div, and right at the end here, let's say that for large screens, let's say width dash full, which means this is now going to take up the full width. There we go. Fantastic. And then now what we need to do is in the design, look at this is a bit larger than these other ones. So what we're going to do is we're going to go inside this second article, and then we're going to say this. We're going to say that for large screens, we're going to scale this up to dash 125. Save this. Oops, that's too big. Let's say 110. That's much better. So scale 110, and you know what? This background is not completely white. I've just realized that. So what we're going to do is let's go and check out what should be our background color. Inside our style guide, remove this breakpoint. Inside our style guide, we should see very light grayish blue should be it. I hope so. Let's go inside the index.css, and in the body, let's add a background color and add the same. And we should see, there we go, very light grayish blue, so that now these cards in white can stand out. Now let's add our pricing component, our pricing toggle really, and that's where the toggle.markdown file comes in. Now if you scroll to the top, you can see that I added the HTML and CSS for our toggle button, because I didn't want to do this like live, because I usually forget like how this works, so I have a cheat sheet for it. So just copy this from the toggle.md, and then inside your app.js, right around below the h1, just paste it in, save this, and then back inside our toggle.md, just copy the CSS from the toggle all the way to the bottom, and you can go through this one by one to see how this works. So right below this, below the button, just paste it in as our toggle, and we should see this on the screen. You can see that it's right there, but it is being covered by this, which means we need to readjust the margins a bit. So inside our app.js, inside our toggle, let's say margin bottom 10, and probably that should be for large screens as well. So you know what, so for large screens, and you can see that we're going to have this as our toggle button. Now let's go ahead and do this. Let me go ahead and first of all, let me increase the margin on top of this attribution. So inside here, let's just say font size 12 pixels and margin dash top, let's say 1.5 rem. And I do know that I added a line break in our JSX right around here. I added this line break, so I'm not going to remove it, I'm just going to leave it in. And we should have this. Would you look at this? This is looking nice. Now let's handle our toggle. Now for our toggle, we're going to use the state hook in React. So I'm going to say import use state from React, and then we're going to be checking for a state of whether it is annually or monthly. So I'm going to call this state annually. So annually, and set annually. This is going to be equal to use state, and by default it's going to be false, because by default we're going to be showing the monthly stats first. So what I'm going to do is we're going to go inside. I'm going to do it for the first one, so that you're going to see what is going to happen. And for the first one is our basic, right? So I'm going to say that I'm going to grab this h3 and cut it out, and then I'm going to place in my condition over here, and I'm going to say when annually is true, so annually, only when annually is true, place in my double ampersands, do I want this h3 to render. Okay, so I'm going to save this, and not look what is going to happen. So because this is annually, right, because it is annually, because this is set to false by default, so because annually is not true, then we're seeing the annually price. But when we switch it to monthly, then this is going to switch to monthly. So for example, if I go on top here and set this to true, then we should see 1999. Now we need that when this is true, then this should not show, and we can do that easily by just going here, cutting this out, and saying, placing our bracket and saying not annually, and then placing our ampersands, and there we go. So not annually, it toggles and so on and so forth, so that now when I click on this, we should see, actually we should see nothing, I mean, because we haven't really placed in our click on the toggle. But now I'm going to do the same thing for these two and for this one as well. So inside the professional, right inside here, cut this out and say that when annually is true, we want this to render, and then cut this h3 out, and then we're going to say not annually, place in our double ampersand and paste in our h3, and then do the same for this. So when annually is true, double ampersand, paste this in, and for this one, when not annually, double ampersand and paste it in, so that now we should only see one price, and there we go. And then now if I go ahead and change this into false, then we should see the other prices. There we go. So now we're going to go inside our input, because this is an input with a type of checkbox that we have styled to look like this toggle button. And inside this type of input, we're going to say that we're going to be checking for a checked condition here, and the checked condition is going to be set to this annually. So it's going to be either true or false depending on our state value. So we're going to say checked is equal to annually, like so, and by default you'll see that because we have set it to false, then we're always going to be showing the annual prices. But now we want that when we click on it, because now you can see that we can click on it but nothing happens, we want that when you click on this, then this should change into true here, and we should be showing the monthly prices. So that's easy enough to do. We can just go below this and we can say that on change. So when this changes, place in our curly brackets and our inline function, and I'm going to say set annually into the opposite of annually, meaning if it is set to true, then set it to false, and if it is set to false, then set it to true. And that is how we create our toggle button. So I'm going to save this and we can try it out. Look at this. So now we are seeing the monthly prices, and when I click it again, we can see the annual prices, and there we go. So that is how we can create our pricing component. Very easy enough to do. And then now what is remaining to do is just submit it. So I'm going to create a GitHub repository, and then I'm going to open up my Netlify account, and then let me just open our console to see that nothing is wrong. Using target blank. Okay, so we need to fix this on the bottom here. Target equal to blank, which will say rel is equal to no referrer. Save this, and we should not have any issues. There we go. And now let me copy this as well here. Let me copy it and paste it here. So now we can close this server, and then now we can begin to create our GitHub commits. So let me go ahead and let's do this. We're going to do this. I'm going to say git add design. I'm going to say git commit is going to be the design files. I'm going to say git add public, and I'm going to say git commit update index.html, and I've just remembered I haven't changed the theme color. I don't know whether I'm going to do it really, but anyway. So update index.html plus update favicon plus delete useless files, and then we're going to say git add source and git commit. We're going to say main component plus delete useless files. You know what, I've just realized something. We have images, because I just remembered in the commit that I wanted to add images, but we haven't added the images. Okay, so let me just finish the commits and then we're going to add the images. And what we're not going to point this index.html file. We don't really need this, so I'm going to remove it, so just delete. And then I'm going to say git add package star, so add both package.json files. I'm going to say git commit. Now I'm going to say install Tailwind CSS, and then git add .config, so add all .config files. .config.js, so add both of them. Remove this. Really? Config. Okay, let me just do it one by one. So git add post css.config.js, git commit, and I'm going to say post css config file, git add tailwind.config.js, git commit tailwind config file, git add readme, so both readmes, git commit, let's say readme. Oops. Okay, there we go. And then git add style -guide.md, git commit -m style guide, and then finally git add toggle.md and git commit toggle, and then git add git ignore, and then git commit, we're going to say git ignore. And then now we can go ahead and inside our repository should be here. We're going to create a new repository. So create a new repository, and we're going to call this reactjs -pricing -component, and then it's going to be public, and we're just going to say create repository. And then we're going to copy this link to our repository, and we're going to say git remote add origin and paste this in, and then git push -u origin main, which is going to push to the main branch. And then now let's go ahead and we need to add our images, but I was dumb and I shut down my server, but that's okay. So let's do this. Let's say import dash bottom, import bg bottom from dot slash should be no dot slash images / bg dash bottom dot svg, and copy this downwards, change this to bg top, and then change this to bg top. And then bg top is going to be here. We're going to position them absolute, so right around, let me add them here. I'm going to add a div. This div is going to be an image. The source for this is going to say bg top, and then copy this div to the bottom of this section, right outside this section here, paste this in and change this into bg bottom. And then now what I'm going to do is these two divs are going to be styled the same way, or not really the same way, but almost the same way. So the first div is going to say, give this a class name of absolute, and it is to the top, so top of 0 and to the right of 0. And then let's see, let me say width dash full. It's not going to work because I want the width dash full to be on the image, so class name width dash full. And then class name here, I'm going to say max width dash full as well, which means set the max width to be 100% so that it doesn't overflow. And then I'm going to do the opposite on this div on the bottom. So here, give this a class name of absolute and replace it to the left by 0 and to the bottom by 0. And then here on the image, we're going to say give this a class name of width dash full and max dash width dash full. And that should add our two images. So let me cut to where I start my server, and then we can see what we have on the screen. And actually, you know what, as this is starting, let me go into Netlify. If I reload our GitHub, by the way, you're going to see that our repository is going to be here. So let me go into Netlify, let me log in, and then let's deploy our application. So let's go ahead and say import an existing project from GitHub. And then it is called pricing, it's called reactjs dash pricing. And then let's go ahead and click this, and then let's deploy the main branch, so deploy site. So as that is deploying, let's change the site name here into change site name, and let's say just be pricing dash component. Oh, that's not my name. Change site name TsB. There we go. And then we're just going to wait for this to deploy, and we should see what we have on the screen. But you can see that our server is back up, and look at that, we have our images here and here as well. But you'll notice that they are on top of our thingy, or our cards. So we need to fix that. Okay, we need to fix that, and you can see that this is what happens. So in order to fix that, then let me try something. It probably won't work because I think it's going to go outside of the behind the body, but let me just try it out. So I'm going to say this, I'm going to say that here we have position absolute, I'm going to go to the end and say add a negative z index of 10, so negative z index of 10. And where does that go to? Oh, it goes behind the card. I thought it would go behind like the background color, but this is okay. So let's just do the same thing here on top. Place it here and reload, and there we go. So there we go. So there's our images. Let's commit them once again. I can shut down the server and say git add all and git commit and say add background images and git push. And then once that pushes to GitHub, you'll notice that if I reload, then we should see, where is it? Add background images here 11 seconds ago. And then Netlify is going to trigger a redeploy. Right here, you can see it's going to be rebuilt again. But that means that our initial website is already there, and we should see this on the screen. So once we have that, you can see that the functionality is working correctly. Then I'm going to copy this link, and I'm going to go into Frontend Mentor and submit it. So submit solution. So live site URL is here, the repository URL is here, And for the title, I'm going to say mobile fast pricing component with toggle using reactjs and Tailwind. Letters up, the characters are over, so let's say using pricing component with toggle in reactjs and Tailwind. Yeah, let's just have that. Or we can say pricing component with / so with and Tailwind CSS. There we go, one character remaining. And then we can just say submit solution. And you can see that our deploy is working correctly, and when we reload this, then we should see our images here. And there we go. So those are our images. So close this and close this and close this and close this and this and this. And we should see what view solution. And when we view solution, then we're going to have this. Would you look at that? That is looking quite nice, if I do say so myself. But I just realized that I forgot to change the color of this button. But those are some things that you can just do on yourself by yourself. And would you look at that, looking quite nice. So yeah, that is going to be the end of the project. And if you enjoyed it, then please like the video and subscribe to the channel if you're not already. And I will see you in the next video. Bye bye. Hello everyone, in this video we're going to be doing the expenses chart components challenge from Frontend Mentor. So you can head over to frontendmentor.io/challenges and you can get this challenge. And then once you click on this challenge, then you're going to get this page, and then you can click on the download files here. But since I've already started the challenge, then it says visit challenge hub. And if I do that, then you're going to get this button here that says download starter files, which is going to download the starter files for you. So once you click on this button, then it's going to download a zip file which is called expenses chart component main right here into your downloads folder. So once that happens, then I'm just going to extract this here, and then once it extracts, then it's going to extract into this folder that is called expenses chart component main, and I'm going to right click and say open with code. So as it opens up with Visual Studio Code, you see that we have some files inside here. We have the design files, which are JPEG images. We have our images, which is our favicon and our logo. And then we have our gitignore and our data.json file, which holds the data that we're going to be putting inside the bar chart or the bar graph, but we're not really going to be using this JSON file. And then we have our index.html, which contains our template and so on and so forth. So the first thing that I'm going to do is I don't want to work inside here. So I'm going to say Control and J, which is going to open up my terminal in Visual Studio Code. And then I'm going to CD out of this folder. So CD out of this and CD again and CD again. And then I'm going to CD into my desktop. So desktop and into a folder called fm-challenges. And then inside here, because we're going to be building this in React and Tailwind CSS, then I'm going to say npx create react app, and I'm going to call this expenses-chart-yt. And then I'm going to let this run, and it's going to create a React app for me. So once this finishes running, then we are going to continue. And so once this finishes running, what I'm going to do is say cd into expenses-chart-yt, and then open Visual Studio Code into this folder, which opens up another instance of VS Code that I'm going to place to the right and this to the left, because we want to do a bit of copying and pasting. So once we have this, then I want to copy the design files, the images, the data.json, and you know what, the data.json file is going to be inside our source folder. So just drag and drop. And no, we're not even going to use the data.json file, but let's just have it inside here. And then I'm going to grab these three files as well as the images and the design, just copy them and paste them inside here. And then once we have that, then I'm going to get inside the gitignore, and I'm going to select everything and copy it. Okay. And then I'm going to place this to be full screen. And then inside this gitignore, I'm going to go to the bottom and paste this in, and then change this into line 29 and 30. and then change this into line 36, and then save this, and then you can close this, and then we can go ahead and we can delete this readme file, so this one, and then the readme copy we're going to rename into readme, so readme. And then let's see what else we need to do. We need to grab this images folder. Actually, not, let's just do this. Let's just drag and drop this favicon inside the public folder, and then we can delete this one, so delete. And then inside the index.html, we can change this into favicon-32 by 32.png, which means it's going to take up this new favicon. And then once we have that, let me save this, and then let's see, we can close the public folder, and then we can now drag this images folder into the source folder, like so. And then the design files can remain inside the root, there's no problem. And then now inside our source folder, let's delete the app.css, the app.js, the logo, the report bread vitals, and the setup tests. Delete them. And then inside the index.js, let's remove this because we've deleted this file, and then let's remove the import as well. And then inside the app.js, we can remove everything inside this header, and then let's just return on each one that says hello world. And then let's remove these two because these files no longer exist. And then before we can begin, I just want to install Tailwind CSS, and then I also want to install another package called reactjs. What's it called? reactjs 2, which is going to help us to draw our bar chart. So let me start by saying npm install react-chat.js-2, and then let's go into the Tailwind CSS website, and then we can install Tailwind CSS. So Tailwind CSS, let's go into the framework guides, let's get create react up, and then we can copy this, and then we can let this finish running like so. Let's paste this in and let that run, and then we can copy this, and then we're going to let this finish running, and then we can paste it in. So paste this next one in, and then we can copy this part here. So copy this, and then inside the Tailwind config file that is just created, we can paste this inside here. And then we can copy this into our CSS file, so index.css, paste it on top like so. And then now we can start our server, but I'm not starting our server yet. So now what I want to do is I want to go inside our style guide. Let me close these files and this one as well. And inside our style guide, we have a font that we need to get. So DM sans, we need to get the 400 and 700 font weights. So let me open this up, and then let's get the what was it? The 400 and 700. Did I say 300? So let's get the 400, the regular 400, and the bold 700. Let's use the import tab, grab this, so it's DM sans with a fallback of sans serif. So inside our CSS file, on top of this, we can do this, paste it in, and then inside here, let's define our font to be DM sans with a fallback of sans serif, like so. And then let's check the root EM value here by default is 18 pixels, so let's define that as well. So font size, set this to 18 pixels, move this upwards, and then we can remove this margin here, we no longer need it, and we can remove this block as well. And then now what I want to do is, let me check the design files, let's check the desktop design. Of course it doesn't open up, so let's go ahead and let me open this up. So inside the design, let's check the desktop design. And so this is what we have for our desktop design. So we have a slight background color here, we have this section on top, and then we have our chart that is in the middle. So let's go ahead and let's do this first. Let's get these colors, and then let's get let's just begin with the colors first of all. So inside our style guide, let's go ahead and grab all of these colors. Do I need to grab all of them really? But okay, let's do this. Let me check. The cream should be the background color of the body. So copy this and let's go inside the body. Give this a background color of this. Copy it and paste it inside. And then for the paragraphs, so let's say that for the paragraphs, I want the color to be medium brown should be it. Copy this. That's the color, the text color. So this text color here is going to be for this part. See this part? there. And then let's go ahead and grab this color, should be dark brown. Copy this, and then I'm going to define that for the H1 because this is going to be our H1. Or really? Or is this going to be our H1? No, let me make this our H1. So for the H1, for the H2s, and this is going to be an H2, this is going to be an H2 as well. So for the H1 and the H2s, I want the color to be this one. Yes, that's the correct color. And then let's see, we want this reddish. Is it red? What color did they say here? Soft red and very pale orange. You know what, let me save this and then let's begin with this first of all. So inside of app.js, what we need to do is we need to import a few things. We need to import a few things. So the first thing that we need to import, remember we installed reactjs. So if you check inside your package.json file, you're going to find reactjs here. So we need to import a few things from reactjs, and we're going to say this. We're going to say import the bar chart because we're going to be using the bar chart from react.js. And then now we need to import a few things from chat.js. Now chat.js is installed when you install this, and if you check in your node modules folder, if you scroll down to chat.js, inside here, this is where we're going to be getting a few other things. So we're going to do this. We're going to say import. We need to import chat as chat.js, capital letters, and then we need to import category scale. So category scale. We need to import linear scale. We also need to import the bar element, and then we need to import the title and then the tooltip. We need something else. If we need something else, I'm going to remember it, and this is going to be coming from chat.js. Now remember, this is called chat.js. It is not a JavaScript file. It is a folder, as you have just seen in your node modules folder. And then once we have this, then we need to say this. We need to say chat.js. So chat.js. So this one that I've just imported, .register, and we need to register everything inside here. This is I, not you. Register, and we need to register the category scale, the linear scale, the bar element, the title, and the tooltip. Tooltip, like so, small t. So tooltip, like so. And then now inside here, in order to use chat.js, then we need to have an initial state, and the initial state here is our data.json file. But I'm not going to be using this file. Instead, I'm just going to hardcode them inside. So I'm going to say this. I'm going to say const state is equal to this, and then I'm going to say the labels. The labels here are going to be Monday, comma, Tuesday, comma, Wednesday, Thursday, is it THU, and then Friday, and then Saturday, and then Sunday. And then once we have this, then we also need to pass in data sets. So data sets, like so, and then pass in our data sets. Now if you have multiple data sets, then you just pass them in as objects like so, but we only have one, so we're going to only use one. And then I'm going to say this. So we need to have a label here, and the label here is going to be spending for the last 7 days. And we're going to remove this, but I just want to show you that you can have this in. And then we also need to have a background color. So background color, and the background color is going to be this one that we have on the chart by default. So background color, let's check our style guide. Our style guide here, we did get the background color. Should be, is it dark brown? Wait, what was dark brown? Let me check. Dark brown is this one, so that's not the correct one. So let's check the very pale orange. Let me try this out. We're going to just do a bit of testing. So very pale orange, bring this here, and then we also need to have this background color turn to blue when we hover over it. So I'm going to say hover background color is going to be cyan. That's pretty obvious. So cyan, copy this and paste it inside here. And then once we have this, then we also need to add this slight border radius that we have on the bar charts. So I'm going to say border radius, set this to about 8. And then I think that's all we need inside our data sets. And then now we actually need to pass in our data by going outside of the, is it outside or inside? So let's pass in our data, and our data is going to be from our data.json file. So data.json, let me open this up here, just drag and drop it to the side. And then for Monday, so for Monday we have 17.5.45, and then for Tuesday we have 34.91, for Wednesday we have 52.36, Thursday is 31.07, Friday is 23.39, Saturday is 43.28, and Sunday is 25.48. And then you can close this. And then now remember that every value inside here corresponds to a label here, so make sure that you're getting this correct, otherwise you're going to have issues. Now let's go ahead and do this. Instead of returning hello world here, and you know what, instead of returning this, let's just get a fragment, and then we're going to have a div, and then inside this div let's return an h1 that says spending for the last for the last 7 days, because that's our title inside here, our h1. And then below this let's have a bar chart, because the bar chart is the one that we imported from reactjs. And then the bar chart takes in a prop called data, and inside here we're going to initialize it into our state, which we have inside here, which is going to then populate our bar chart. So let me save this, and then now we can start our server by saying npm start. Okay, so once this opens up, then we have this on the screen, but you immediately realize that there is something wrong, and I think the something wrong is this one should be inside the data set. Sorry about that. So data, let's save this and let's see, and there we go. So we have this. Now this means that the background color here is not the correct one, so the background color should be a bit darker. So let's go ahead into our style guide, and why is not matrix open? Close this. So inside our style guide, let's check this. What color did I have? What color did I make inside here? 33. So 33 is not the correct one. It's not this one. It should be cream. Let's try cream. Or is it soft red? I think it's soft red. Let's paste it here. Yep, it's soft red. So soft red. Copy this and paste it inside our background color here. Save it. There we go. So this is our color, and you can see that now this is our bar chart, and when you hover over it we have the blue color, and then this is the tooltip that says spending for the last 7 days. But I don't want to have this entire thing inside here. I just want to have the value, right? So instead of getting all this, we can just remove it, or you can have it as an empty string, and then now when you hover over it, then it's just going to show you the number, and that's pretty much how it is in the design. If you check the design, where is it? Come on, where is the active state for the design? Can't find it. There you go. So for the active state, it only shows the number that you have. And you know, because we're using a package, it's not really like one-to-one with the design, but you can see that the functionality is working correctly. So now let's begin to style this out, and we are going to do this. I'm going to grab this and cut it out and place it inside an article like so, because we're going to have another article on top, and this other article is going to be this like this red brown part here. So we're going to do this. We're going to have an h2, and inside this h2 we're going to have a span, and this span says my balance, and then the actual text for the h2 says, what was it, 921.48. so $921.48. And then below this h2 we have this part here, which is our logo, so we need to import that logo. So I'm going to say import logo from should be /images/logo.svg, and then let's go ahead inside here below this h2. Let's have an image, and the source for this image is going to be the did I delete it? I deleted. So the source for this image is going to be the logo, and then let's space out this article so that they don't confuse me. And then let's check this out. We should see my balance. Where's the logo? Where's the logo? Oh, here it is. It hadn't loaded in. Okay. And then let's add the background color to it. So let's go ahead and do this. For this article, and give it a class name of, let's say, BG. You know what? I'm not even BG because it's a custom background color. Let me get this color. The color should be the soft red. Yeah, it should be soft red. So let me give this a custom class called soft red, And then inside our index.css, let me access the class of soft red and give it a background color of, I don't know whether I still have it inside here. No, I don't. So background color, let's get this soft red, copy this and paste it here and save it, and we should see this on the screen. And then now let's limit all this because it's a bit too big. So inside this div, I'm going to give this div a class name of max width dash xl and mx auto, which is going to limit it and push it to the center. There we go. And then now we can begin to style this out. Let me go ahead and do this. Inside this article, let me give it a padding of all round of 8. Let me give it a rounded of 2xl and a slight box shadow, which is going to do that. And then let me say this, let me change the text into white, so text white. You know, let me place this to the right instead of switching screens all the time, so that I can just like code and save at the same time. And then let's do this. Let me add because I want this to push inwards just a bit, so let me do this. Let me see if having a padding all round of 5 is going to work. Okay, there we go. So padding all round of 5 pushes everything inwards, and text right here doesn't work, so let me remove it from here. Let's go inside the h2, give this a class name of font dash bold and text dash white. See how this looks? There we go. And then let's go inside this span, give this a class name of block because I want it to go on a new line. And then I'm going to say text dash base and font dash normal because the font is lightened. If you check the design, the font is lightened a bit, and then this one is bold. So let's do that. And then let's do this. So inside the h2, I want this to turn into a bold font. So not a bold font, but to be bigger. So I'm going to say text dash 3xl. Let me see this. There we go. And then now inside this article, I want this image to move to the left. So inside this article, I'm just going to say display this as a flex and say items dash center and justify dash between, which is going to push it to the end. And then let's go ahead inside this second article. Let me give this article a class name of bg dash white and padding all round of 8 and margin top of 8. Let's see how this looks. There we go. And then let's say rounded dash 2xl with a slight box shadow. Okay, so we're going to have this on small screens. Let's access this h1, should be the h1. Give this a class name of font dash bold, so font bold, and then let's say text dash xl. Let's say text dash 3xl for small screens. I think that's too big for small screens, so 2xl for small screens. And then for medium screens, let's say text dash 4xl, and then for large screens, let's say text dash 5xl. Okay, and then let's increase this bigger. Okay, this is too big. This is too big. Let's remove this. Let's see. Still a bit too big considering this is like a small card. So let me make this into text dash 3xl. And then let's add a margin bottom of 2. Not even of 2, let's say margin bottom of 5 to push it away from this bar chart. So that we're going to have this. Okay. Now I want to change something that I've just realized. I want that when I hover over this chart, then I want the cursor to change into a pointer. So we can do that by going inside the index.css and then accessing the canvas, because this chart is drawn on a canvas. And then we're going to access the hover state of the canvas, and we're going to say, when you hover over it, I want the cursor to be a pointer, so that this happens. That's much better. Now once we have this, let's see what we need to do, and I need to change this title as well. Let's see what we need to do. We need to add a section below this section. So let's go ahead and do that. And I'm going to go inside our app.js. We can close this style guide, I think. So right, let me say right, is it inside? Okay, it's inside this article that has a bg of white. So inside this article, I'm going to create another article, and then this other article is going to be structured in the following way. So we have an h2 and a paragraph. So let's do this. We're going to have an h2, and this h2 is going to have a span that says total this month. So total this month, and then the text for the h2, the number says 47833. So $478.33. And then below this h2 we're going to have a paragraph, and then this paragraph says a span that says plus 2.4%. And then below this we're going to say this, we're going to do what is it, from last month. So from last month. Okay, let's save this. Let's begin to style it out. It appears here. Okay, so the first thing that I want to do is I want to add a border on top. So class name border dash top, and then I'm going to say border dash, let's see, border dash amber dash 600. Is it? How does this look? Oh, it's not amber, it's actually grayed out. It's not even amber. So let's make it to slate. So slate dash, let's say about 200. Make it like very thin, not so visible. And then let's go above, where is it? Oh, you know what, I've just realized something. I should probably do this. I should grab this h1 and the bar chart and place it inside an article. And I know I'm using articles a lot, but that's okay. So inside this article, I'm going to give this a class name of padding bottom of 8, so that it pushes away from this border. And then I'm going to do the opposite here, where I'm going to say padding top of 8 to push it away from this border. So push it downwards like so. And then inside this h2, I'm going to say this, I'm going to give this a class name of font dash bold, and I'm going to say bold, and I'm going to say text dash 4XL to make it a bit bigger than this one, because I think I had 3XL on this one. And then inside this span, I'm going to give this a class name of what is it, font dash, not font, but text dash space to reset it, and then font dash normal to make it lighter font, and then make it a block element so that it goes on a new line. There we go. And then probably inside this span, I can make this span slightly opaque, so opacity dash 75. There we go, so that it like there's a bit of a hierarchy, so that it's not completely the same color as this one. And then let's do the opposite for this. So inside here, we're going to give this span, inside this span, we're going to give this a class name of, let's say, font dash bold. Font dash bold, let me see. I've just realized something. So you know what, instead of this being a span, let me change this into an h3, because I want this to be the same color as this one. And then we can go inside our index of CSS, and then let's add a comma h3 here, so that the h3 also takes this color. And then we can do this. So inside here we can do this. We want this span to be a block element as well, so that it goes on a new line. And then let me see, the span is to the end. So we can go inside the h3, we can do this. We can give this a class name of flex and items dash end and justify dash end, which is going to take this one to the end. Oops, it doesn't. Let's say flex column. So flex dash column. There we go. And then now inside this article, let's go inside this article, make it a flex box. So flex and items dash center and justify dash between, which is now going to make this and this one go to the end like so. And then let's make this h3 to be smaller, so text dash base. There we go. Now let me see, I want this one. This one doesn't seem to be bold. Is this one bold? Let me try font bold. I hadn't made it bold. Come on, font bold. There we go. And then this one, the span, oh wait a minute, this one should be font normal, because the span is bold. There we go, fantastic. And then we can make this to be opacity dash 75, and then the span, we're going to say opacity dash 100. That doesn't even work, so we can just remove this. Can remove that, and then we can remove this. And in order for this one to be like lightened like this one, then we need to do the opposite. So we need to say 2.4% on the h3, and then the span, so this one here is going to be inside the span, so that happens, which means this one is going to say font normal, and then this one is going to say font bold. And then we can go inside the span and say opacity dash 75. And there we go. Would you look at that? Fantastic. And then now what we need to do is we need to go inside this div, and I just want to push it to the center, so I'm going to say display this to the flex, and then look what is happened. It's going to break a bit, and then I'm going to say flex dash column so that they go one on top of the other, and then items dash center and justify dash dash center, and then I need to add a fixed height here so that everything goes to the center of each screen. And you know what, I don't need item center, so item center is what does this, because I want this to go all the way to the end. So just remove item center, and we're going to have this. Would you look at this, looking amazing? And then let's scale it up. And actually, you know what, I already scaled up by adding the max width here. So the max width here always limits it so that it doesn't go all the way to the end. You can see that if I remove it, then this happens, and we don't want that to happen. So have it in, and you can play around with the max width to get like whatever value that you want. And would you look at that, this is our expenses chart. When you hover over it, it shows you the value that you have. And yeah, that's looking quite nice. Quite nice, if I do say so myself. Now what we need to do is, I want to change this title. Let me place it to be full screen inside the index.html. Let me change this title into Frontend Mentor. And what's the name of this challenge? Expenses chart component. Okay, so once we change this, then what I can change as well, because I don't want these logos to be used inside here, so I'm going to delete them. And then inside here, we're going to target the favicon as well. So favicon dash 32 times 32.png, and there we go. And then we can change this color as well for the theme color. So inside our CSS, let me grab this one. I want this software. Is it the software? Actually, let me grab this one. Let me change it into hexadecimal. Copy this, and then inside the index.html, let me paste this inside here, which is going to change the theme color of the address bar on mobile screens. And then we can save this, and then now we can commit this to GitHub, and then we can submit our solution. So inside GitHub, we're going to create a new repository. I'm going to create a new repository, and I'm going to call this expenses -chart-yt, and then you can just say create repository. And then I also want to log into Netlify, where we're going to deploy our project. So copy this, and then let's begin to commit this. Let me close our server, and then I can just say let's do this. This is going to take quite a bit of time to commit. Oh my god, I hate this. Let's log into Netlify, and then let's do this. Let's begin committing it. So let me say git add design, git commit, and let's say design files. Okay, so once I've committed all that to GitHub, then I'm just going to say git remote add origin and paste in our link, and then I'm just going to say git push -u origin main. And if you don't know how to commit to GitHub, then you can just follow these steps inside here. So once this commits to GitHub, then I can reload this page, and you can see that our repository is going to be here. And we can now go into Netlify, and then we can deploy our new application. So Netlify, log in with GitHub. Let's say expenses chart. So expenses chart, let's deploy this. Loading, and then we can just say deploy site. And then we can go ahead and copy this link, and then we can go into Frontend Mentor, and we can say submit solution. The repository URL is this one that I've just copied, and then the site URL, I'm going to change this. So site settings, and then change site name. I'm going to change this into expenses chart. Let me add my name here, TsbSankara -expenses chart. So save this, and then we can now copy this link and paste it here. And I've just realized something, by the way. I've just realized I should probably add some attribution in the app.js. Attribution, where should I add it? Should I add it outside of this? You know what, I'm just going to add it in later. So inside here, let's say mobile first, expenses chart. component using reactjs and Tailwind CSS. One letter remaining, one character remaining. So let's see if this one has deployed yet. And there we go. Would you look at that? This is our component. So we can close this, and then we can go back into Frontend Mentor, and then we can submit solution. Oops. Oh, this should be HTTPS. HTTPS. There we go. Submit solution. And there we go. So we have submitted our solution, and you can view your solution here by just coming to this and dragging and seeing whether it's working or not. So there we go. It looks pretty close to the design. I do like it. Pretty close to the design. So thank you for watching. That is going to be the end of the video. And if Hello everyone, in this video we're going to be doing the product preview card component challenge from Frontend Mentor. So you can head over into frontendmentor.io/challenges and you can click on this card and you can get started. So if you've not started the challenge yet, you're going to have a download button which is going to allow you to download the starter files for you, and you can just follow the steps. But since I've already started it, then I can open up my downloads folder, and I'm going to have a zip file inside here called product preview card component main, which I'm just going to extract inside here. And then once I extract it, then it's going to extract into this folder, which I'm going to open up with Visual Studio Code by right clicking and saying open with code. So once this opens up, you can see that we have our design files, we have our images, the gitignore, the index.html, our readmes, and our style guide. So the first thing that I want to do is I want to create an index.css file which is going to house all our CSS. VS Code is hanging a bit. Okay, and then I'm also going to create an index.js file. Oh, sorry, do you really need JavaScript? Let me check the designs. I don't think we need JavaScript. Yeah. Okay, so we are not going to need any JavaScript. So we're only going to work with our CSS file and our index.html. So what I'm going to do now is inside my index.html, and I should mention that I'm going to be using Live Server, which is an extension that allows me to perform hot reloading, which means that every time that I save my the code in my code editor, then it's automatically going to reload in the browser. So you can go ahead and install this extension. It is called Live Server. So once I have that, then I'm going to go inside my index.html and let me see how this looks. First of all, let's remove this CSS from here and paste it inside our CSS file. And then let's make this 14 pixels. And then let's go ahead and remove this because we no longer need it. But let's remember to link our style sheet, which we have just created, called index.css. And then let's link this into our website. So .netlify.app. And then change this to my name. Now it goes without saying that obviously you want this to link to your website or your portfolio or your GitHub profile and so on and so forth, and then this should be your name. And then now let's see what we need to do. So we have our style sheet. Let me move this upwards. We have our style sheet and we have our preview. So let's take a look at our design. So we have our body with this background color, and then we have a container here that has an image on the left. This seems to be an H2, then the H1, then the paragraph, then the prices here. This one is crossed out, and then we have a button. This is the active state. So let me check the, so this is the actual color of the button. And then on the active state, then the button color becomes just a bit darker. Okay, so what we're going to do is this. We are going to grab all the text inside here, place it inside a div with the class of container. So container, I'm using emmet, so I can say dot container, and it's going to create a div with a class of container. and Emmet comes pre-installed with Visual Studio Code. But if you're using another text editor, then you can head over into, I think it's emmet.io. I think that's the website, and then you can download Emmet. So it's called https emmet.io. I think this is the website. I'm not too sure. You'd have to do a bit of research if this is not the website. Okay, so what we're going to have now is I want to separate this image to be one article and then this whole text to be another article. So I'm going to say placing an article inside here and then placing my image, which is coming from /images, and we have the desktop image and the mobile image. So instead of doing this, we're going to use the picture tag. So I'm going to add the picture tag inside here, and then the picture tag inside here is going to take in a source media attribute, and inside here I'm going to pass in 768 pixels. And so what this means is that we are checking for a device width which is greater than 768 pixels, which are usually tablets. And when the device width is greater than 768 pixels, then we want our desktop image to show up. So the source for this is going to go into /images / what's it called, image product desktop. So image product desktop.jpg. Is it JPEG or PNG? JPEG. Okay. And then now we need to have a default value which is going to show when the device width is less than this. And so the default value that I'm going to have inside here is just the mobile image. So /images / mobile. And you know what, probably because I realized that in our CSS we're also going to add a media query to limit this container. So I'm going to change this into about maybe 640 pixels. Probably this is good enough. We're going to figure it out in our CSS. And then once we have that, then I'm going to grab this remaining text and place it inside another article, like so. And then this text, I'm going to place it inside an H2, which is going to be preview. And then this one is going to be inside an H1. So basically we're just structuring this. And then this text is going to be inside a paragraph. So cut it out, paragraph. And then we're going to have this, which is going to be inside a UL with two list items like so. And then the first one is going to say 149, and then the second one is going to say this one. So cut it out and place it inside here. And then let's see, this is going to be our button. So we can just have a button with a class of btn that says that. Okay, so let's see what we have now. That's basically it. Okay, so let's save this and then let's go inside our style guide, and we need to grab our colors. So just copy these colors inside here, and then I'm just going to paste them on top of this inside comments. And then what I'm going to do now is the font size by default is 14 pixels. So I'm going to go inside the body. So I'm going to define my body to have a font size of 14 pixels, which is going to be our default root EM value. And then we can go inside. Now we need the Montserrat and the font size fonts. So the font size is for the headings. Yes, this is the font size font. You can when you use fonts a lot, you can just tell just by looking at them. And then the Montserrat 500 and 700. So let's go ahead and grab these fonts. So just open this link. So we need the 500 and 700. So the 500, where is it? Medium 500, and the what? The 700, the bold 700. And then we also want a font called font size. So let's go back and search for a font called font size. And then we need the 700 for this one. Yes. So the 700, bold 700. Copy this, and then you can just copy the import tag inside here. So copy, and then inside our CSS we can just paste it on top. You know what, I'm just going to paste it below this because we're going to remove this at the end anyways. So I'm going to save this, and you know what, before I actually save this, I want this body to have a font family of Montserrat and a default fallback of sans serif. And then I want my H1 and the H2 because we only have the H1 and H2 and no other headings. So for both of these, I'm going to have a font family of fonts with a fallback of sans serif. And you know what, I'm actually doing this wrong. Let me just check the design. I'm actually doing this wrong because fonts is on this heading and on this price inside here. Those are the only two places where we're using frances. So what we need to do now is the h1 can remain like this, but I'm going to add a custom class of price here. So I'm going to be adding this custom class of price inside this particular list item, which is going to make it take the font family of frances. So let's save this, and then let's also save this, and then we can begin to take a look at our server by right clicking and saying open the live server. And this opens up inside here, and then I'm just going to place it to the right and place my code editor to the left so that we can begin styling this out. And the first thing that I'm going to do is target my asterisk and reset the margin to 0, reset the padding to 0, reset the box sizing to border box. And then once we do that, then I want to access all my images, set a max width of 100% so that they don't overflow outside of the container. And then I've just realized something. I need this icon. So let me check if they provide that icon. It's the icon cut. So I'm going to go inside my index.html, inside this button here, just going to add an image that says icon cut, and then save this, and then let's see what we have. We are not really going to see it because it's white. I mean, you can't see the outline, right? But it's white. We're going to change that in a moment. And you know what? Buttons don't take up the different font family of the body. So let me define that. So I'm going to say that for the button as well as for the list items, I want the font family to inherit. So inherit the font family of the body. Okay, so let's take a look at our mobile design. So our mobile should be this one. So it's basically stacked one on top of the other. Okay, that's not bad. Let's go ahead and now do this. Let's do this. The background color of the body needs to be cream. So let's copy this. I mean, at least I think it's cream. Copy this and give this body a background color of this. Okay, there we go. And then let's go ahead and let's see. The text for this is just a bit lighter. It's the same as this. And then the h1 needs to have this color. So let me access the h1. On top of this, let me give this a color of dark cyan. Should be it. I hope so. Copy this, paste it here. See how that looks. Nope, that's not the one. Very dark blue or dark grayish blue. Copy this and paste it here. Is that it? No, that's not it. So it should be, which one is this? 228. 228. So it should be very dark blue. Copy this and paste it inside here. There we go. And then the dot price, I've just realized that the dot price needs to have the green colors, which is the dark cyan. So copy this and paste it here. So the color for this should be this one. Okay, and then we can now go ahead and add the class of price here. Class equals to price, which means that now it's going to take up this one. There we go. And you can see it also takes up the font because we have defined the class of price to take up this font as well. So let's go ahead and style this h2. So the h2 has a color of what? Let's go ahead and style the h2. Let's first say text transform uppercase, transform to uppercase to make it capitalized. Let's change the font size to 1 rem. How does this look? And then let's change the font weight. So font weight, change it into it was 500 that we imported. Let me check. Where is it? 500. Okay, save this and we should have this. Okay, and then change the color for this as well. So change the color, and the color should be dark grayish blue. Dark grayish blue should be the one. Is it? Let me check. There we go. Okay, and then what we need to do is the paragraphs also need to have a color of dark grayish blue. So paste this inside here, and then I want to add a line height of 1.8 on the paragraphs. So 1.8, so they're just a bit more spaced out. And you know what I've just realized? This article has a background color of white. So let's go ahead and do that by doing this. Let's go inside the dot container class, and we're going to say that we want to access the article, which is the last child. So basically, which is the second article, because the last child inside this class of container. So the first one is going to be this article, and then the second one is going to be this second article, which is technically the last child. And we're going to say background color for this, change this into white. There we go, that's much better. And then let's go ahead inside our body and let's display the body as a flex. So display flex, because I want to center everything inside here, right? And then once I say display flex, I'm going to change the flex direction into column so that they stack one on top of the other. And then I'm going to say align item center and just click on it to the center, which is going to center them vertically and horizontally. And then in order to bring it to the center, then we need to have a fixed height. So I'm going to set the mean height here to 100 viewport heights. And you know what, instead of just 100 viewport heights, because there are some mobile screens that are probably going to be less than this, which are going to cause an overflow. So I'm going to say calculate 100 viewport heights minus 0.1 pixels, so that the evaluated height is now going to be in pixels and not viewport heights, because viewport heights are not properly supported on mobile. So we're going to save this, and they are still going to be centered because 0.1 is so small that it is actually negligible. And then let's have a margin all round of, actually not, margin of 0 on the top and bottom, and 1.5 rem on the left and right to push it inwards just a bit. And then of course we need to remove these bullets, and then let's see, we can go inside the container. And then because now what you'll notice is that if I increase this, look at this, now the container, like, it's just going to continue growing until all the content can fit on one line. So in order to avoid that, then I can go inside the container, so the class of container, and I can give this container a max width of, let's say, 500 pixels. And what it's going to do is that it's going to limit the container to 500 pixels so that it's never going to overflow. There we go. Now let's remove these bullets before I forget them. So on top right above this, I'm just going to say UL, let's style type, set this to none. Fantastic. Now let's target this second article as well by just going inside our last child. Let's increase the padding to 1.5 rem all round. There we go. Let's increase the border dash radius to 0.5 rem. And something is wrong. There's a space here. I don't know why this space is here. I'm not sure why. Let me check something. So the border, the image on top has a border, and then this one on the bottom has a border as well. So we need to restyle this. So it's going to be a border of 0 on the top, and then 0.5 rem on the bottom right, and 0.5 rem on the bottom left, so that now this border radius is only going to apply on the bottom left and the bottom right, and it's not going to apply on the top. And then let's go ahead, and you know what, we can just do this, copy this, and let's change this into first child. And then inside the first child, meaning inside the first article, I want to access the image, and then I'm going to say add a border radius here of 0.5 rem on the top left, 0.5 rem on the top right, 0 on the bottom right, and 0 on the bottom left, so that now our image is also going to be rounded. And what, 0.5 seems a bit too small, so let me grab this text. Let's change this into about 0.6 to 5 rem. Let me see how that looks. Okay, let me change this into 1 rem. Yeah, let's deal with 1 rem. And then you know what, because there's still a bit of space inside here, so let me do this. Let me set a margin top of -1 rem to push this white article upwards, which means it's just going to remove that space that we have inside here. Again, I'm not too sure why that space exists. Not too sure why, but this is working correctly. Now let's go inside the H2 once again, and let's add a space. Where is our H2? Here. Let's add some margin on the bottom of 1 rem to push it away from our H1, and then let's go inside the container H1. So the container H1, let's give it a margin on the bottom of 1 rem as well. Let's increase the font size to 1.5 rem. Okay, and then let's go inside our paragraph. So container paragraph, should I go below this or above? Let me go below it. So let's go inside the container paragraph. Let's give it a margin bottom of 2 rem, and then let's go inside the list item. So the container UL, and then you can say display flex, and then we can say align it on center and justify content to the center. Sorry, not to the center, but you know what, we don't even need justify content to the center. And then I can go inside the container UL and LI. I want to access the first child, meaning only access this first list item. And then before I forget, let me also add a margin on the bottom of this UL. So margin bottom of 2 rem pushed away from this button. And then let's increase the font size of this. So font size, increase this to about 1.5 rem to be the same size as the H1 on top, because if you look at the design, this is the same size as this, and you know what, it's a bit bigger. So let's change this into 2 rem, and then let's go inside our H1 and change it into 2 rem as well. That's much better. And then we can go ahead and do this. We can set a margin on the right of 2 rem once again, you know. Okay, let's do 1 rem or 1.5 rem, so that it pushes away from this text. And then we can access the second list item, so container UL LI, and access the last child. If you don't want to use last child, you can say nth child 2, which is the second list item. And then what we're going to do is change the color into our very light gray, which is our, should be dark grayish blue, I think. Let's see this. Okay, into this. Okay, and then what we need to do is add a line inside here, and in HTML you can do that by just grabbing this text and placing it inside a tag called S. So just do that. Add S means strike through, I think should be it. Contents that are no longer accurate or no longer relevant. Okay, so this is the correct element, so S, and then it just adds the strike through. And that's how we can do that. And then now let's go ahead and style our button. So let me see how this looks. So the button, okay, so inside the container we have a button, the class of btn, and inside here I'm just going to give this a background color of this one. Change the color into white. Actually, how is this button full width? Yes, it's full width. And then it has a font weight of 700 as well, so font weight 700. And then we need to do this. We need to add a padding of 0.625 rem in the top and bottom, and we can add a padding of like 2 rem on the left and right, but it doesn't really matter because we're going to set the button to be a full width. And then let's remove the border that it has by default, so border none. And then we're also going to remove the outline, so outline none. We're going to change the cursor into pointer, so cursor pointer. And then we're going to add a transition, so transition all the properties by 0.3 seconds. And then let's add a border radius, so border dash radius. Let me see how this looks. Okay, that's small, so that about 0.625 rem. And there we go. So this is our button. And then you know what, this icon is just a bit to the top of this text. So what you can do is you can just say display flex, because remember that the image inside here, which is our icon, is inside the button. So technically the button here, technically the image here is the first element, and then this text is going to be the second element. So what we're going to do is display flex and then align item center and then justify content to the center, and it's going to do that. And then you can access the image inside the button. Oops, copy this downwards and then access the image, and then you can set the image to have a margin right of about 0.5 rem to push it away just a bit from this button. And let me increase the padding on the top of this button. It's a bit too small for me, so let's say padding of, let me see how 1 rem looks like. Yeah, let's do 1 rem. And then let's do this. We also need to say font size of 1 rem to increase the font size of this button. There we go. And then now I want to access the hover state of the button, so I'm just going to copy this downwards, and I'm going to say that for the hover state, then I want the opacity. Oh, wait a minute, it's not even the opacity. The color becomes darker. Where is it? The color becomes just a bit darker. So let's do this. Change the background color into, we're going to use this, but we're going to use our slider inside here just to make it a bit darker. So right around there, let's see how this looks. Yeah, that's looking nice actually. Let me compare it with this color. Yes, they almost look same. Let me make it a bit darker right around there, and then let's save it. Let's see how this looks. That's much better. Okay. Now what do we need to do next? Because now we need to display these two items as a grid. That's the only thing that's remaining. So let's go ahead and do this. Let's see what we did. How did we structure this? This is the div, the class of container, and then it has the article and the article. So what we're going to do is we're just going to access to add a media query. So add media for a min width of, let's say, 640 pixels, and I chose 640 pixels because once again this is the width that I used inside here. I'm going to say that for the dot container class, I want this to display as a grid with the grid template columns to repeat twice with one fractional column each. And then let's see, this is going to happen. Of course, it messes up just a bit because remember, the reason why it looks like this is because we added a fixed width, on the container. So let's increase the fixed width on the container, which is here to 600 to make it just a bit wider. And you know what, let me say 700. No, that's too big. 600 is much better. 600. And then now let's do this. We need to reset a few things, quite a few things. But first, let me start by going into the attribution and adding a margin on top of 2 rem to push this text away from this just a bit. And then let's access this image to remove this border radius. So where did we add the border radius on that image? Where is it? It should be this one. So copy this, let me split this screen. So inside here we can just do that, and then we can just say that for the border radius, set this to 0. Okay, remove that. And then let's also access this white article because remember it has a border radius here. So for the white article should be this one. Copy this inside here and then change the border radius to 0 as well. And you know what, because these two properties, or like these two selectors, are using the same property of border radius to 0, you can just place a comma here and then paste this in, and then it's still going to work even if this is not going to be there. Okay, what I do? Okay, now what we need to do is I want this image to take up the entire height. So let me try and do this. Okay, so I don't want to do this actually because I'm going to be adding multiple styles inside here. So enable this once again and then set the height inside here to 100%. Is it? Should be 100%. No, what is this margin on top? It had a margin on top. I don't remember adding the margin on top. But first of all, let's go inside the container, add a border radius of 0.625 rem on the container. What? Container doesn't work. Okay, you know what? Instead of doing this on the container, now let's restyle this a bit. So we're going to have a border of 0.625 rem on the top left. So just copy this, and then it's going to be 0 on the top right, 0 on the bottom right, and then 0.65 on the bottom left. So basically add the border radius on this side and not on this side. And then we're going to do the opposite on this article. So inside here we're going to say 0 on the top left, and then 0.65 on the top right, 0.65 on the bottom right, and 0 on the bottom left, which is going to add this on the right, and then it's going to add 0 on the left. And this container is still bothering me a bit. I don't know. Let me probably increase this to 650 or 640. And actually, you know what am I doing? Let me just look at this. Okay, so we have this. Oh, you know what? This is spaced out a bit. I just realized it. So let's do this. Where do you have our H2? We can go inside here. Let's say letter spacing 0.2 rem. So preview. Oh, wait a minute. It did not say preview. What? Oh, they messed up the text. Oh, they messed up the text. This does not say preview. It says perfume. So let's change the text to say perfume. It doesn't really matter because it's we have transformed it into uppercase, so it's going to always be uppercase. So if you make it smaller just a bit on the H2, font size 0.8 rem. Okay, and then now, okay, so let's change our container back to 600 pixels, and then now I want this to move to the top. How do I make the image move to the top? I can't remember. Let me check something. Let's go ahead and check our console here. So the image doesn't have anything on top. This is the padding on this article. This is padding on the article. I can't remember how to. I can add a fixed height on the image, but I didn't want to do that. So let me just do this. Let's see how 400 pixels looks like. So you see this? Now I didn't want to do this, but something that you can do to subvert that is by just doing this. You can set the width to 100%, which means it's always going to take up 100% of the width, and probably change the height to 100%, but this is not going to work because of that, as you can see. So let's change the height into 600 pixels. Too big, so height is equal to 500 pixels. Still too big. Oh, wait a minute. Even if it stretches out, even if it does stretch out, then the image is still going to do this. I don't understand why that happens. I don't understand why that happens. Let me remove the padding here. Padding, set this to 0. So this is going to happen. So re-enable the padding, and then read template columns, repeat to 1FR. Wait. This has a negative margin on top. This one has a negative margin on top. Let's find it. It has a negative margin on top. So let's set the margin top to 0. There we go. I mean, really. But now this problem is introduced on the bottom. I hate this thing. I hate CSS sometimes. Width is set to 100%. We can reduce some of these widths, not the widths really, but some of these margins inside here by saying the container paragraph and set the margin bottom to about 1 rem. Like, we can reduce some of these margins as well as the one on the UL. So for the dot container UL, we can set the margin bottom to about 1 rem as well. You can see that we can do some bit of optimization, and then we can do what else is remaining here. You know what? I want the margin of 2 rem to still be here, because these elements look a bit close to me. So let me not add this. Let me remove this. And so what I'm going to do is, let me check this. I'm trying to zoom in because there's a bit of space, really tiny space inside here. So let's do this. Inside here, I'm going to reduce the padding. So I'm going to say padding of 1.5 rem on the top, 1.5 rem on the left and right, and then 1 rem on the bottom. Let's say 0 on the bottom. It's still there. I mean, it's still there. It's really bothering me. Do you see that? Do you see this? Do you see like the tiny space that is here? It has like a tiny space. I don't know why that happens really. And actually, if you know why that happens, then please, I would love to be educated. Okay, so you know what I've just realized? We added our image inside a picture tag. That's what I've just realized. And it finally makes so much more sense. So what you need to do is, right inside this media query still, I'm just going to access the picture tag and access the image and set the height of the image to 100%. And hopefully this works. If this doesn't work, then I'm just going to submit it as it is. And there we go. You even saw it resize. I mean, there we go. So now it's completely it's the same height as this other article, and that is much better. So now what I'm going to do is, because we have completed this project, I'm going to create a GitHub repository for it, and then I'm also going to go back into Frontend Mentor to submit it. So visit Challenge Hub, and then I'm going to just say submit solution, and then I'm going to open Netlify to deploy this. So create a repository, create a new repository, and I'm going to call this, what's it called? Product preview component. Product preview component. It's going to be public, so create repository, and then I'm just going to copy this, and then I'm going to initialize it. So let's create our repository. So git init, and then I'm just going to say git add design. I'm going to say git commit. These are the design files. Git add images, git commit -m, and these are the images. Git add dot git ignore, and git commit. This is the git ignore. And then git add index.css, git commit. This is going to be the index.css. Oops. I need to, it's not index.css, so git commit -- amend to change your commit message. This is something interesting that you should know about. So git index.css, save this and then close it, and then it's going to commit it once again. And then git add index.html and git commit. This is going to be index.html. Let's just say, let me just say index.html, and then git add readme. I want to add both of them, so I'm just going to say readme asterisk. And I'm going to say git commit. These are going to be the readmes, readme. And then git add style-guide.md and git commit -m, and I'm going to call this style guide. There we go. And then I'm going to say git remote add origin, and paste in that link that I copied to my repository. And then I'm going to say git push -u origin main. Can't spell origin main, which is going to push it into my GitHub repository, into my remote repository. So just wait a moment because my internet is slow. And there we go. And then now I can reload this, and we're going to see our project complete. There we go. And then now I can go into Netlify, I can log in, and then you can deploy this repository. So product preview component. Into Netlify, I'm just going to say, so import and wait a minute, deploy manually, start from import an existing project from GitHub. And then I'm going to call this product preview component. You don't have to spell everything out, but you know, once you have the keywords inside here, then you can search automatically. So this is our repository. We just need to deploy site because it's an HTML. It's just going to deploy automatically. And then I'm going to change the name of this site. So change site name into, let me call this product preview component. Very, very long name. Let me check something. Does this one exist? Let me check if this exists. Does this exist? It's already taken. Okay. So once you have that, then we can preview it by clicking on this link, and this is our application. And then let's just copy this, and then let's go ahead into Frontend Mentor. This is going to be the live set URL. This is going to be the repository URL. Paste it inside here, and then we can just submit solution. Oops, I didn't have the title. So product preview component. Let me call this mobile first in HTML and CSS, and then submit solution. Okay, and you can see how we did by, where is it, view solution, and then just going inside here, and you can see that we have this. So the solution is the one on the right, is this one, and then our design is this one. So we got pretty clear. Hello everyone, in this video we're going to build a vanilla JavaScript version of the interactive rating component. So if you head over into frontendmentor.io/challenges, it is currently on the third row from the top, and this is the challenge that we're going to be doing. So you can click on this card, and then if you have not completed the challenge, then you're going to have a download button. So I'm going to click on restart, which is going to download the starter files for me. And then once it downloads the starter files, then in your download folder, then you're going to have a zip file that is called interactive rating component main. So I'm just going to extract this here, and it is going to extract into this folder, which I'm going to open up with Visual Studio Code like so. And then I'm also going to open this up so I can open up the design files, so the desktop design. So as this opens up, you can see we have our design files inside here. We have our images, we have the gitignore, the index.html, the readmes, and the style guide. So the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to create an index.css file, which is going to house our CSS, and I'm also going to create an index.js file, which is going to house our JavaScript. And then I'm going to link them inside our index.html. So right inside here, right before the title, I'm going to link my index.css, and then on the bottom right before the closing body tag, I'm going to link my JavaScript. So linked source into script source equals into index.js, and then I'm going to grab these two lines, cut them out, and then I'm going to remove this, and then I'm going to paste them inside our CSS file. And then back inside our index.html, we're going to begin to structure this out, okay? So the way this project works is that we have an initial state here, and then when we submit the rating, then it shows a thank you state. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab these three, and I'm going to paste them inside a div with the class of main-container, like so. And then I'm going to grab this, and I'm going to place it inside an h1. And then I'm going to grab this, place it inside a paragraph, and then these are going to be buttons, and then this is going to also be a button with the class of btn submit. So I'm going to create a button with the class of btn submit, and then I'm going to grab this, place them inside a ul, so it has 5 list items, 5 of them, and then they're going to be buttons as well. Let me just play this, buttons. And then all of these buttons are going to have a class of .btn. So I'm using emmet, that's why I can do this, like so. And then this is going to be 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5, and this is coming from the design that we have right inside here. So the design is we have our h1, we have our paragraph, we have our buttons, and then our submit button, and then we should add this image on top as well. So right above the h1, I'm just going to add an image. The source for this image is /icon star. And then once we have this, then I'm also going to get the thank you state. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab this and place it inside a div with a class of thank you, like so. And then I'm going to grab this. This is the, let me check. This is this paragraph right inside here. So you selected something out of 5. So I'm going to place it inside a paragraph, and then this is going to be our rating. And then I'm going to grab this and place it inside an h2. And then grab this and place it inside another paragraph. And then what I want to do is I'm going to add a button below this called rate again, so that when you click on it, then it's going to take you back to the initial state right in here, inside here. So below this, I'm also going to add a button with a class of btn submit, and I'm just going to call it rate again, and I'm calling it btn submit so that I'm going to style these two buttons the same way. So once we have this, then what I'm going to do is just change this finally into my website or your website or your portfolio, something like that, or a GitHub profile. So let me place my website and then change this into my name. And then once we have this, then I'm going to open this up using live server, which is going to launch local server or localhost 5500. So just right click and open with live server. You can also open this up manually by just opening up your index.html file, but I do recommend live server. So if you head over into your extensions, then you can install this extension. It's called live server. It just provides hot reloading so that when you make changes in your code editor, then it's going to also reflect in the browser. And when this opens up, you can see that we have this. We have our initial state here, and then we have our thank you state here. And I forgot to add, our thank you state also has an image on top, so let me add it. So on top of this, I'm going to add an image that says /images/illustration thank you. And we're going to have this on the screen. So I'm going to place this to the right, and then I'm going to place this to the left, and then we can begin styling this out. So the first thing that I'm going to do is, and you know what, we actually need a font. So inside our style guide, we have a font called Overpass. We need the 400 and 700 font widths, and then we also need these colors. I'm just going to copy these colors and paste them on top of this, inside comments, of course. And then what I'm going to do now is just open up this link, and we can grab the 400 and 700 font widths. Okay, this link is going to open up. Okay. So we need the 400, the regular 400, and we need the bold 700. Just use the import, copy this, and we're going to paste it inside our style sheet right on top. Now let me paste it below this because we're going to remove this at the end. And then now what we need to do is define our body to have a font family of overpass with a fallback of sans serif, and then it has a default font size of 15 pixels because that's what we have in our style guide inside here. So this is going to be our default rem value. And then I also want the buttons to have the font family of the body, so I'm going to set the font family of the buttons to inherit, which means inherit the font family of the body. So I'm going to save this, and we should see something on the screen, and you can see that now our font changes and our button font also changes. So let's begin resetting a few things, and the first thing that I'm going to reset is the margin and padding. So I'm going to target my alt selector, and I'm going to say reset the margin to 0, reset the padding to 0, and set the box sizing to border box. And then I also want to remove these bullets on the list items. So I'm going to say for the ULs, just say list style type, set it to none. And then once we have this, then I can save it, and you can see that it resets. So let's add a background color on the body. So the body is going to have a background color of, let me see, it should be very dark blue. So just copy this inside here, save it, there we go. And then now we can begin to style our main container. And you know what, our main container and our thank you container are going to be styled the same way. So let's just style both of them. So below the button, I'm going to say that for the main dash container as well as for the dot thank you, that's how you can style two classes at the same time. I'm going to give this a background color, and you know what, it's not even a background color, it's a background image. It's kind of, is it even a linear gradient? I don't think it's a linear gradient. It kind of looks like a linear gradient to some extent, right? It does, like it's a bit lighter on top and darker on the bottom. So let me just give it a background color of, let's say, where is the one of the colors? This one, dark blue or medium gray. We're going to find out. Is it here? Okay, there we go. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a padding of 1.5 rem all around so that the content pushes inwards. And then I'm going to have a border radius of 0.625 rem, 625 rem to add a rounded border all around. And then on the body, I'm going to place a margin of 1.5 rem all around so that it pushes these two containers inwards. And then let's say display flex on the body and align item center and justify content to the center, and then set a mean height of 100 viewport height so that it's going to center everything. And then by default, let's change this into flex direction column so that they go one on top of the other, like so. And then let's go ahead and style our begin to style our images and our H1s. So inside the main container, the dot main dash container, I want to access the first image, and I want to give this image a background color of, let's see, should be medium gray, I hope. Let's paste it here, let's see. Okay, let's give this a padding of 1 rem all around. How does that look? Let's say 0.5 rem all around. and then let's give it a border radius of 50% so that it's rounded. And you know what, it's a bit lighter, it's too light, right? So let's give it a, let me see HSL, let's give it the same one as the back, the body. HSL, let me see, is it this one? That's too dark, come on. It's not medium gray and it's not light gray. So you know what, let me just do this. Let's just have this into HSL 213, and then let's just make this just a bit lighter. There we go. And we're going to have that. And then what you can do now is let's access this h1. So inside the dot main container h1, let's change this color into white, FFF. Let's give it a margin of 2 rem on the top, 0 on the left and right, and 1 rem on the bottom. So let's access, and you know what, I've just realized that for these two paragraphs I want to style them the same way. So what I'm going to do is right below this button here, I'm going to give these paragraphs a line height of 1.8. There we go. And we can just have that for now, and then now I can go inside my main container paragraph. So the main container paragraph, then I want to give this color a color of light gray. Copy this and paste it here. There we go. Let's give it a margin bottom of 1 rem, pushed away from our buttons. And then now we can go inside our buttons. So the UL, so for the dot main container UL, I want to say display flex. Oops. Like so. And then I'm going to say align item center and justify content to space between, so that they're going to go to the end. And then I want to add a flex wrap of wrap, so that on small screens, when they reach the end, then the buttons are automatically going to go into the next line. And then let's go inside the buttons. So inside here, let's target the LI and then the buttons, because that's the structure that we had in our HTML. So we have the UL, the list items, and then the buttons. And then inside here, what I'm going to do is give this a width of 3 rem and a height of 3 rem, which is going to do that. Give them a border radius of 50% to make them rounded, and then remove the border that they have by default, so border none, and then give them a background color of, should be this one. What color? It's the same color that we had on the image, so right around there should be fine. Change the color into white, and then notice how this font has more padding on the bottom than it has on the top. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to increase the padding on top to 0.2 rem. Let me see how this looks. And then you can see that now the text is centered inside the buttons. And then inside the UL, once again, I'm going to add a margin bottom of 2 rem to push away from this button. Okay. And then inside the buttons, let's have a cursor or pointer when we hover over them. So cursor pointer. And then let's have a transition of 0.3 seconds, 3 seconds. And then let's access the hover state of the buttons, because look at the design. For the hover state, for the hover state, it changes into orange, and then when you select a number, then it changes into like this gray color. So what I'm going to do is just access the hover state and say that for the colon hover, then I want the background color to go into our light gray color, which is this one. Sorry, is it? No, this is not on hover. This is on hover. It should be the orange color. So let me grab this one, copy this down inside here. Let's save this. Let's see how this looks. There we go. So that's on hover. And then when you click on one of them, we want the gray color, this gray color, to persist. So let's go ahead and we can do that by targeting the focus state. So when you focus on it, then we want the background color to be HSL. Now we can go inside this gray color. So let's see that, and you can see that now when you click on them, then the gray color persists, and then when you click away from them, then it goes away. So there we go. Now let's go ahead and style our two buttons, so this button as well as this button, by just going below this and accessing the .btn submit class. And we're going to give this a background color of orange by default, and then I'm going to give this a width of 100%, so that's going to go all the way to the end. Let's give it a padding of 0.5 rem on the top, let's go 0 on the left and right because it has a full width, and then let's go 0.4 rem on the bottom. And the reason why I'm doing this once again is because for this font particularly, it has more padding on the bottom than it does on the top. So if I were to have 0.5 rem on the top and bottom, you can see that the text is pushed to the top just a bit. So that's why I have it at 0.4 rem on the bottom. And then let's remove the border that it has, so border none. Let's give it a border radius of 30 pixels to make it rounded around the edges. Let me increase this to about 0.8 rem and then reduce this to 0.7. Okay. And then let's go below this. Let's give this a color of white. Let's give it a font size of 1 rem, push it upwards. And then we need to make this text uppercase, so text transform uppercase to make it capitalized. There we go. And you know what, font size of 1 rem now doesn't make sense, so let's remove it. And then let's just increase the letter spacing a bit so that the spacing between the letters is increased. So letter spacing, make this 0.2 rem. You know what, 0.1 rem should be enough. There we go. And then now let's access the hover state, and you know what, let's also add a cursor of pointer here, and then let's add a transition of 0.3 seconds. And then now for the BTN submit, we can access the hover state. So when we hover over it, we want the background color to go into white, and then we want the text color to go into orange. So let's save this and look at this. There we go. So that's our hover state. And then now what we can do is, and you know what, the padding is a bit messed up still, so let me reduce this one to 0.6. Yeah, that's much better. And then now let's go ahead and style our thank you component. So for our thank you, we want to access first of all the image, and then I want to say display the image as a block element, display block. And then I'm going to set the margin to 0 on the top, auto on the left and right, and 2 rem on the bottom to push away from this paragraph. And then the margin of auto on the left right here is what centers it on the left and the right, so that it's completely centered. And then let's go ahead and access this paragraph. And you know, this paragraph is styled differently. It's styled just a bit differently. So I'm going to give it a custom class in the paragraph right inside here. Give this a class of gray. And then once I do that, then I'm going to go inside the thank you, access the paragraph that has a class of gray, and then I'm going to give this a background color of, let me see, it should be this one. Is it this one or the other one? No, it's the other one. So this one. There we go. So it's just a bit lightened. Give it a border radius of 30 pixels on the left and right so that it's rounded. Give it a text color of our orange color. Okay. And then you know what? Let's do this because I want this text to be centered as well as this box. I don't want it to go to the end. And you would think that saying display inline block here works, but then you can't really like center it. I can say text align center, and you can see that it doesn't really center it, right? So what I'm going to do is, instead of having this, I'm going to go inside our parent component, which is our thank you component, and then I'm going to say display flex, which is going to do that, and then change the flex direction into column, which is now going to align them in column form. And then I'm going to say align item center and justify content to the center, which is going to do this. That's much better. And then inside the thank you component, I can also just say text align center, which aligns all the text inside to the center. So let's go back inside here, and then let's add a padding of 0 on the top and bottom, and the 0.3 rem on the left and right, so that the box is just pushed outwards just a bit. And then let's reduce the font size inside here. So font size, reduce this to about 0.8 rem or 0.9 rem. Okay, and remember what I said, the padding. Now this is a good example. You can see that the padding is just messed up a bit. So what you can do is you can say padding of 0 on the top, and you know what, let me say 0.2 rem on the top, and then 0 on the bottom. That fixes it a bit. Let me see how 0.1 looks. No, 0.2 is much better. And then let's say 0.5 rem on the left and right. There we go. And then what you can do now is, let me push this upwards, push this about this. Let's add a margin on the bottom of 2 rem, not 22 rem, to push away from our H2. And then let's go ahead inside our H2. So for the thank you, let's access the h2, and then we can just say change the text color for this into white. Let's set a margin on the bottom of 1 rem, and then let's go inside our paragraph. So thank-u paragraph, and then let's go ahead and say change the text color into our gray color, which is HSL, this one, to 17. Okay, and then let's have a margin on the bottom of 2 rem to push away from our rate again button. And then finally, let's tell our attribution, change this into 14 rem, and then change the color here into white. Hashtag FFF. Let's have a margin top of 2 rem, which is our attribution is just text, basically this text on the bottom. And then once you have that, then that's looking quite nice. Now, what we need to do is we need to hide this thank you component by default. And so what I'm going to do is inside our index.html, inside our thank you, then I'm going to add a custom class called hidden. And then now what I'm going to do is I'm going to style the hidden class inside here. So for the dot hidden, and I'm going to say display none. So by default, it's always going to be hidden. And then now when we go inside our JavaScript, then we're going to be toggling it. So let's go ahead inside our index.js, and then now what I want to do is bring in first our main container as well as our thank you container. So I'm going to say const main container is equal to document dot query selector, and I want to select the class of dot main dash container, and I also want to get the thank you container. So let's just call this thanks container is equal to document dot query selector once again, and I'm calling it dot thank you because that's the class that we have on it. And then I also want to get this submit button, and it's only this particular one. And I don't want to use query selector because there are multiple buttons inside here. And I also don't want to use query selector and select the btn submit because remember the btn submit class also exists on this one. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give this a custom ID of submit, and then on the bottom I'm going to give this second button an ID of red dash again because we're also going to need to target it. So I'm going to save this, and then let's access the submit button. So I'm going to say const submit button is equal to document dot get element by ID, and I want to select the ID of submit, and then I'm also going to say rate again is equal to document dot get element by ID, and I want to get the rate dash again. And take note of this, when you're getting the element by the ID, you can just call it by the ID, but when you're using query selector, if you're selecting a class, then you have to have dot, then the name of the class. If you're selecting it by the ID, then you have to have hashtag and then the ID. So take note of that, it can really mess you up. Now what we need to do is inside the submit button, we need to listen for a click event, which is going to be triggering our toggle. So I'm going to say submit button dot add event listener, and we're listening for a click event, and then passing our function like so, where I'm going to say when we click on the submit button, I want the thanks container to not have the class of hidden. So I'm going to say thanks container dot class list dot remove the class of hidden that it has by default. Remember now it has this class by default. So what we're saying is when we click on this submit button, remove this class. So I'm going to save this, and then now look at this. When you click on the submit button, then our thank you container appears. Now what I want to do is when we click on the submit button again, I want this main container to disappear. So I'm going to say main container dot style dot display is equal to none, which is basically the equivalent of this display none. It is basically the equivalent, and we're saying that apply display none on the main container, and the main container is this one. So I'm going to save this, and now look at this. When I click on this, now it disappears, and we only have our thank you container, which is perfectly centered because once again, remember on the body we have this one. So this is what perfectly centers it on the body. If I remove it, then you can see that it's going to go to the top. Okay, and then now we can get rid of these colors. We don't really need them. There we go. And then now we need to do the same thing on the rate again button. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy this downwards, and inside here I'm going to call this rate again because that's our rate again button. and then we're listening for the click event on the rate again button, so that now inside here, instead of removing this, we're going to add this, and then instead of this one displaying none, we're going to display it as a block element. So save this, and then now look at this. I can submit and I can rate again, and submit and rate again. Now what we need to do is we need to get our buttons inside here, and then we need to check for which particular button that you've clicked on, the number inside, and then we need to display it inside here. So what I'm going to do is inside my index.html, I know that this is where I'm supposed to add my rating. So I'm going to cut this out, and I'm going to place in a span element, and this span element is going to have an ID of rating. And inside our ID of rating, inside here now is where we're going to be displaying our rating. So let's go ahead and grab this span, and I'm going to do that just inside here by saying const rating is equal to document.getElementById, and I want to get the ID of rating. Okay, and then now once I want to do that, then I should also go ahead and grab all of these buttons, and that's why I added a custom class of btn on all of this, so that I can use query selector all. So I'm going to say const rates, which are going to be all our buttons, our 5 buttons, and I'm going to say document.query selector all, and I'm going to select all the buttons that have a class of .btn. So I'm going to save this, and then now what we need to do is we need to loop over all our buttons, so all our 5 buttons, and then we need to add an event listener. We need to listen for a click event on every single button that we have, and then we need to just say, you know what, get the inner HTML of the button and then pass it inside our rating, which is our span. So we can do that inside here by just saying rates.forEach, and for each rate that we get back, then we can do this. We can do something like we can do something like rate.add event listener. So we are listening for the click event and then passing in our function, and then we're going to say we can say console.log, and I'm just going to say rate.innerHTML. So let's save this, and then we can go inside our bigger screen. We can open up our console, and then now look at this. When I click on a number here, then we should see the button number that we click on. So 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5. So this means that this is working. So now what we need to do is, instead of now just logging it to the console, then we need to get this rating span that we have inside here, and then passing the inner HTML into the button. So I'm going to say rating.innerHTML is equal to the rate, which means the button that we click on, .innerHTML. And this means just basically on the button that we click on, set the button number to be equal to the rating which we have inside here. So if we click on 1, then place in 1 inside here. If we click on 2, then place in 2, and so on and so forth. So I'm going to save this, and then now I can click on 2, and we should see you have selected 2 out of 5, and 3 out of 5, and 4 out of 5, and 5 out of 5, and you can click on 1 and 1 out of 5. Now by default, I want this to display 5 out of 5, because notice that you can submit this without selecting any rating. So if this were a real component, I want that if someone was to try to subvert this, that if they just submit a rating, then I want the highest rating. You know, so we can do it again. And then now what we need to do is just limit this container a bit. So where we were styling both our containers here, then I can just set the max width to be around, let's say 400 pixels, and that's just going to limit it, as you can see. So we can submit, and that's our thank you component, and we can rate again. So would you look at that? That is quite a nice looking component, a nice looking and an easy project. And I should mention that if you want access to this code, it's not going to be exactly the one that we have written inside here, but I do have a repository for it. It's called JS Interactive Rating Component, and you can check the link in the description if you want to take a look at it. And then now what I'm going to do is, probably I should submit this because I started it again. So I'm just going to do that at my own time. And what you'll need to do in order to submit it is just deploy this project on Netlify or on Vercel or some other kind of hosting. And then you also need to get access to your GitHub repository, now no longer mine, but you need to create a repository for this, and then you can just follow the steps on Frontend Mentor to submit it. So that is going to be the video. It's a very easy project. Just do a bit more practice. And someone on Twitter actually requested me to do this project. So please. Hello everyone, in this video we're going to be building an image gallery where we're going to be displaying 10 images in the form of a grid, and we're going to be using the Unsplash image API. So we're going to be getting the big image which we're going to display inside an article with a background color of white and with a very slight box shadow. We're going to be displaying the number of likes on the image as well as the Instagram account linked to the person who uploaded that image to Unsplash, and then we're going to have their profile image, their name, and the date when it was uploaded. So it's a small project with some bits of functionality here and there, and we're going to be using the Unsplash API, which means you're going to have to go into unsplash.com and you're going to have to create an account with them so that you can get access to an API key which you can use to send GET requests. So if you don't have an account with Unsplash, then you can go into unsplash.com and you can create an account with them, and then you should see this login screen. And then once you log in, then you can go into developers/API right here. And then once you go to this page, then you have access to your apps and the documentation. So I just want to open the documentation on a new page, and then I want to open my apps right here because you'll need to create an application. So the test application right here that I was using is called Image Gallery. So I'm going to create a new application for this. So new application, and then I'm going to accept these terms right here, and then I'm going to say accept terms. And then for this one, I'm just going to call this Image Gallery 2, and then I'm going to say an image gallery created using create React app, and then I'm going to say create application. So once your application is created, then you're going to have access to two things. You're going to have an access key, and then you're going to have a secret key. So the thing that we really need here is the access key, because this is what we're going to be using to send GET requests. Now, if you go into the documentation right here, then we can go into getting a list of photos right here, list photos, and you can see that the GET request goes into /photos, right? And this is an example of the GET request that we're going to be sending. So I'm just going to grab this, and I'm going to say go to this link, and then at the end of this, I'm going to go ahead into this page and I'm going to copy my access key. So just copy to clipboard, and then I'm going to append it at the end of this request, and then when I append it, then it should return something, but it doesn't because I need to add here client underscore ID equals, and then now we should get a list of photos. There we go. So this is the example request that we're going to be sending, but we're going to be hiding our API key inside a .env file, which we're going to create and then add it to our git ignore so that it is not committed to GitHub when we are committing it to GitHub. So the repository that we're going to be using is called Unsplash Image Gallery. You can go ahead and click the link in the description, or you can go into my GitHub profile. Once again, the repository is called Unsplash Image Gallery, and it has 3 L's that I'm just realizing now, but anyway. So you can go ahead into this green button and you can say copy this link, and then I'm going to open up Visual Studio Code, and then I'm going to clone this repository. So inside Visual Studio Code, which is a new instance of VS Code, then I'm going to open up my terminal using Ctrl and J, and then I'm going to cd into my desktop into a folder called fm-challenges that I have on my desktop, and then I'm going to say git clone, and then I'm going to paste in this link, which is going to create this folder for me. And then once it creates that folder, I'm going to say cd into unsplash-image-gallery with 3 L's because I misspelled it. And then I'm going to open up a new instance of VS Code by saying code dot. Okay, so the new instance opens up here, so I can close this down, and then I can paste this to be full screen. And then now what I'm going to do is I'm going to clean a few files because this is the complete project, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete the app.css. I'm going to delete the app.js, the article, the get images, as well as the profile, the report with vitals, and the setup tests. So I'm just going to delete all of them. And then inside my app.js, if you click on this file, what you'll notice is that we have two components which you have just deleted, so I'm going to remove them as well. And then inside here I have set up React Router DOM, and the reason why I have React Router DOM set up is because I wanted the images, I wanted these images that when you click on them, it takes you into a separate inner image which shows you a bigger image, and then the profile of the person, and then more of the images that they have taken and uploaded into Unsplash. So that's why I have this right inside here, and you can go ahead and try to do this, try to implement it on your own. And I should mention that the / username here, if you check in the documentation of the API, then you can go into, so you can go into get a user's public profile, and the get request that you're now going to be sending is / users / username, and then append your API key at the end, just like we did right here. So that's how you would try to implement this. But for now, because we don't have this component, I'm just going to remove it, or let me just comment it out. And then right here we're going to create this component, but for now, because it's going to give us an error because we don't have it right inside here, then I'm going to comment this out as well. And then on top of this, I'm just going to return an H1 that says hello world. And then once I do that, then I'm going to open up my terminal using Ctrl and J. And then because we want to go into our package.json and install all these dependencies that we have, such as Tailwind CSS, and we also need to install date.fns, which is going to help us to format our dates, then we need to go inside here and say npm install. And then once this finishes running, then we're going to run npm start, which is going to run our development server on localhost 3000. So I'm going to let this finish running, and then we're going to continue. Okay, so once this finishes running, then we can go ahead and run npm start, which is going to spin up our dev server on localhost 3000. Okay, so to begin, we have a blank slate that just says hello world, and then now we can begin customizing everything. So in our index.css, I have the Tailwind components imported on top. I have all the images set to a max width of 100% so that they don't overflow outside of the container. And then we have a font family of this, which is the default font family that you have when you run npx create wrapper, with a fallback font of sans serif, with font smoothing set to anti-aliased and grayscale. And then I have a BG slate of 100, which is a very like a slight gray, like as you can see right here. It's not completely white. And then profile image height is set to 30 rem. We can remove this, actually we don't really need it. And then we can remove this as well, because this is one of the stylings for the internal pages that I wanted to have, but I don't have. So once we remove that, then we can save it. As you can see, it's just some very minimal styling. And then I'm going to save this. And then once I save this, then I'm going to go into app.js, and then you know what, I'm just going to comment this and comment this and comment this and comment this and then comment this. And then now inside here, we're going to return a component. And you know what, let me just go outside of the comments. We're going to be returning a component here called get images, which we're going to create right away. So inside the source folder, create a new file called get images.js, like so. And then inside here, I'm going to say export default function get images, and then we're going to return a fragment inside here that says fetch images component. And then we're going to save this, and then inside our app.js, we're going to import this on top. So right here, we're going to say import get images from / get images. And then when we save this, we should see hello world, and we should also see fetch images component. So let's go ahead and save this, and we have this. Okay, fantastic. So now that we can see fetch images component, then we can remove this because we no longer need it here. And then now what I want to do is I want to create a .env file, which is going to hold our API key, which we have right here. So I'm going to copy this API key. You can copy your own API key, so copy this, and then inside the root, I'm going to create a .env file, and then inside here, I'm going to create a variable called react_app_unsplash underscore API underscore key, which is going to be equal to this, right, our actual API key. And remember, when naming these variables in React, you always have to start with the React app. And then I'm going to save this, and then once I save this, then you can see it is already grayed out. That's because in my git ignore, I already have .env added here inside here. So if I were to remove this from here, you'd see that it is no longer grayed out, which means that you can commit this to GitHub. And remember that committing your access keys and API keys to GitHub is never a good idea. So remember to always add them inside an environment variable, and then you can add them inside the git ignore so that they're going to be ignored and you don't accidentally leak sensitive information. So once you have that, then you can go into get images. And one thing that I should mention, by the way, is that every time that you change environment variables, you have to restart your server. Okay, so we can actually just shut this down because we're going to restart it anyways. So inside the get images, what I want to do is right on top of this, I want to import the use state and use effect hooks. So I'm going to say import use state and use effect, and these two hooks are going to help us to fetch our data. So I'm going to set up my state values. So I'm going to say const images and set images. This is going to be equal to use state, and by default is going to be an empty array because we're going to populate it when we fetch our data. And then below this, we're going to set up our effect function. So use effect, this is going to be equal to const fetch images, which is going to be an asynchronous function to fetch our images, where we're going to say const response is equal to await, and then we're going to be fetching something from the URL inside here, which is going to be very interesting. And then once this fetch runs, then we want to get back some data, which we're going to set equal to response.json. So it's going to convert the request into JSON, and then we're just going to say set images into data. So set the images inside here into the data that we get back, which is then going to populate our state value. Remember, this is the function that controls how we access the state value. So below this, let's remember to fetch our images, to call the function like so. And then I'm going to add an empty dependency array here, which means that this use effect, so the function inside this use effect, is only going to run once, and it's only going to run on the initial render of the app component so that it doesn't create an infinite loop. So once all of this runs, then I just want to get images.length. So images.length, which is going to return the number of images that we have once all of this runs. So let's get our get request inside here. So you can go ahead and just copy all of this. Just copy this link, and then we can paste it inside backticks. Okay, and then we're going to remove this because we want to access our API key from the .env file right here, right? So inside our get images, I'm going to place in my $sign and my curly brackets, and I'm going to say process .env. It's called react underscore app underscore unsplash underscore API underscore key. There we go. So I'm going to save this, and then now once I save this, now we can spin up our dev server once again by saying npm start. And if this is working as we expect it to, and I've just realized that I've made an error somewhere here. So async is equal to this should be like this. There we go. So add these two brackets inside here. So I'm going to save this, and our server should be open right here, and we should see, I think 10 should be it. Is it? This should be working correctly, so we're not getting back anything. Let's just try and console log the data. So console.log the data. Okay, and we can open up F12 to see what is happening. So a promise is pending. So this should be const that is, or this should be await. There we go. So because we're using async await, then it returns a promise, and we should always have await here as the keyword. So let's save this, and we should see 10. There we go. So we have 10 right here, and you can see we have 10 items. So once that is working, then let's go ahead and we can begin to figure out how we're going to return all of this. So the first thing that I want to do is add a loading state. So what I'm going to do is right inside here, I'm going to place my curly brackets, and I'm going to say when there are no images, when no images is true, then I want to return an h1 that says loading ... And then once we get our images, then we're going to be returning a section. Okay, and then inside this section, we're going to have an h1 that says recommended for you. And you know what, let me change this into an h2 because it's not a good idea to have two h1s on the same page. So we're going to have an h1 inside here, and then below this we're going to have a div where we're going to be mapping over our images. So I'm going to say images.map, and then for every image that we get back, we also want to get back the index of the image, which we're going to be using as the unique key. And then inside here we're going to set an implicit return where we're going to be returning image. Okay, now this image is a component that we have not created, so we are going to go ahead and create it. And remember that when you're mapping over items in React, then all the items that are returned need to have a unique key, which in this case we're going to be using as the index. So the key here is going to be index. Okay, and if you don't want to use the index, what you can do is you can go into the API, and usually it's going to be the ID that is going to be unique. But remember that it doesn't really have to be the ID, because the key only has to be unique. So you can, if there's something like a blur hash, for example, you can use this as your unique key, or you can use the color as the unique key. And really you just have to take a look at the API to figure out what you want to use as your key inside here. So in this case, you can set it to index, or you can set it to image.id, like so. And then what I want to do is I want to pass in all the remaining properties inside here, right? Because I've accessed image.id here, but I also want to have access to all these remaining properties from the API. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say ... image, which is basically the spread operator that says take all the other properties that are remaining when you map over this, and then pass them into this image component. So let's go ahead and create this image component. So right inside the source folder, I'm going to create image.js, like so, and then I'm going to say export default function image, and then inside here I'm going to return a fragment once again with an h2 that says single image, like so. And then once we have that, then I can remove the index from here because we're no longer using it. And then we need to import this image on top, so I'm going to say import image from ./image. And then when we save this, what we should see on the screen is single image about 10 times. So there we go. So we have single image 10 times. Now we can close this, and then let's begin styling this out. So inside our get images, I'm going to go inside the h2, this h2. I'm going to give this a class name of flex and items dash center and justify dash center and h just screen, and it should push it to the center. And just to test whether this is working, I'm going to turn this into positive. So when images is true, it's going to show the loading state. So let's save this. Let's see what we have. We should have loading right here. Okay. And then let me make it bigger by saying font bold and text dash 4XL, and then just saying text center, so that it's always going to be centered to the center, like so. And then let's change the color to text slate dash 800. There we go. And then let's go inside our h1 inside here, and I can just copy these classes. And then let's go inside our h1 inside here. Let's turn this back to the negative so that the loading state is going to disappear. And then inside the h1, I'm going to say class name font dash bold text dash 3XL for mobile screens. And then for medium screens, which are tablets, I'm going to say text dash 4XL. And then for large screens, which are beginning from like laptops, then I'm going to say text dash 6XL. And then I'm going to say margin on the top, let's just say margin on the Y of 10. And then for large screens, margin top of 20. And then for large screens, again, margin bottom of 16. So that now we're going to have recommended for you, like so. And then let's change the text color as well. So text dash slate dash 800. Instead of being extremely black, now we have this. Okay. And then inside this section, because I don't want this to go all the way to the edge, what I'm going to do is I'm going to give this a class name of padding on the x of 5. And then inside here, I'm going to set this to have a max width of 7XL. And then I'm going to say MX auto, which is going to push it inwards. There we go. And then if you want to test it out on mobile screens, you can just go into F12 and then you can test out. This is how it's going to look on mobile screens, and you can set this into responsive and you can see how it's going to scale up, as you can see. So now that we have that, let me change this text into capitalized. So I'm just going to go into this each one and say capitalize, which is going to place capital letters right here for every word. And then now we can go into this single image component and then we can begin starting it out. And you know what, actually what I've just realized is I don't want this to go very much inwards. So instead of having max with 7XL here, I'm going to have a class from Tailwind called container. Okay, and what container does is it just limits everything, as you can see, just limits everything. So next we're going to go inside this div and then we're going to transform this div into a grid so that now on large screens these single images are going to be displayed as 3 items. So inside this div I'm going to give this a class name of grid and grid columns -1 with a gap of 10 for mobile screens to begin with, and then for medium screens, so for tablets I'm going to say grid columns -2, and then for large screens I'm going to say grid columns -3, like so. Now we should see 1 2 3, there we go. So 10 images. Now we can go inside this image component and then we can begin starting out our images. So inside here what I'm going to do is I'm going to first get the props, and the props are coming from this. So once we get ... images, the remaining items from our API are passed in as properties, and we can get them as props inside here. So inside here I'm going to be returning an article. This article is going to have a class name of shadow-md, so a medium shadow with a BG of white, with a rounded of 3XL to give it a rounded border, with a padding of 5 inwards, so it's going to push all the content that it has inwards by 20 pixels. And then right inside here, let's go ahead and return our images, and the images are going to be coming from props. Let's check our API. So the image that we want is the urls.full. So let's go ahead into props.urls.full. And then for the alt, what we're going to do is we're going to get the alt description, which here is null. Let me see if there are items that do have it. So they are null. So instead of returning null here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into the user, and then I'm going to return the name of the user if the image fails to load. So inside I'm going to say props.user, should be it, user.name. And then now we can save this just to see what we have on the screen, and we should have this. So we're getting the images right here. As you can see, it's taking quite a bit of time to load. So let me add lazy loading to this so that it doesn't take up so much time, or so much bandwidth rather. So I'm going to say loading equals to lazy, and then I'm going to give these images a class name of height-52 on mobile screens, which is going to reduce them massively. There we go, as you can see, so height-52. And then I want them to always take up 100% of the articles that they are in, so these white articles. So I'm going to say width-full, like so, which is going to push them to the end. But then you realize that the images are appearing stretched a bit, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to add a class here called object cover, which is going to display them properly. And then now what I'm going to do is add a class of rounded-3XL on the images, which is going to give them a rounded border. Okay, so let's save this. Let's see what we have on the screen. So you can see now that we added the object cover, now the images are zoomed in a bit, but they're displayed much better. And then now what I want to do is on bigger screens, I want the height of the image to increase. So right here, I'm going to say that for empty screens, I want the height to be 80. Okay, and you can see 80 is about 20 rem. So save this. And then now below this image, we're going to have a div. And this div is going to have an image, and this image is going to be the profile image of the user. So inside here, we're going to say props.user.profile underscore image. I think that's how it's accessed in the API. So let me just confirm. So props.user. Where is it? .profile image. Okay, .profile image, then .large. Let's say .large. .profile image .large, like so. And then for the alt inside here, and in case the image fails to load, then I'm going to say props.user.name. And then we're going to also add lazy loading to this. So loading equals to lazy. And then we're going to give this a class name of width-20 and rounded-full, which is going to give it a rounded border. This is D, not F, so rounded-full. And we should see something on the screen. And there we go. So we have these images with the rounded borders, and I can add a slight box shadow on this by setting a class of shadow here. And then now what I'm going to do is inside this div, I'm going to give this a class name of padding on the top of 5, which is going to push it away from this bigger image. And then now after this image, I'm going to add a UL, and this UL is going to have 2 list items. The first one is going to be the name of the user. So inside here, we're going to access props.user.name. And then the second one is going to be when the image was uploaded. So we're going to say props. Let me check. It's going to be props. Where is it? Props.created at. So props.created _at. But remember, this is a date that is formatted in a way that we can't read it, right? So that's why we have a package called datefns in our package.json, which we installed when we ran npm install. So right at the top, I'm going to import format. So import format from datefns like so, which is going to help us to format this date in a format in a way that we can read it. So let's go ahead into this, and then now instead of just returning this, we're going to cut this out, and we're going to return format, and we're going to format new date. So new date, and then we're going to pass in props.created at, so pass in the date that you want to format, and then after this we're going to format it in the day of day, month, and then the year. Okay, and then we're going to save this, and we should see something on the screen. So we have the name of the person here, and then we have the date that it was uploaded. So let's go ahead and let's style this out just a bit. And you know what, before we style it out, let me just get the Instagram profile as well as the number of likes. So we're going to go outside of this div. So outside this div, we're going to create another div, and then this div is going to have a UL with 2 list items. And then this first one is going to say the person's Instagram profile, and then this second one is going to say the number of likes. So let's start with the likes. So we should see props.likes right inside here. So props.likes, and then I'm just going to pass in likes, so number of likes. And then this one is going to be the Instagram profile, which is going to come from here, so the Instagram username. So what we're going to do is we're going to access the we're going to access the user.instagram username. So what we're going to do is we're going to pass in props.user.instagram _username. And I think you don't really have to go into the user, because Instagram username exists right here in the social as well. So you can go into props.user.social.instagram username, and it's still going to be the same thing. Now I want to turn this into a link. Okay, because if I save this, what we're going to have on the screen is just text. As you can see right here, we have just text. I want to turn this into a link so that when you click on it, then it's going to take you into the Instagram profile. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab this and cut it out, and I'm going to return an anchor tag with an href here, which is going to be curly brackets first and then backticks, and then I'm going to say https go into instagram.com, and then pass in our props.user.instagram username, and remember to add a $sign before it to mean it is a variable. And then I'm just going to say Instagram, and then now we can save this, and this should turn into clickable links. Okay, as you can see now, it just says Instagram right here. If I click on it, then it's going to go into the Instagram profile, as you can see. So what I'm going to do is now we can begin styling this out. Let me go inside this UL first of all, and what I want to do is give this a class name. Give this a class name of text-slate-600, and then I'm going to say text small to make them quite a bit small, and then I'm just going to say text-right, which is going to align the text to the right. Okay, so it is aligned to the right, as you can see right here. And then now I want to go inside the div that contains this image and this text and display them side by side. So right around should be this one. So inside this div, I'm going to say display this as a flex and items dash center and justify dash start. And then I'm going to go inside this UL and give this a class name of margin on the left of 3 so that this text pushes a bit away from the image. And then I'm going to go inside the first list item and give this a class name of font dash bold and text dash large and text dash slate dash 800. And then I'm going to say margin bottom of 1 just so that it pushes just a bit away from this text. And then let's go inside the date, inside here, give this a class name of text dash slate dash 600 and text dash small. So let's save this. Let's see what we have on the screen. So we have this on the screen, and you know what, let me not say text large, let me just remove this from here. And then now what I want to do is I want this div and this div to be a flex box, right? So I'm going to display them as flex. So let's go ahead into, should be this div is here, and then the second div is this one. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab these two divs, place them inside an article, and then this article is going to have a class of flex. I'm using emmet in React, so that's why I can do this. So flex and then items dash center and justify dash between, which should take them to the end. So paste this in and save this. And if you want to use emmet in React, what you can do is you can go into your settings.json file right here, and then you can add these lines inside here, which is going to allow you to use emmet in React. So let's see what we have on the screen. Okay, and this is what we have on the screen. So they are now displayed side by side. Let's also add a flex wrap here so that in case the space is too small, then it's automatically going to go into the next line instead of creating a horizontal scroll bar. So now what I want to do is I want to add an underline on this link to mean it is clickable. So right on this href, so right after this, I'm going to give this a class name of underline. Okay, and there you go. So we have a very simple image gallery application using the Answer API and built in reactjs and styled using Tailwind CSS. So there we go. That is going to be the end of the video, and I hope you learned something new. Hello everyone, in this video we're going to be creating a web application in React.js using the GitHub Users API, where we're going to be sending a GET request to the GitHub Users API, and then we're going to be getting the 6 last repositories that were committed on GitHub from the user's profile. And then of course we're going to be displaying them on the screen. So all the information that you're seeing here on these cards is generated dynamically from the API. The repository we're going to be using is called GitHub Users in my profile. You can go ahead into my profile and search for this repository, or you can click the link in the description below. So to begin, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into this button and I'm going to copy this link. And then inside Visual Studio Code, I'm going to open up my terminal using Ctrl and J. And then inside here, I'm going to cd into my desktop. And inside here, inside my desktop, I'm going to just say git clone. And then I'm going to paste in this link, which is going to clone this repository into my desktop. And then once it does that, then I'm going to cd into GitHub-users. And I'm going to open another instance of Visual Studio Code into this repository, or into this folder really. Okay, so this is the folder structure that we're going to have. And remember that when you clone this, you're going to be cloning the finished application. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into my app.js, and I'm going to remove everything inside this component. And inside here, I'm going to return a fragment with an h1 that says hello world. And then I'm going to comment this out because we're going to create these components and then we're going to be referencing them inside this file. And then these are the links to the API, and we're going to be using this third one. Next, I'm going to go into my index.css, and at the top, we have just imported the Tailwind directives, so the base components and the utilities. And then here we're resetting the margin and padding and setting the box sizing to border box. We are setting the max width of all the images to 100% so that they don't overflow outside of their containers or outside of the device width really. And then we are setting the list items, the unordered list as well as the ordered list, to have a list style type of none so that we don't have bulleted lists. So the body is going to have a default font family of this, which comes when you run npx create react app, and it's going to have a fallback of sans serif. And then the max width of the body is set to 76.25 rem, which is I don't know, it's about 1200 pixels or something, I've forgotten. And then the margin for this is going to be set to auto so that all the text inside the body is going to be centered. And then the padding is set to 1.25 rem so that the content is pushed inwards just a bit so that it doesn't go all the way to the edges. And then I've set the background color of the body to emerald, which is to emerald 100, which is a very slight green. And then I've set the text inside the body, so all the text that is going to be inside the body is going to have a text of emerald 800, which is slightly darker, or much darker than this rather. And then finally I've set the paragraph line height to 1.8 so that they're just spaced out just a bit. Okay, and then we have our loading state here, and then we have our profile.js. And now what I want to do is in the profile.js, I'm going to remove all of this inside the article. Just remove it. And then you know what, I can return an h2 that says profile. And then we can remove this. And then finally, for our loading state, all we have is a div with a class name of font bold and text 3xl that just says loading ... And that is our loading component. So the first thing that I want to do is I want to run npm install, which is going to look at our package.json, and it's going to install all the dependencies that are necessary for this project to run. And the dependencies that we want to install are datefns, which is going to help us to format the dates. And then we also need to install Tailwind CSS, post CSS, and auto prefixer, so that these files, the Tailwind config.js and the post CSS config.js, actually work. And if you want to learn more about how to install Tailwind, you can go into their documentation. So let me run npm install. And then once this runs, I want to run npm start. So I'm going to let this run, and then once it finishes, then we're going to continue. Okay, so once that finishes running, you can see that our local server is open on localhost 3000. And I forgot to mention, but if you try to run this command and it doesn't work, it's probably because this is not recognized. So you'd have to run npm install first, and then you run npm start manually. Okay, if you're on Windows and this doesn't work, then probably you should check whether you're using cmd command prompt or you're using PowerShell, because PowerShell doesn't support this. So let's begin building this out. Let me go into my app.js, and inside here I'm going to set up my state values. Let's have const, let's say users, and set users. This is going to be equal to use state, and by default I want to fetch from my repositories. And then we need to also have a state value to hold the data once we fetch it from the API. So I'm going to set this into items. So const items and set items. This is going to be equal to use state, and by default it's going to be an empty array because we're going to populate it once we run our use effect. And then now below this, and you know what? We don't really need this. We don't really need this because there's nowhere where we're going to be referencing that function. So let's go ahead and have our use effect hook. And then inside our use effect, I'm going to add an empty array so that it only runs on the initial render of the app component. And then inside here, I'm going to create our function to send the GET request to the API. So I'm going to say const fetch repos equals to async. And then I'm going to say const response equals to await fetch. And then I'm going to pass in this. So copy this and pass it inside backticks, like so. And then I'm going to change this into our state value of users right here. So I'm going to say $ brackets users. And then I'm going to say const data. So the data that we get back is equal to await res.json. So convert it into JSON. and then I'm going to say set items into data. So what this means basically is that we need this get request to run every time that this user's state value changes. So for example, if you are to change this into another username, then you want this to run and to display the correct repository for the corresponding username. Okay, and setting items to data here also ensures that we populate our state value. Let's go ahead and call the fetch repos function like so, and then inside here we can now say something like items.length, that we can see whether this is actually working, and we should see 10. There we go. So we have 10 items. Fantastic. So the first thing that I want to do is I want to check our loading state. So I want to add in our loading state, right? And remember that we created our loading. Okay, we didn't really create our loading component, but this is our loading component. Very simple, right? And we need to import it on top. So I'm going to enable this. So import loading from loading. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to check whether items exist, right? So when items exist, then we want to render our text, right? And then when items does not exist, then we want to render our loading component, right? And we can do that. So let's try and reload it. Of course, it's too fast that you can't see anything, but if I change this into no items, then we should see infinite loading. There we go. And I forgot to mention something. Since we're on the free tier of this, then we are only limited to 50 requests per hour. So if we exceed that, then this is not going to work. So always monitor that. Now, I don't want our loading state to be at the end. I like having it on top, but this also works, as you can see, but I like having it on top. So I'm going to change this up. I'm going to cut this out and bring it here, and then press my full colon and then remove this one at the end. And then this is going to work. We should see 10. There we go. Okay, and then now let's structure our return. So inside here, instead of returning items.length, I want to return, let's return a section. And then inside this section, we're going to get an H1 that says viewing users repositories. So inside here, we are accessing the user's state value, which is this right here. By default, it is this. So we're going to be saying viewing someone's repositories. Okay. So if you were to change the state value here, then this would also update. Okay. So we have, there we go. And just to show you, and let me style this out. Let me make this bigger. I'm going to give this a class name of text-2xl and font-bold. And we should see this. There we go. And then now, if I change this into something like fluorine 17, then this is also going to update. There we go. Okay, fantastic. Now, what I want to do is inside this section, right? Inside this section, I want to have a class name of padding on the Y of 20, so that this pushes downwards, and then it's also going to have a padding on the bottom of 20, so that it doesn't go all the way to the bottom. And you know what? This is a bit big. So let me change this into padding on the top of 10 and padding on the bottom of 20. Okay. And then once we do that, now we can create another div inside here. And inside this div, we want to render our profile component, which we need to enable right here. So enable the profile component, and we should see profile. There we go. We should see profile. And then now what I want to do is, instead of just rendering this, I want to map over the users. I want to map over the items that we get back and then display the profile. Okay, so inside here, I'm going to say items.map, and then I want to get for every item, I want to return the profile component. Okay, and remember that when you're mapping over items in React, then each item that you get back needs to have a unique key. So in this case, I'm going to say item.id, which is coming from the repository, from the API. And then inside here, I want to pass in the rest of the items that we get back using the spread operator. So I can just say ... item. So what this means, once again, is that just grab every other property that is available and pass it into this component. Okay. And then now we can access these properties from our profile component using props, which is the short form of properties. So let's save this and we should see, there we go, because there are 10 items, right? There are 10 items that we're getting back, and there are 10 items, by the way, because we are setting per page here to 10. So if I change this into 20, then we're going to have 20 items, as you can see. But for now, actually, and you know what, I want to change this into 6 because I only want to get 6 of them, because because we're going to be displaying them as a grid. So 1, 2, 3, and then 4, 5, 6. And you know what, let's do that. Inside here, let's have a class name of grid, and grid columns -1 with a gap of 5. And then for medium screens, let's change the grid columns to 2, so grid cols 2. And then for large screens, let's change the grid columns to 3. Okay, so let's save this and we should see profile, 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 and there we go. So now what I want to do is I want to add in the profile data, and in order to do that, I'm going to place this to the right, and then I'm going to place my code to the left so that I can go into the profile component, so profile inside here, and then we can begin getting the items that we need. So inside the profile.js, you can see that I'm getting the props inside here, and what this props is basically what we have passed in inside here. So let's go ahead and I'm going to create an article with padding all round of 5, with a BG of white, with a rounded border of large, with a box shadow, and with the shadow color, so shadow -emerald dash, let's say 300, like so. And I'm using emmet to do this, and these are Tailwind classes, by the way. We install Tailwind when we run npm install. And then inside here, let me have an image which is going to be blank for now, and this image is also going to have an h2 that says the name here. And actually now let me save this so that we can see what we have. Okay, so that's what we're going to have. And then what I want to do is I want to have margin on the top of 10 so that it pushes away from this title. And actually no, that's not what I want to do, because as you can see, it now adds margin of 10 on all of these. So let me remove this from here, and then let me add it into this div right here, so margin top of 10. And there we go, and then save this as well. So now the image source for this is going to be coming from the API, right? So we can access the properties in the API by saying props.owner.login, .avatar_URL, that is the source for the image. And in case the image fails to load, let's go into props.owner.login, which will display the name of the person. Okay, and then for the h2 here, we just want to say props.owner.login. Okay, and I've just remembered that I've not showcased the API, so let's go ahead and do that. You can see that now we have Florian here with his name. Okay, so let's go into the API by opening up this link. Okay, zoom in a bit. Okay, so you can see that from the API we have an ID here. So this is the unique key that we have used in our app.js for our profile component here. So item.id, we are accessing this, and then we have the name of the repository here. We have the full name for the repository, and the private here is set to false. And owner.login is the name of the person, so that's what we're getting right here, owner.login, but we have to get it from props because we have not destructured it on top. And then owner.avatar_URL is the avatar URL. So if I open this up on a new page, you can see that this is my avatar, right? And then what we're also going to get is the HTML URL, which is the URL to the actual repository. And then we're also going to get a few other things, such as the created at, so that we can display that this repository is created at this time by this person. And then we're also going to get the stargazers count as well as the watchers count. We're also going to get the language, and we're going to get the topics inside here. And then if it doesn't have topics, then we're going to figure out how we're going to handle that. Okay, so those are the main items that I want to get from this API, and so let's go ahead and do that. So now once we have the h2, let me place this back to the side. Then what I want to do is give this image a class name of width-20 and hash height-20, and give it a rounded of full so that it is completely round, and then add a slight box shadow on it. And then I want to grab this h2 and place it inside a div like so that I can add some text here. So this is going to be a paragraph that says the name of the repository, right? So this is going to say props dot name. And then below this, we're going to be checking whether the repository is private or public. So what I want to do is I want to say that if props.private is true, then I want to render a paragraph that says private. And then if it is not private, meaning it's public, then I want to render a paragraph that says public, like so. Okay, so let's save this and we should see public, and I think it only gets the public repositories, so that's why you have this. Okay, so I want to style this a bit differently. So if it is private, I want it to have a red background color, and then if it is public, I want it to be green. So I'm going to give this a class name of bg rows -400 with a padding y of 1 with a padding x of 2 and text extra small, and then I'm going to say text white with a box shadow. Okay, what else? Let me save this. Let's see. Of course, we don't see anything, so let me grab this and paste it inside here as well. Change this to bg emerald. Okay, and we should see that. Let's add a rounded -large, and then let's set this to inline block so that it doesn't go all the way to the end. And there we go. So inline block, fantastic. So if it were private, then we would see private here in red, and we can do that by just going here and changing this into negative. So if not props.private, then we should see this, and you can see that we still need to style this a bit better by adding rounded -large and changing this to inline block. There we go. Okay, but since these are all public, then we need this to be props.public dot private, sorry. There we go. Okay, so once we have that, then I want this image to display side by side with this text. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab this image here as well as the div and place them inside an article like so, which we're going to style later because I want to get all the data first. And then outside of this article, I want to have a div with a paragraph that says this repository was created at a time here that we're going to add by props.owner.login. So we should have this repository was created at by Florin, and then inside here we're going to format the date using datefns, which is one of the dependencies that we installed. So I'm going to say import format from datefns like so, and then inside here we're going to grab this and we're going to say we're going to say format, and we want to format this by passing in new date, and we're going to pass in props dot created underscore at, and then we want to format this in the form of day, month, and year, and then this should say this repository was created but at reload. Let's reload it. Okay, so this repository was created at, this should say on English. So this repository was created on 25 February 2019 by Florin. Okay, and then once we have this, then we're going to create another div below this, and then this div is going to have an anchor tag that is going to be going to the actual repository name, to the actual repository. So we're going to say props.html_url, and then I want this to open on a new page, so target is equal to _blank, and then we're going to set the rel here to no refer to prevent cross-site scripting, and then we're going to just say view repository or view repo really, and then below this anchor tag we're going to have a UL with 2 list items, and then the first list item is going to be the number of stars that the repository has, and then the second list item is going to be the number of watchers that the repository has. So this is going to say props.stargazers_URL, count, not URL. And then this second one is going to say props.watchers_count. So let me save this. Let's see whether that works. Okay, so we have this and this. Now, because these numbers might be a bit hard to read, I want to add a comma or a full stop depending on the region. So I'm going to say .to local string, and then for me it should add commas. There we go. Okay, and then below this div I want to create another div, and this div is going to be a bit different, where the first thing is going to be the paragraph, and this is going to say props.languages. So it's going to display the main language that is used in the repository. And then below this we're going to have a UL, and then inside this UL we are going to be mapping over the topics, and let me show you. So we can have the topics right here, which is an array, right? So if it has topics such as like JavaScript, reactjs, and so on and so forth, then we're going to be mapping over them and then displaying them. So inside here I want to say map over props.topics. So props.topics.map, and then for every single topic that you get back, then I want to return a list item with the key of index, which we need to get inside here. So index, okay, and then you just want to display the topic like so. And then below this we're going to have another paragraph that says props.issues underscore count, and then we're going to say issues like so. So how many number of issues does it have? And then we're just going to display it on the screen. Let's save this, and we should see is issues count not one of them? Let me see. Open issues, sorry, not issues count, open issues, open underscore issues. So there we go, looking fantastic. As you can see now, the topics here are such as applications, coding, and Hacktoberfest, and ideas, and so on and so forth. So let's begin styling this out. Let's go into this article on top, give this a class name of flex and items dash center and justify dash start, and then let's go inside this div, give this a class name of margin left of 2 to push it away from this image just a bit, and then let's go inside this h2, give this a class name of text dash large and font dash bold. Okay, let's save this. We have that, fantastic. And you know what, let me change this into capitalize like so that this first letter is always going to be capitalized. And then let's go into, this is actually correct as it is, but you know what, let me make it smaller. So inside this paragraph I'm going to say class name text dash small, and then margin bottom dash 2, pushed away just a bit from this, let me say dash 1. Okay, and then because this is already styled out, I want to go inside this div, give this a class name of margin y of 5, so pushed away from this code, from this block here, as well as from this block. And then I'm going to go inside this anchor tag, and I'm going to give this a class name of underline like so. And then what should we do? We should go inside this div and give this a class name of flex and flex wrap, in case the items go all the way to the end, and then items dash center and justify dash between. Okay, and the reason why I'm styling all of this out without actually saving it is because once again we are limited to 50 requests per hour, and if I keep on saving and reloading, it's going to run out quite fast. And then inside here, actually not, let me save this. Let's see, we have that. Okay, so inside this UL I want this text to be aligned to the right, so I'm going to say class name text dash right, and then I'm going to go inside this paragraph, give this a class name of bg emerald dash 400 with an opacity dash 75, and then I'm going to say text dash white, and then I'm going to say padding y dash 1, padding x dash 2. Let's give it a rounded dash large border with a slight box shadow and text dash extra small. Let's save this. Let's see what we have. And we don't have any here. Props.languages. What is props.languages? Doesn't exist. Oh, props.language, not languages. There we go. Okay, JavaScript and so on and so forth. Okay, and then what I want to do now is we want to style these same ones, and we're going to be styling them the same as this paragraph. So let me just copy these class names into this list item right here. Okay, and then save this so that we're going to have that. And then what I want to do now is go inside this paragraph, give this a class name of text dash extra small. And then now we can go inside this div, give this a class name of flex and flex dash wrap and items dash center and justify dash between, so that now they're going to go end to end like so. And then now what I want to do is I want to go inside this UL, and you know what, inside this list item I can change this into inline block, and notice what happens. There we go. And then what I want to do is I want to say margin on the x-axis to 2, so that I'm going to separate out just a bit. Now let's say 1, and we're going to have that. Would you look at that, looking fantastic? Okay, and then finally what I want to do is I want to try and perform a check, and you know what, this margin is a bit too small. Let's go inside this div, give this margin on the top of 5, pushed away from this a bit. There we go. And then inside here I want to confirm whether props.language exists, because as you can see right here in this repository it doesn't exist, but it's showing this. So I'm going to say props, if props.language, only when it exists, that's when I want to render this. And let's see, there we go. Would you look at that, looking amazing? And just like that, you can see that if I scale this up, then because we added it, we made it into a grid, then it's going to be responsive. And by the way, remember that we added a max width in our index.css. This max width right here is what is limiting this. So if I were to remove it, then it go all the way to the end like so. And if I were to add it in and remove the margin of auto, it's going to be on the left. Okay, so margin of auto is also what centers it. And then padding of 1.25 rem is what is adding this padding on the left and right. So if I were to remove it, then it's going to go all the way to the end, which is not really a good user interface. Okay, so for example, what if you want to check for another repository? You can go into the profile, into the app.js, and then you can change your default state value here into, like, let's say Brad Traversy. And then it's going to reload, and then it's going to show you the repository, the 6 repositories. You can play around with this number here if you want. And then yeah, so one thing that you've realized I've done is that I've not added the functionality to change the repositories you're viewing depending on the input of a user. So that is very purposeful, and if you're feeling up to the challenge, then you can go ahead and try to do that. And if you're going to do that, then you're also going to need the state value of set users here, so that you can play around with the manipulation of the input. But for now, that is going to be the video, and yeah. Hello everyone, in this video we're going to be building the intro section with the drop-down navigation. So you can head over into frontendmentor.io/challenges and you can click on this card. And if you have not started the challenge, then it's going to give you a button to download the starter files, but as you can see I've already started it. So once you download the files, you should have a zip file called intro section with drop-down navigation, and I've just extracted this into this right here, and that's what I have open in Visual Studio Code, as you can see. So we have the design files, we have the images, we have the git ignore, and all these other files. Now the first thing that I want to do is, because we're going to be building this in React, I want to create a new React application. So right inside here I'm going to open up my terminal using Ctrl and J, as you can see, and I'm going to say npx create React app, and I'm going to call this solution, and then I'm going to let this run, and then once it finishes running, then we're going to continue. Okay, so once that finishes running, then I'm going to cd into the solution folder, and I want to install Tailwind CSS right away. So let's go ahead into the Tailwind CSS website, so which is this right here. So Tailwind CSS docs installation, and then we can go into framework guides and select create React app, and then let's run this. So copy and paste, and then copy this and paste it in, and then copy this, and then inside the Tailwind config file we can paste it here, and then we can copy these three into the index.css right here, right on the top, and then we can start our dev server. Okay, so let's save this, and then let's save this as well, and then inside our terminal we can say npm run start, which is going to spin up our dev server on localhost 3000. As that spins up, I want to grab the fonts, and the fonts are going to be inside the style guide, and the font is called epilogue. We want the 500 and 700. Okay, so 500 and 700. Let's just open this link. Okay, so I want to remove this, and then I want to go into 500. Where's 500? Here, and bold 700, and then I'm going to select the import, just copy this, and then inside my index.css right on top of this I'm going to paste this in, and then I'm going to set the font family into epilogue with a fallback of sans serif. Okay, that's looking nice. We can remove this from here because we're using Tailwind CSS, so we don't need to add it in. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to set the images to have a max width of 100% so that they don't overflow outside of the device width or outside of their container. And then I'm going to set the ULs to have a list style type of none, so that we don't have bulleted lists. And I think that is going to be it for here right now, but I can set the paragraphs to have a let's just say at apply, which is a Tailwind utility, and I'm going to say at apply an opacity of -75, like so. Okay, and let me do that for the list items as well. So let's save this, and then our dev server should be this one right here. Okay, fantastic, and you can see that the font has already changed, looking horrible, right? So let's go ahead and we can close this, and we don't really need to stick to these colors really, So let's go ahead and into app.js, let's remove this boilerplate. We can remove this, and then we can remove this and this, and we need to get some two images which are going to be our hero images. So you can go inside the images folder, let me just copy this. So just copy this into the source folder, so paste it inside here. And then what I'm going to do is inside my app.js, I'm going to be getting these two, so the image hero desktop and mobile. So let me say import mobile from /images/image hero-desktop.jpg. Sorry, it's a .png, not JPEG. And then copy this down, change this to mobile. What am I doing? This is mobile, so this should be mobile, and then this is desktop, and then change this to desktop. Okay, and then inside here we're going to be returning a section. Okay, And then inside this section, because we're building out the hero section first, I want to have an article here, and this article is going to be an H1 that says make remote work. And then below this, we're going to have a paragraph that says something. So let's go inside this index.html right here. And then we can copy this right here. And then below this, we're going to have a button that says learn more. And then we're going to have another article here, which is going to be our image. And I want to toggle these images depending on the device width that we are on. So I'm going to set this into a picture tag. And then this picture tag is going to have a source media, like so. So I'm going to say that for 768 pixels, then the source for the image that should be displayed on the screen should be the desktop image. And then for devices less than 768 pixels, then the source should be the mobile, like so. And let's save this. Let's see what we have on the screen, and we should see this. Look at that. Okay, fantastic. Now what I want to do is, just to style this out, is I want to go inside this section and give this section a class name of grid, and grid columns, grid dash calls dash 1 with a gap of, let's say, gap of 10. And then I want to say that for medium screens, then I want the grid columns to be 2. We should paste them side by side if this is going to reload at all. Okay, so there we go. And then I want to say that for medium screens, then I just want to say place items center. We should bring this text to the center, like so. And then I want to say that for, you know what, let me just say that let this have a max width of 4XL. This is quite small. Let me see how this looks on mobile first of all. So right around here, see that? So we don't have any kind of scrolling here. But if I set this into responsive, and then try to increase it from mobile right around here, you can see that it's looking quite nice, right? There we go. Okay. And then what I want to do is I want to say that for large screens, then the max width should be, let me see how 6XL looks. That's almost, let me say 5XL. Okay. And then I'm going to say that for MD, for medium screens, so when they display as 2 columns here, then I want the MX to be auto, so that this is going to be centered. Okay. And then let's tell the H1 here. So for the H1, I'm going to give this a class name of font-bold and text-4XL. And then for large screens, I'm going to say text-6XL. Let's say margin bottom of 5. And then go inside this paragraph, give this a class name of margin bottom of 5 as well. And then we're going to go inside this button, give this a class name of BG black and rounded dash large, and add a box shadow and add a text of white, and then set the font to bold. And then let's set that when we hover over it, I want the opacity to be -75 with a slight transition, so transition dash all with a duration of -150. And then let's add a padding on the Y of 2 and a padding on the X of 6. Okay, so let's see that. And then of course let's add a cursor pointer, by the way, cursor pointer right here. Okay, so we have this. Look at this. Okay, there we go. That's looking nice. And not the padding on the bottom is a bit more than the one on the top, so let's say padding top of 3 and padding bottom of 2. That should even it out right there. Now this is still a bit too small for me, so let's go inside the H1. Let's make this let's say that for XL screens, then the text should be 7XL. Yeah, that's better. Much better. Okay, and we have a few images that should be here, so let me just check the design, how this design looks. Let's check the desktop preview. And by the way, I should mention that I do realize that on mobile screens that the image comes first. On mobile screen, the image comes first and then the text. Okay, so let's first align this text to the center for mobile. Let's go inside app.js and inside article, give this a class name of text-center, like so. And then for MD screens, I'm going to say text-left. And then inside this section, I want to have a padding of, and you know what, it's only on this article first of all, because the image on small screens goes all the way to the end. So let me go inside this article and I'm going to say that I want the padding on the X to be 5 so that this text doesn't go all the way to the end. And then let's see, I can say that for MD screens, then I want the padding on the X to be 0. And not, instead of MD, let me say for XL screens. So let's say this. Okay, yeah, that works, that works. Okay, so let's bring this image to be fast, and we can do that by playing around with flex. So instead of this being grid, first of all, I just want this to be on medium screens only. So I'm going to say that for medium screens here, and then I'm going to remove this because we no longer need this. And then I'm going to say for MD screens, then the gap should be 10, and you can see that this is going to break a bit probably, or it doesn't rather, because none of these styles apply, or it hadn't saved, as you can see right here. So what I want to do now here is, first of all, on mobile screens, I want this to be a flex box, which is going to place them side by side, as you can see, which is not a good UI on mobile, right? So let's place it at around 360. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say flex call reverse, which is going to place the image first and then the text after. And then I'm going to say that on the section, I want the padding on the Y to be 10. So padding Y of 10. And you know what, let's say padding Y of 20. That's a bit too small. Okay. And then let's go inside this article. So inside this first article here, I'm going to say margin on the top of 10 to push it away from this text. And then for medium screens, I want the margin on the top to be 0 so that the margin resets on medium screens. So look at this. Right around here, you can see that the grid now begins to apply. Okay, the grid now begins to apply, and it's looking much better. Now, something that I do want to fix is that right around here, notice it's very slight, but I want this image to always take up 100% of the device width. So I can go inside this image here and give this a class name of width-full. And there we go. So just a bit of some slight optimization, but it looks very nice. And then let me check what I wanted to add. So I want to add these images. So let's go ahead and grab those images right at the top. Right here, let me check the names of these images. So I'm going to say import audio file from /images / client audio file.svg, and then copy this 3 more times. This is going to say database, this is going to say maker, and then this is going to say meet. Okay, so let me see how these are structured. So database first. So we're going to go right inside this article, but at the bottom we're going to have a UL with 4 list items, and these list items are going to be images, as you can see. And then this first image is going to say database. This second image is going to say audio file. The third one is going to say what was it, meet? Was it meet or maker? Meet. And then the fourth one is going to say maker, like so. And then when we save this, then we should have these items on the screen. And then now what I want to do is style this out. So inside here, we're going to say give this a class name of flex and flex-call and items-center and justify-center. Okay. And you know what? Instead of, let me see how this looks. I can use grid instead of flexbox here, I think. Let's see the mobile design. Okay, so the mobile design is 4 of them. So let's go ahead. Let me try and use grid here, okay? So let's say grid and the grid columns -4 with a gap of 1. So we're going to have that, and then we can go inside each of these images. So here, here, and here, give this a class name of width-10. Okay, width-10 is a bit too small. Let's say width-20. That's a bit too big. So width 16. Okay, and then we can go inside this UL, say margin top of 10, pushed away from this button. Okay, and we can say place, is it place item center or place content center? Okay, there we go. So place item center so that it places this perfectly to the center. If I were to remove this, then you'll notice that it's a bit to the left. Okay, so let's just do that. Fantastic. And then now we can scale it up. Let me see how this looks. And you know what, it actually looks nice even on big screens. All you can do is just probably increase the size of these images. Okay, and then what I want to do is that for empty screens, I want to say place items start, so that now this goes to the left. Okay, and then what I can do here is just grab this, and then I can say that for empty screens, I want the width to be, let's say 24. Let me see how 24 looks. Yeah, 24 looks fine. And then now let's go to the actual challenge for this and build out our header. Okay, so right on top of this, I'm going to have a header tag. Okay, and then inside this header tag, we're going to have a div inside here. This div is going to be the logo, which we're going to get, and then we're going to have a navbar inside here. So let's go ahead and grab this logo, and I'm going to say import logo from /images/logo.svg. I think that's what it's called. If it's not, we're going to find out. And then we're going to place the image here, and we're going to pass in the logo. So let's see, and we should see there we go. Now what I want to do is inside here, the way this is designed is the logo is here, and then we have the navbar, and then we have these two buttons. Okay, so what I'm going to do is inside the app.js, I'm going to move this nav above here. Okay, and then I'm going to create a div, and then this div is going to have a button, and this button is going to be the actual like the top part of the links. So this says features first of all. So features, company, careers, about. So features, and then we're going to create another div that has a button that says company, and then just copy this down, and then this says careers, and then about. Okay, and then these two have images, so img. The source for this is going to be chevron down, which we're going to import because it's an image that we are supplied with. So I'm going to say import chevron down from /images/icon -arrow -down. I think it is called, I think so, icon arrow down. There we go. Okay, so let's save this, and then let's see what on the screen we should have that. Okay, and then let's create our login and register buttons, and our login and register are going to be outside of this div, outside of this. So we're going to have another div with two buttons. So this first one is going to say login, and then this is going to say sign up. Let's see, sign up. And then for this is a special kind of div, so we're going to give this a class name of hidden by default, and then on large screens we're going to display it as block, so we're never really going to see it. Okay, on mobile screens, I mean, we're not going to see it on mobile screens. So let's place this to the right, and then I can place my code to the left, and then we can begin to style this out. So let's go inside the header. This header is going to have a class name of padding all around of 5, like so. And then you know what, I've just forgotten that we need our menu button on the bottom, so I think it's called icon menu, right, .svg. So I'm going to say import menu open from /images/icon-menu.svg, and then right below this I'm going to have a div inside here that is going to be a button that is going to have an image, and I'm going to say menu open, like so, and we should see it right here. There we go. Now what we're going to do is we're going to display this header as a flex box. So flex, like so, and then items-center and justify-between, which should take the menu button to the end. Okay, and then now we want this to be positioned absolute. Okay, our actual navbar. So what I'm going to do is inside here I'm going to give this nav a class name of navbar, and I'm going to add some custom styles to it. So what I'm going to do is inside my index.css, I'm going to go here below here, and I'm going to say target the Navbar class, and I'm going to say position this as absolute, position it to the top by let's say to the top by minus 100%, and then let's set it to the right by 0, and then set this width to 90%. Okay, and then I'm going to create a custom class on the Navbar called open, so that when the Navbar has a class of open, then I want it to be on the top by 5 rem. Okay, so it should disappear by default, and then when you click on this, then we want it to appear. So let's go inside here and then add this class of open on the Navbar. Let's see how this is going to look. So it's going to be here. Okay, and then now what I want to do is, instead of setting this to 90 is a bit too wide, let's say 50. Okay, and then I want this to have a background color of white. Okay, so that happens. And you know what, I want it to go all the way to the bottom as well, so I'm going to say set it to the left by 0 as well, and then set it to the bottom by 0, which means it's going to go all the way to the bottom. Okay, so this takes it to the bottom, but we can't see it because we need to increase the z index of this. So let me say that when the Navbar has a class of open, then the z index should be 99, so that it's always going to be above this text. Okay, and let's see, why is this here? Okay, let's add another thing here, so that when the Navbar has a class of open, then I want it to be positioned to the right by 0. Wait, why doesn't this apply here, by the way? Because right of 0 is here as well. Is it because of this? Is it because of this? So let's set it to the left. You know what? Okay, you know what? Let's remove this from here. And then because this is left by, okay, you know what, it's specificity, let's move this on top, or it's not. let's comment this out. There we go. Yeah. Okay, so this is what we're going to have. Now let's add the padding. Let's add a bit of padding right here. So I'm going to add a padding of 1 rem, like so. Push that inwards. And then yeah, let's deal with our functionality now. Let's go inside app.js, and then we can remove this class of open. Okay, and then let's the background color is here. Okay, so this background color should move down, because by default obviously I don't want this to be visible. Okay, there we go. Fantastic. And then you know what, just so that it doesn't pop in, let's add a transition. So transition all the properties by 0.3 seconds, and then ease in out. And then now what I'm going to do is right above here, I'm going to say const handle open menu, which is a custom function that I'm creating. Okay, and I'm going to say get the Navbar. So const Navbar is equal to document.query selector, and I want to select the .navbar, like so, and I just want to say navbar.classlist.toggle the class of open, like so. And then now I want to call this function when I click on this menu button. So right around where are you? Here. So on this button I want to say on click, set this to handle open menu. Okay, so let's save this and then let's try it out. Try it out. Doesn't work. Why don't you work? Why doesn't? Oh, it doesn't work. I think because we are not technically selecting this button. As you can see, I can't even drag it. That's because of the z index, I think, on this. Is it? So let me set the z index here to be -1. That is always going to be behind the text. There we go, as you can see. Okay, there we go. Fantastic. Okay, so our open menu is working. So what we need to do is we need to toggle this image to show the X when the menu is open. Okay, so we can do that easily by going into our image right here, and we're going to give this a class name of menu dash button. And then on top we need to import the close menu. So let's go ahead and say import close menu from /images/icon, what's it, icon close menu, icon dash close dash menu dash menu.svg. And then what we're going to do is we're going to get our menu button right here. So const menu button equals to document.query selector, and it's called .menu-btn, or button, sorry, not btn. And then below this we're going to check, and we're going to be checking whether Navbar has a class of open on it. And if it has a class of open, then we want to go ahead and show the close menu. And if it doesn't have the class of open, then we show the menu open. So we're going to say if navbar.classList includes the class of open, then we want to say menu button, so the image dot source, so the source for the image is going to be the close menu. And then else we want to say menu button dot source equals to menu open. Okay, so let's save this and then let's try it out, and nothing happens. Let's see the error, and it says Navbar class. Oh, sorry, this is not includes, this is contains. It happens. This is contains, not includes. So let's try it out. There we go. So you can see our toggle is working correctly. Okay, and then now what we need to do is we need to style this out, and we actually need to populate this first of all. So the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to go inside this div, and then right below this button I'm going to have a UL with the list items. So I think there are 4 of them. Oops. List item times 4. Okay, and then actually these list items are going to have images as well. So image, this first one is going to say to-do list. Okay, this second one says something else that I can't remember. So let's check the menu expanded. So to-do list, calendar, reminders, and planning. So to-do list, calendar, reminder, and planning. Is it reminder or reminders? Reminders with an S. Okay, and we need to get the sources for these images. So this is going to be to-do list, and then this second one is going to be calendar, this is going to be reminders, and then this is going to be planning. Let's get these images. So on the top we're importing quite a few things. So I'm going to say import to-do list from /images / what's it called? It's called icon to-do, icon dash to-do.svg, and then copy this down, change this into calendar, so icon calendar, and then change this into reminders, and then change this into planning, and then of course change this into reminders, and then change this into planning. There we go. So let's save this, and we should see this on the screen. There we go. And then let's tile this out. So let's go ahead and let me actually place this full screen. Inside each of these list items, we can go ahead and say class name of flex. Let's see. Okay, and then items dash center and justify dash start. And then inside these images, I want to give these images a class name of margin right of 2, pushed away from this text just a bit. Okay, fantastic. And you know what, inside these list items, once again, what I want to do is just say text dash small. Make the text just a bit small, and then I can say margin bottom of 2, pushed away from one another, so that you can have a bit of spacing. And then inside this UL, I can say give this a class name of margin top of 2 as well, pushed away from this text. There we go. And then what you can do is we can just copy this UL and paste it below this other button here, and then we can remove these images because this second one doesn't have images. So right here and right here. Okay, but it does have some text, and this text is going to be history, our team, and blog. So history, our team, is it a capital T? And right here we're going to say blog, and then we can remove this fourth one. Okay, so let's save this, and we should have this on the screen. Okay, and then now what I want to do is inside this UL, I want to add a margin on the left of 3, push this inwards a bit, and then do the same for this. So right here I can say margin on the left of 3. Okay, that's looking almost nice. And then now let's bring this icon here on the right of this. So right inside this button, I can give this a class name of flex and items dash center justify dash start. Save it. There we go. And then I can go inside here, inside this image, and I give this a class name of margin on the left of 2. Pushed away just a bit. There we go. And then let me just copy this class name and paste it on this button, and then copy this and paste it on this. And there we go. Fantastic. Okay, and then let's go ahead into careers and push it away from this about just a bit. So right inside this div, actually I can just give this a class name margin bottom of 2, and then I can say that for large screens I want the margin to reset to 0 so that I don't forget it. And there we go. This is looking much better. Okay, so now let's add the toggle for these items so that when you click on them, then it shows the drop down list. And I'm going to be cheesy with this a bit, and I'm going to be using state values. So right here I'm going to say const, let's say open features, and set open features. This is equal to use state. By default it's going to be false, and then I'm going to copy this down, and I'm going to say this is going to be open company, and set open company, and this is going to be false as well. And then now what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab this UL, which is the features UL, and I'm going to place a conditional here, and I'm going to say when open features is true, that's when I want the UL to render. And then I'm going to do something similar to this UL, where I'm going to say when open company is true, that's when I want this UL to render. Okay, and then now I'm going to go inside this button right here, so this button for the company, and I'm going to say that when you click on this, then I want to say set open company to the opposite of open company. So if it is true, then set it to false, and if it is false, then set it to true. And then I'm going to do the same on these features here, where I'm going to say on click, then I want to pass in my inline function and say set open features into the opposite of open features, like so. Once again, so if it is true, then set it to false, and if it is false, then set it to true. So let's save this, and this is a bit, I think this is a bit of a cheesy way to do it. Use state is not defined, so let's import it. Let's say import use state from React. Okay, so let's try it out. There we go. There we go. You can see now the toggle is working correctly. Now what we do need to do is we need to change this chevron so that when it is open, then it should go upwards. Now remember that the chevron down, we imported it, so let's import the chevron up as well. So this is going to say chevron up, and this is going to say arrow icon arrow up, like so. And then we're going to go inside here, cut this image out, and we're going to place a conditional where we're going to say when open features is true, then I want the chevron up to appear, like so. And then if it is false, place a full colon at the end of this and paste this in. So I want the chevron down to appear. And you know what? We're going to do something similar on the company as well. So right on the company, we're going to paste this in and then change this to open company. So change this to open company and save it. Okay, and now look at this. Now it's pointing upwards because this is open, and when you click on it, it's closed. Okay, look at that, looking quite nice. Now all you need to do is just scale this up and we are going to be done. And by the way, notice this, look at this, right? The reason why this extends all the way is because of how we styled it out right here. So we set the width to be 50%. So the width is always going to be 50% of the device width. Even if you were to zoom out a bit, you'll see that always is going to be 50%. And if you want to see this in action, you can change this background color to red. And you'll notice that it is always going to be 50% of the screen, no matter the device width that you're going to be looking at it at. Okay, so that's okay, and you know what, let's change this to white. There we go. Okay, and then now what you need to do is that on large screens, so large screens right around here, come on, right around here, we want this to disappear, and then we want to restyle our navbar so that it comes here. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. First of all, we need to go inside our app.js and we need to go inside this div, and we're going to say that for this div, I want that on large screens, I want it to be hidden. So this is going to disappear first of all. And then let's go ahead inside our index.css, and then we need to reset a bit of these stylings. So I'm going to say at media, for a min width of large screens is 1024 pixels in Tailwind. I want to access the .navbar, and I want the position to be relative. Okay, I want it to the top by 0, I want it to the left by 0, and then I want the width here to be auto, I want the padding to be 0, and I want the z index to be auto as well. Okay, and of course, just to be sure, let me set the background color to transparent. Okay, let's save this, and then let's see what we have this. Okay, so we have this, and then now the reason why it's a bit separated from this is because this is 5 rem, which is this one right here. Because the reason why it's 5 rem is because when we were moving this upwards, the navbar was open, but if it was closed, look at this, then it's going to come right here. Okay, so we also need to reset this to top of 0. So I'm going to say that for the navbar, for the dot open, I want it to be top by 0, and then set the background color once again to transparent. Okay, and now I think we can remove this from here because we didn't really set the background color on the .navbar class. So we can remove this from here, and then we can get the z index as well, or z index, and set it to auto. Okay, now look at this. Now it's looking fine. Even if this were open, if we were to scale it up, then it would always go back to the top. Okay, fantastic. And then now what we need to do is we need to go inside the div that has our logo and navbar. So this div, so it has our logo here, and then it has our navbar, and we need to style this div and say that for large screens, then I want this div to be a flexbox, that this goes here. There we go. And then for large screens, I want this to be item center, and then for large screens, I want to say justify start. Okay, so that is going to go there, and not item center. What am I doing? This should be item start. Okay, and you know what, probably it's going to be item center, but we're going to find out in a moment. Okay, now what we need to do is for large screens, once again, I want to add a bit of margin between this logo and this text, and then I want this number now to go in what's it called, in raw form. So let's go right inside this image, give this a class name, and say that for large screens I want the margin right to be 5. We start from this. Okay, and then we can go inside the .navbar class. So right here, let's go inside the .navbar, and I want to say is that correct? Actually, do I really need this to be here? Let me just see this. The navbar, this is the div, then the second div, then the third and fourth. So we can remove this from here, and then right around here. Let's not, let me go here. I can say display flex. Okay, and then I can say align item center and justify content to start, or flex start. this is not aligned left center, it's aligned left star, so that it's going to be on the top. Okay, fantastic. And then now remember that we added a margin on the left of these links, right? So I just want to reset that margin to push it backwards. Okay, so let's go right where we added the margin on the left, and the margin on the left is on the ULs, for the ULs here. So I'm going to say that for large screens, then the margin on the left should be 0. So reset this and then just copy this, push it upwards, not upwards, just find where this second UL is right here. There we go. And it resets just a bit. And you know what? What we're going to do is inside this UL, we're going to add a padding. Okay, so let me add a padding of 3 all round. And then this is for large screens. So for large screens, padding of 3. And then for large screens, I want a box shadow. Okay, so that's going to apply to this. And then we're going to do the same on this UL on top. So this UL right here. And it should apply to this. Okay, fantastic. And then now what I want to do is okay, so the padding of 3 messes with this a bit, right? Because as you can see, the padding of 3 pushes this outwards. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a margin here on this div, and on this div, and on this div as well. So let's go inside the divs, and you know what, instead of styling them individually, I know they're all divs inside here, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say that for the dot navbar, I want to access all the divs, and I'm going to say at apply margin right of, let me say 5, let me say 5 loops. There we go. There we go. And you know what is this massive thing inside here? What is this massive margin that is being added? Margin right of 10. I can't tell what this massive margin is, because this second one doesn't seem to be affected by it, right? The second one is not affected by it. Let me see. Okay, so this first div seems to have this is a margin on the right, but this second div doesn't have it. Where did I add that? Where did I add that? Let me just try and find it. Okay, so let me not worry about that too much. Instead, what I'm going to do is I want this div to be a bit wider. So inside here, I'm going to say set the width of this to be around, let me see, 10 rem is 160 pixels. So let me set it to 12 rem. How does this look? Oh, this is the div. I don't want this. I'm styling this wrongly. I don't want the divs, because the divs are these actual ones, right? Instead, I want the div UL. So I want the dot navbar, then the div, and then the UL inside, and then grab this, push it downwards. Okay, so that is going to happen. Now this happens. Now I don't want this to happen. So let me try and fix this by going inside this UL and positioning this as absolute. Position absolute. And the reason why I'm positioning it as absolute, by the way, is because I don't want that when I click on this, it also affects this other side, okay? So when I position them as absolute, they're going to be positioned absolute within this div. And then when you click on them, they're just going to drop down and they're not going to affect this. Or rather, I hope that's what's going to happen. So let's try it out. And you can see it's already fixed quite nicely, right? Like almost nicely. Let me say almost nicely. Okay. Now what I want to do is, let's see. Let me remove this width for a moment. Let me see how this looks. Okay, so without the div, this is how it looks. Without the width, sorry, not without the div, this is how it looks. Okay, and let me style these buttons because I can feel I'm forgetting them. So let's go inside the app.js. Let's go inside our two buttons here. So this first one is going to have a class name of border-2 and border-black. Let's save this. Let's see that. Oops, that's the wrong button. Cut this out from here. Go inside the login button. There we go. And then let's say how rounded is this desktop design? And I'm doing it on the wrong button. Of course I am. So it should be on the register button. So on the register, let's grab this. Oh, this is register, not even sign up. What was I thinking? There we go. And then we can add an opacity here of opacity 75. And then we can add a padding on the X of 6, padding on the Y of 2, and then let's say rounded dash 2XL. Okay. And then let's go inside this button, give this a class name of margin on the right of 10. I think I added 10 here, right? Yeah, that's about right, 10. And then we can say opacity 75. Make it just a bit lighter. There we go. So our login and register buttons. So the last thing that you can do here is that when either of these loses focus, then it sets the state value back to false, so that this closes or this closes automatically. Okay. And yeah, I think that's just about it. I just want to change this title. Let's change this title. Let me grab the title from the index.html right here. Copy this. Let's go inside the so many files are open here. Update this title. Okay. And then let me go ahead and also let me grab the attribution right here. So deal with the class of attribution, go inside the app.js and then go outside of this section, which ends here. And by the way, I should mention that it would probably be a good idea if you destructured all of this, or refactored the code rather, and made this into different components. Okay, it is probably, in fact, I think it is a much better idea. Change this to class name, and then change this to my name. Change this to my website. Okay, so we can save this, and then we can also grab the classes of the attribution right here, and then we can paste them inside our style. Let's paste them above the media query. Okay, so right around there, that's looking fantastic. Probably what I can do is I can say margin bottom 1 rem, and then increase this to 12 pixels. Yeah, there we go. Fantastic. Okay, let's change the favicon. I've just realized that the favicon should be inside the images. So let's grab this one from here. So let's just cut it out and paste it inside the public folder. And then inside the index.html, let's change the, this should also be white. Let me change it to white. And then let's change where's the favicon? Right here. -32 by 32.png, and it should update. There we go. Okay, now I'm going to commit this to GitHub, and then I'm going to leave the link for it in the description, so please check the description for the link to the GitHub repository. Hello everyone and welcome back to another video, and today we're going to be doing the interactive rating component from Frontend Mentor. So you can head into frontendmentor.io/challenges and you can click on this card and we can get started. So I should mention that I already downloaded the files for this, so I was testing it out and I don't have to download it again, but because it's going to be your first time, then you can just go ahead and say start challenge for free right here. Okay, and then I'm just going to extract these files and then I'm going to open them up in my Visual Studio Code editor. Okay, so once you download and extract the files, this is what you should have in your file structure depending on the code editor that you're using. I'm using Visual Studio Code, so I have the design files right here. I have the images and I have the gitignore, the index.html, the readmes, and the style guide. So what I want to do is I want to open up my terminal in VS Code using Control and J or Control and tilde, which is the backtick. And then inside here, because we're going to be building this in React, I just want to create a new React application. So I'm going to say npx create -react-app, and I'm going to call this solution. Okay, so as this canvases, then I'm just going to wait for it to finish and then we can begin. Okay, now that this is done, then I'm just going to cd into the solution folder, and then I'm going to say npm run start, which will start our development server on localhost 3000. And then as this opens up, what I want to do is I just want to go inside this solution, and then I want to grab this favicon, okay, and I want to place it inside my public folder. There we go. And then I'm going to delete this. Oops. And then I'm going to rename this to favicon.png. And then inside my index.html, I'm going to rename this to favicon.png, like so. Okay, is there anything else we need to change? Probably this. So I'm just going to change this into interactive rating component. Probably should have something like Frontend Mentor, like so. Then I'm going to save this, and then we're going to do some bit of cleanup. So I'm going to delete the app.css, app.test.js, the logo, report with vitals, and the setup tests. Just delete these. Okay, so once we have that, I think we should be ready to begin. I'm really thinking about whether to use Tailwind for this project or not, and if I do use Tailwind, then it's going to be the CDN, and the Tailwind CDN that is used for production currently is version 2. Yeah, version 2, because Tailwind version 3 doesn't have kind of like a style sheet CDN, so they built a script for it. Okay, so let's see. We need to do a bit of cleanup, otherwise our app is going to break. Actually, let me just confirm. Yeah, our app breaks. So let me just remove this. Let's say an icon that says interactive pricing component. And also I reduced my font size a bit. I hope it's still going to be readable and viewable. In index.js, we need to remove this because we no longer have this file. There we go. Save this. What's happening? Okay, there we go. And then we should have this. Okay, fantastic. Now let me go into cdnjs.com and let's just go ahead and grab the Tailwind CDN. So tailwind.css, or Tailwind CSS, sorry. And then inside my public folder, inside index.html, let me just paste it inside here. And this should reset a lot of the styles. There we go. And then the next thing that I do want to do is I want to go inside my style guide, and then we can begin grabbing our fonts and our colors. So I'm just going to copy all of this here. So just copy this. And then I'm going to open up this link. We are grabbing the 400 and 700 font weight. Okay, so as that opens up, let me go inside my index.css. Let's clean this up. And then let's change this into overpass with a fallback of sans serif. And then at the top, let's add our variables, so root, like so. Let's paste this in, and then we can remove this. And then let's remember to add our semicolons. Let's change this into --orange. Orange. This is --white. This is light gray. This is medium gray. This is dark blue. this is very dark blue, so very dark blue. Okay, so once we have that, then we can begin checking out how this looks in our mobile design. Okay, so we're going to have this for the mobile, looking pretty nice, right? Is this a gradient, baby? This looks like a gradient between here and here. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's grab this font called Overpass, and I actually have it. I actually grabbed it. So these days, fonts.google.com remembers the last font that you got. So you can go ahead and you can select the 400 right here, and then the the bold 700, and then I'm just going to use the import right here, and I'm going to copy this, and then let's have this on top. Okay, so there we go. Now that we have that, then a lot of the styles should be reset inside here. As you can see, the styles are reset. So let's go ahead and let's add this background color to our body, and we can do that very easily by just saying background, and let's say linear gradient. And the reason why I'm adding a linear gradient here is because this looks like a linear. You see how this is a bit lighter than this other side, right? It seems like a linear gradient. Looks very interesting. I didn't catch this the first time I was building this actually. So linear gradient, let's say this is about what degree is that? 120 degrees. Let's say from dark blue. Come on, dark blue. Okay, let's do this. I don't know whether this will work actually. From dark blue to very dark blue. Very dark blue. This need to have like percentages, right? I think they do, or not, you know. And you know what? I'm actually doing this wrongly. The body, the body is not the one with the gradient. It's the container. It's this container with the gradient. So let me just cut this out. Actually, no. Let me just comment it out, and then right here, let me go and add the background to very dark blue, like so, and there we go. And then now let's begin building this out. So what I'm going to do is, for this project, probably I'm just going to have all the components inside this app, inside the main app component. So I'm just going to remove this, and then I'm going to return return a div with the class of wrapper. And I'm choosing wrapper because Tailwind has a class of container, which I don't want to add because it's going to reset some of the styles. So this div with the class of wrapper is going to have an image here, which is the star image. This image right here, the star image, and then below this we're going to have an h1. Let me call this an h2, that is called how did we do. And then, you know what, for the paragraph, let me just open the index.html and just copy this. It's going to be faster, so let me just copy this, paste it inside here, and then below this we have a rating. So for this rating, we're going to have a ul with the list items, which are 5 of them. And these list items are going to be buttons. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now I just want to mention that we are going to refactor this a bit. Okay, we're going to refactor this a bit. I'm just building it out so that we can just tell our UI for now. And then when I save this, then we should have star is not defined, of course. Let me import that image at the top. So we need to import star from /images. And you know what, I actually don't have it yet, do I? No, it's not inside here. So I need to grab these images. So let me close this. So I need to grab this images folder, and I'm just going to drag and drop it inside my source folder like so. And that should have it. So /images / what's the name of this icon? Icon star.svg. So icon -star.svg. And save this, and we should have this on the screen. Look at this right there. Looking nice, right? And then once we do that, then once we have our button, we need to add, once we have our numbers, then we need to add our button on the bottom. So inside my app.js, right below the UL, I'm going to add a button with a class of btn-rating. Okay, and then this is going to say submit. And actually, you know what, I want to grab this and place it inside the div, like so. And then let's begin to style this out. So the first thing that I'm going to do is, inside my index.css, I'm going to access the btn rating, and then I'm going to add a background color of orange on it. So orange, there we go. So this is our button. And then I want to access the class of wrapper, and then the class of wrapper is going to have a background color of should be dark gray or dark blue. Is it dark blue? Dark blue, this one. And actually, you know what, now the wrapper, now this should come here. This should come here. There we go. So just remove the comment, and we're going to have this linear gradient. I don't know whether you can see it. It's a bit lighter on this side and then darker on this side. And then inside the wrapper, let's have a padding of 1.25 rem all around. That's about 20 pixels. That's 20 pixels actually. And you know what, let me add a font size here. Let me add a font size of 16 pixels. I do realize that in the style guide, the font size is 15 pixels, okay? I do realize this, but I'm just having this as 16 pixels. So once we have this, then let's have a border radius of 0.625 rem, which is 10 pixels all around. Actually, it's 10 pixels if you have this as 16 pixels, okay? And then, what else do you need to do? We just need to limit it. So the first thing that I want to do is I want to have this container push inwards, okay? So I can do that by having a margin on the body. So let's have a margin of 1.25 rem and 0 on the top and bottom. So 1.25 rem on the left and right, 0 on the top and bottom. And then we're going to have this. And then I want to push this to the center, okay? So that's easy enough to do. I can just go to the body. Is it to the body actually? I can just say display flex, align item center, justify content to the center, and then I can say set a fixed height to this of calculate 100 viewport heights minus 0.1 pixels. And there we go. So we have this to the center. And then just to add a media query, I don't want this to span all the way to the end. I just want to limit it to about 400 pixels. So I'm going to add a media query here, and I'm going to say at media for a min width of 500 pixels and above. Then I want to access the wrapper class, and I want this to have a width of 400 pixels. And there we go. So we're going to have this. Would you look at this? Looking fantastic. And then once we have that, then we can place this to the right, and then we can have this to the left, and then we can just do it as we see the changes on the screen. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's go into our app.js. Let's style this h2. Let's give this h2 a class name of text dash gray dash 100. Let's say text dash 3xl. Let's say margin y of 7. Let's say 6. Okay. And then let's go inside this paragraph. Let's give this a class name of text dash gray dash 300. Let's say, let me see how font it looks. Let's say margin bottom of 5 or margin bottom of 10, pushed away from these numbers. And then let's go inside this UL, give this a class name of grid and grid columns 5 with a gap of 3. And we have our numbers right there. And then let's say margin bottom of 10, push away from this button. There we go. And then let's go inside. We need to style out these buttons, but I don't want to style them out yet, okay? Because we're going to convert this into a single component that we're going to reuse. And I just want to add the styles once, so I'm just going to leave it blank for now. Okay, so let's go ahead and style out this image. So we're going to have this image have a BG gray of 700 with padding all around of 2, and then let's give it a fully rounded border so that it's going to appear round. So there we go. Okay, fantastic. And then let's style out our submit button. So here btn rating, we're just going to say, actually not on this div, we're going to say this div is going to be text dash center. Okay, let's say on this button, let's say width dash full. We should take it all the way to the end. There we go. And then text dash white. Okay, and then let's say uppercase and tracking dash wide. Okay, and if you notice, this font is a bit what's the word, is a bit off, so to speak, because the padding on the bottom of the font is more than the padding on the top. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a padding of 3 here on the top and a padding bottom of 2, which should even it out. Okay, and then here I'm going to add a rounded full to make this edges rounded like so. Fantastic. And then we want to add a hover effect on this button on the btn rating. So I'm going to add this in my index.css. So right below this, I'm going to say .btn rating, and for the hover state, then I want the background color to change to white, like so. And then let's add a transition of all. So transition of the properties by 0.3 seconds, 0.3 seconds, and then let's say is in out. So we're going to have this, okay? And obviously this is a bit much. Let's say 0.15. And then let's change this color to orange as well on hover. So color, change this to orange. There we go. And by the way, I should mention that if it doesn't give you the options here for your variables, then you can say Control and spacebar, and then you can just click on this. That's how I'm doing this, by the way. Okay, so we're going to have this. Now the next thing that I want to do is I want to remove these buttons from here, and I want to create a component for them. So right at the top, right about here, so right inside here, I'm just going to create a button component. So const button equals to this, like so, and then I just want to return a button. So I'm going to be returning a button here. Come on, really? So I'm going to return a button that is going to do something inside here, okay? So for now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove all of this. So just select the multiple like so. And then inside here, I'm going to render a button like so, okay? Now, obviously, this is going to do nothing because we don't have anything inside here. But I want these buttons to have the numbers 1 to 5. So I'm going to pass in a prop inside here, some props. And then inside here, I'm just going to say number equals to my brackets. And then this is going to have a number 1, this is 2, this is 3, this is 4, this is 5, okay? Now that we have this inside here, this is a prop, then it means that we can go into our button component and we can destructure this, okay? So right inside here, I can access the number prop. And then for the buttons inside here, I can now just display the number like so, and it should display 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And now we can style this out. So I'm going to give this a class name of text dash. Sorry, let me start with the background. So bg-gray-700. There we go. Let's say height -10 and width -10. Okay, let's say rounded -full. And then let's say padding top -1. I don't know whether you can see it through what I was saying, that the font has more padding on the bottom than on the top. That's why I'm adding the padding on the top of 1 here, just to center this out properly. And then let's say text-gray-200. Okay. And then let me show you something. In the design, if you check the active states, when the button is active, then it has a white kind of a slightly gray background, and then when you hover over it, it is orange. Okay, probably it's the opposite, but it works either way. So what you can do is we can go inside here and we can say that when we focus on this button, then I want the BG to be gray-400. And look at this now. When I click on this, now the focus remains. See that? Interesting, right? Interesting. And then now what I want to do is I want to have a custom class on this. So btn, let me say btn, what do they call this? I call this btn rating. Let me call this btn number. And the reason why I'm adding this custom class is because I don't have this orange color in Tailwind, and I want to add it inside here. So for the btn number, I want to access the hover state for this, and I want to say that for the hover state, then the background color should be orange, like so. And look at this, okay? And then let's just add a transition here. So let me just say transition-all duration-300. No, let me say duration-150. And there we go. So the next thing that we do need to do is just build out our thank you page, because this has a thank you page as well. So where is it? The thank you state for this. And that is just going to involve a bit of reusing these styles, okay? And for this, I can just place this as full screen. And then I want to just copy the div with a class of wrapper. So for this, we're going to create a new component, and I'm going to create this component at the bottom. So I'm going to call this const thank you is equal to this, like so. and then we're going to return a div with the class of wrapper. This div is going to have an h2 that says thank you for something. What does it say? Let me go inside here. So it says you selected this out of this. Okay, then it says thank you, and then we have a paragraph that says this. So let me just copy this, and then below this we're going to have a paragraph that says this, and then at the top of this there's an image. Okay, so let me just check the design. So mobile thank you state, we have this image. So let me get this image. So at the top I'm going to import, I'm going to say import thank, or let me just say thanks from /images, and it's called illustration thank you .svg. So illustration thank you .svg, and then at the bottom here I'm just going to call this thanks. Okay, and then once we have this, then we should be able to, oh sorry, there's something missing. This is missing. You selected 4 out of 5. So below this I'm going to have a paragraph that says you selected, for now it's just going to say number out of 5. Okay, and then we're going to style this out for a moment, sorry. And for now I just want to render this component inside here. So below this div, and actually outside of this div, I just want to render thank you, like so. And of course now it's going to break a bit because now we're going to be seeing 2 components inside here, but that's okay because I want to style this div out as well. So what we're going to do is we're just going to reuse a bit of styles, and we're just going to do a bit of copy pasting. So I'm just going to copy these styles here, copy this and paste them inside this h2, and then go inside this paragraph, copy these, paste them inside this paragraph, and we should see this. Okay, and then this is aligned to the center, so let me say text dash center, and then this is going to say text dash center as well, like so. And then I will need this image to come to the center as well, so I'm going to go inside here, give this a class name of block, and mx auto, which should center it. Let's say margin bottom of 10, pushed away from this paragraph. Let me say 510 is a bit big, and then let's grab this paragraph. So give this a class name of, let me say paragraph dash rating, and paragraph dash rating because once again I want to access this orange color on it. So let me go ahead inside here, and then let me say for the paragraph, oh come on, paragraph dash rating class, I want this to have a color of orange, like so. And then you can go back inside here and you can say we want this to have a bg of gray dash 700. Okay, we want this to have a rounded dash full, and then let's say text dash center, center. I don't want this to go all the way to the end. So what does inline block do? Display inline block. No, I don't want that. What if I add mx auto on this? No, it doesn't work. So that would mean that probably what I can do is grab this, place it inside a div, and then go inside this div and give this div a class name of flex. Okay, and items dash center, and justify dash center. We should place it to the center. There we go. And then I can go inside this paragraph, give this a class name of text dash small, make it a bit smaller, and then let me give it a class of padding on the x of 2, just to push this outward a bit, and then padding on the top of 1, just to even it out. Okay, so we don't have that. Let me change this to 4. Yeah, I think that is much better. Okay, so once you have this, then this is our thank you page, and then this is our submit page. But then what I want to do is, the functionality for this is that when you click on this, then this shows up. Okay, when you submit this, then this shows up. I also want that we're going to have a button here that when I click on this, it's going to take us back to this. Okay, so that's easy enough to do. I'm just going to go ahead and copy this button, and actually just copy this div and then paste it inside here, and then change this to rate again, like so, and it should appear right there. Okay, fantastic. Now let's begin adding our functionality. So the first thing that we do need to do is, because this is just going to be a matter of toggling items, I want to import use state from React, which is going to handle our state values, right? So I'm going to say import use state from React, and then below this So I'm just going to have a is submitted state value and set is submitted function. This is going to be equal to use state, and by default it's going to be false. Okay, and then what I want to do is I want to go inside this thank you component, which is basically this, right? And I want to place in a conditional, right? So I'm going to place in my curly brackets, and I'm going to say that only when is submitted is true, only when it is true, so double ampersands, do I want this component to render, right? So for now it should disappear, and there we go. If I go back inside here and change this to true, then we should see our component. Okay, so I'm going to change this to false. And then we're going to do the same thing for this div with the class of wrapper, which is basically our app. So right around up to here. Okay, I'm going to cut this out, and I'm going to say when is submitted is false. That's when I want this to render. Okay, so notice the difference. This is when is submitted is false, and this is when is submitted is true. Okay, so please notice the difference, and now we should have this. Okay, so if I change this to true, then this should disappear, and then we should see our thank you. So true, and would you look at that, and then false. Okay, so let's add the functionality on the buttons to toggle these two, right? So we can go ahead and we can go into this button, and we can have an on click on this, and we're going to place in our inline function, and I'm going to say that when you click on this button, then we just want to say set is submitted to true, like so. And then I'm just going to copy this, and then I'm going to go inside this other button here at the bottom, and then change this to false, like so. And set is submitted is not defined in this thank you, because we need to pass it in as a prop. Okay, so I can go right inside here, and I can say set is submitted prop is equal to the set is submitted state function, and that should work. Okay, it not really work because we need to destruct it as a prop. So set is submitted, like so. So now when you click on this, we have this, and then when you click on this, it goes back. So this is working correctly, right? Now the next thing that we do need to do is now add the functionality for the button, because remember you selected number out of 5 depends on the number that you select inside here, right? So let's go ahead and do that. So the first thing that I do need to do is, and actually just to show you that this is working, is we can go inside this button component, and I can just say on click, and when I click on this, I just want to say console.log, and I just want to log the number that we click on. So basically this one that we have inside here, right? So I'm going to save this, and then let's go to a bigger screen. Let me press on F12 to open up my dev server, and it says reference type is not. Oh, so this is the error that we had in the first place. So we can just reload it to get rid of it. And then now when I click on this, look at this. Now it shows 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So we need to get these numbers from here and display them here, right? Probably you already have the solution for this, but let's go ahead and do it. So the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to add a new state value. So I'm going to call this items and set items. This is going to be equal to use state, and by default is going to be an empty string, right? And then we need to access these items inside this thank you component. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pass in the items as a prop. So items prop is equal to the item state value, and then I can destruct it inside here by saying items, like so. And then now instead of rendering the number, I'm just going to render the items. Okay, and when I save this, then it should be blank by default, right? Blank by default, because by default items is an empty string. So now what we need to do is when you click on this button, I want to set items into the number of the button that you click on. So that's easy enough to do. You can just go inside here, we can remove this, and we can say set items into number. And once we do that, then we can go back inside here to rate again. We can click on 1, and it should say you selected 1 out of 5. Click on 2, 2 out of 5. Click on 3, 3 out of 5. Click on 4, 4 out of 5, and then you can click on 5 and 5 out of 5. Okay, so that is the functionality of the interactive rating component. And before we do finish, I want to create a GitHub repository for this, and then I want to submit it as well. So let's go ahead and we can close this down. We can close all of this down. Okay, and I can stop my development server. Let me just confirm that I don't have any errors. Okay, fantastic. So close that down. Okay, so let's go to GitHub. Let's create a new repository. Let's call this interactive rating component. Okay, this is going to be public create repository. Okay, let me copy this link, and then let's say git init. Oops, I should probably go out of this. So cd out of this, and then say git init, so that it grabs all of this as well. There we go. And I'm going to say git add design and git commit design files. Let's say git add dot git ignore. Let's say git commit, and let's say git ignore. Let's say git add solution. Say git. Oh, there's already a git repository inside this solution. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go inside this folder. Where is it? This one. And then I need to delete this the empty git repository. So I'm going to delete this empty git repository. There we go. And then we can add git add solution once again, and git commit, let's just say solution, and then let's say git add index.html, git commit, let's say index.html template, git add readme, let me just add both readmes, git commit, let's say readme, and git add style guide.md, and git commit, let's say style guide.md. Then git remote add origin, let's paste in our link, and git push dash u origin main. What is not added inside here? What's not added? Let's see. Oops, I did something wrong. I did something wrong. So now see this. Okay, so look at this in our repository. Notice this. So this is going to be a problem. So let me say git rm dash dash cached solution, which is going to remove that. And then now we can go ahead and add all of this back in. So git add solution. Okay, there we go. Git commit dash m, let's say solution, and then git push. We should now push the correct one into the repository. So let me wait and see, and then we can reload this, and this should disappear. There we go. So now our solution is there with all the files that are needed. Correct. Okay, so let's go ahead into Netlify, and then let's deploy our application, and then let's open up Frontend Mentor. Let me close this, close this, close this. And then I can go to visit Challenge Hub, and we should say submit solution. Okay, so login. So this is the repository. The repository is this one. Just copy the correct link, paste it inside here. Let's say interactive rating component built in reactjs. There we go. Live set URL is going to be got in a moment. So add new site, import existing project, and the project is called interactive. Okay, so interactive rating component right there. And then the build command is going to be npm run build. The published directory is going to be the the base directory. What am I going to deploy? I need to deploy the solutions. So the base, what does this mean? Base directory is going to be the solutions, should be solutions, and this is going to be solutions / build. There we go. So deploy site, and this should deploy. So let me change this site name to interactive pricing component. You can get this link in the description. So let's just say reactjs dash. There we go. And then now we can wait for this to finish deploying. Oops, failed. It failed. Where did it fail? Finished. So solution. Publish directory, publish the build directory. That should be the correct one, right? Okay. So I think I named the solution wrongly. I named it solutions instead of solution with one S. So let this finish running. okay, and the site is live, and we can go ahead and we can visit this site and we should see our application. And there we go. We could look at that. So we can submit this and it's selected 5 out of 5. Rate again, we can say 3 out of 5. Okay, fantastic. So now let's go ahead and copy this link and we can submit our live site URL inside here, and then we can just say submit solution. And then once that is done, then we are going to be done with the project as well. So there we go, we have our solution. Okay, fantastic. So yeah, that is going to be it. I hope you enjoyed that project. It was a bit quite interesting to me. And by the way, I should mention that if you don't want to do this, I just created multiple components inside the app component. Okay, if you don't want to do this, then you can just go ahead and destructure this from inside here. Not destructure, but refactor. You can take this out into a different folder or a different file, and then you can also take this out into a different file and then just pass in the props inside here, and everything should work correctly. Okay, so I just thought this was a fun way to show you that you can have components inside components. Okay, so that is